Senators. The President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
President, I table documents pursuant to statute as listed on the dynamic read.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Yes, President. Committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. I call the clerk.
Government business order of the day number 1, Help to Buy Bill 2023 and an associated bill, second reading, to be moved.
Call Senator David Pocock. Oh, beg your pardon. Oh, sorry. Minister Farrell.
President, I move that the Help to Buy Bill 2023 and the Help to Buy Bill Consequential Provisions Bill 2023 be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have a second reading speeches incorporating into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Yep.
Senator Pocock, you have the call.
Thank you, Deputy President. We know that our housing crisis is feeding growing intergenerational inequality and underpins the cost of living crisis in this country. Australians have had enough of the lack of housing to buy or rent, the ever more unaffordable prices, the cynical political games that are played with what should be a fundamental human right. They want politicians and decision makers to step up and start to turn this around. This week we saw willingness to compromise from colleagues on the crossbench, and I want to acknowledge and welcome that. There are no silver bullets in housing policy, but we will never get out of the very deep hole that is this national housing crisis unless we start somewhere. And that is what this bill is. It's a start. I back the intent of this bill because it will help people who don't have wealthy parents get into housing. While technically a demand-side measure, when what we need is more supply, this bill will help some of the most vulnerable people in our community get into home ownership. But the bill can be better, and I'll be moving amendments to reflect that. There is so much evidence to show that access to safe, secure, affordable housing is a key factor in improving health, educational and social outcomes. It can be the break in a vicious cycle, the difference between life and death for people. Firstly, I want to see the object of the bill amended to explicitly acknowledge the need to focus on supporting people who would otherwise be permanently excluded from home ownership and accelerate their access. I also want to see the scheme expanded to 30,000 places per year, with at least 1/3 going to older women, First Nations people, people with disability and other historically disadvantaged cohorts. If the government believes in this scheme as much as they say they do, it should also be extended beyond the forward estimates, and I'll be moving an amendment to allow for that. 4 years is not long enough to fix the housing crisis. Finally, I'll be moving 2 amendments to the review of the scheme. The first is to tighten the focus of the evaluation so that it explicitly looks at how effective the scheme has been in supporting people who have been historically disadvantaged, including First Nations people and older women. And secondly, the scheme should be evaluated on how effectively it has been integrated with other first home buyer assistance programs across the levels of government. Like I said earlier, there is no silver bullet in the housing crisis. This measure, a supply-side one, will be helpful, no doubt. But we will also need to start putting measures in place now that really address some of the root causes of the crisis that we're in. We need to talk about a broad-based social housing program. The federal government needs to step up and work with states and territories to ensure that they deliver on their commitments when it comes to social and affordable housing. We also need to look at housing assistance and ensure it meets people's needs, whether it's the Commonwealth rent assistance or what we can do to replace the thousands of affordable rental properties that will exit the market when the National Rental Affordability Scheme wraps up. Speaking of rentals, coordinating national rental reforms to limit unfair rent increases, enacting minimum standards, and ending no-cause evictions would go a long way to meeting what Australians want and need. We also need to talk about tax reform. The major parties don't want to talk about a tax system that means that investors are at an advantage. A system that has created a situation where you turn up to auctions and first home buyers are routinely outbid by property investors. Reforming the capital gains tax discounts and putting some limits and conditionality on things like negative gearing should be on the table if we're serious about fixing the housing crisis. And I hear from Australians that they want us to be serious. They're sick of the tinkering and they want some of the root causes of this crisis dealt with. Senator Lambie and I have got the PBO to do the modelling on what changes could look like. And no doubt Treasury have also done their own work on this. I urge the Senate to look at it objectively and do the greatest good for the greatest number of people, the Australians we all represent, in this and the other place. And finally, we need to talk about population, not in a dog-whistling, blame the other type of way, but in a sensible way to ensure the relationship between immigration and population growth and change and housing affordability and availability are better understood. To ensure that we learn from the past and what has and hasn't worked, and to ensure that the supply and demand for housing are in a better balance. It's currently unfair on Australians in a housing crisis, and it's unfair on new immigrants, people who arrive in Australia with hopes and dreams to land and find it almost impossible to find somewhere to live, and if you can find somewhere, it being simply unaffordable unless you come here with some decent money behind you. We have to ensure that we have the right sort of housing in the right places so that living in Australia can still be living in a country where it doesn't matter how wealthy your parents are. In a country where people can still believe in the egalitarian ideals that so many Australians have held dear for generations. Any and all of this is going to take some political courage. And I believe it would be easy if there was a legislated national housing and homelessness plan. The Prime Minister has agreed to deliver a plan. I've been calling for one, and I think that we should be legislating this plan. As a Senate, we can at least agree on objectives when it comes to housing. And yes, the government of the day will have their different means of trying to achieve that end that we agree on. But for me, something as fundamental as housing should be legislated. We legislate all sorts of targets in this Parliament. Why, when it comes to housing, at the moment we don't even have a plan. Labor announced that they had plans to make a plan. They're currently trying to make a plan, I guess, but There is no plan, which is frankly outrageous in the last sitting week of the year probably of this term of Parliament. The housing system in this country is in trouble. There's no doubt about that. Just get on the street and talk to people. But it's not beyond hope. And these proposals that we're voting on today have their place. They're part of it, but they're clearly not going to solve the whole thing. And so I'd urge the Senate to support these sorts of measures, but then really get on with addressing some of the root causes, which unfortunately I think we're often not very good at times. I look forward to supporting the Help to Buy bill as one part of helping people who can't rely on the bank of mum and dad to get them into the housing market.
Senator Roberts.
Deputy President. Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. We have a housing catastrophe due to rampant immigration, excessive, reckless, record immigration. We also have a housing crisis because we don't have enough tradies to build the houses that we need. The Help to Buy Bill 2023 is a bill that won't help anyone. Right now, Queenslanders, in what should be the richest state in the world, are sleeping under bridges and on riverbanks. In one of the world's richest states, working families with children are living in cars, coming home at night to wonder if their kids are still there. Where do they toilet? Where do they shower? It's plain inhuman. Rents are skyrocketing, if a rental can be found. House prices are reaching record highs. This is a housing crisis, one of the worst we face. It's an inhuman catastrophe. Last year, the federal government under Anthony Albanese brought in 517,000 net migrants. 517,000. This year, after being promised that we would have lower immigration, we are tracking to have another new record above last year. How can you bring in more than 1 million people in 2 years? That's hundreds of thousands of houses. How can you build them? We aren't catering for the people already here, and now we're bringing in record numbers. 1 million in 2 years. 1 million. That's 400,000 houses needed. 400,000 new houses in addition to the already for high demand and people living homeless at the moment. The Albanese government, though, wants to look like it's doing something, wants to look like, not just do something, but look like. Enter this Help to Buy plan. Under this plan, the government wants to own a significant part of your house. If it's an existing place, the government wants to own 30%. If it's a new place, 40%. With the government paying for part of it with low-income earners. While a 40% subsidy might sound attractive, it's fatally flawed. If the government just borrows more money for this plan, then one thing is going to happen. When you give 40% more money to people to buy a house, house prices are going to go up. House prices will go up. The bill's core concept and premise is flawed and possibly a lie. We can't subsidise our way out of a house price problem. Subsidies increase prices, always, throughout history. And looking at the bill's details or lack of details, the problem is worse. I'll look at some of the criteria in a minute. Thirdly, let's look at the constitutional basis. This bill is completely outside the federal government's powers. It's highly complex. The government has tabled a late amendment to the bill attempting to clarify a set of constitutional issues. Too complex. I'll go back to the immigration. In addition to rampant immigrants coming in, rampant immigration of people coming into the country, prior to COVID, the number of temporary visa holders in the country was around 2.3 million people. As of the end of 24th July, that number is now 2.8 million, more than 10% of our population. More than 10% of our population, all needing a roof, all needing a bed. These are hard numbers and facts. This is what's causing the housing catastrophe. These are hard numbers and facts, as I said, yet the government has continued to lie, claiming we're just catching up with immigration. Oh, really? We haven't just caught up, we've blown the record out of the water. Not only for residents here, not only for people on resident visas, but also for new immigrants coming in. We're nearly 500,000 people above the record for resident visas, using the average household size of 2.5 people per household implies a need for more than 200,000 houses just to cater for new arrivals. It's actually 400,000. This is what we're seeing in our country. Then there are details. An Australian who enters into a Help to Buy arrangement where the government owns part of their home, what happens if they renovate their home at their own expense, spending sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars and thousands of hours swinging hammers and pulling up carpet? And as a result of their renovations, their $500,000 home increases in value to $600,000. I wonder if the minister knows how much of that Australian's renovation profit will the government take for doing nothing. Doing nothing. I wonder if the minister knows that the income thresholds are set at $90,000 for singles and $120,000 for couples. This is set nationally, despite the average house price varying from $504,000 in Darwin to $1.2 million in Sydney. Wonder why the government is not adjusting the income threshold from state to state. What are the price thresholds for houses eligible under this bill? And why haven't these been set in the legislation? Why are we bringing into the country in immigration yoga teachers and not so much tradies? We need tradies. Yoga teachers are wonderful, but we need tradies to get on with the job here. We need the government has appointed 3 sets of bureaucrats as they're part of their solution to improving housing, getting rid of the housing crisis. That's just adding to the complexity. It's adding to the inefficiency. It's adding to the catastrophe. We need tradies to come into this country. We need people to be vetted properly, to bring in their skills and to contribute. We've got so many people in this country out of work, living on welfare and not contributing to the country. Why are we bringing these people in when we've got abundance of people wanting to come into this country with good qualifications that we can put to work and fix this housing crisis quickly? These are just some of the issues that I'll be exploring more in the committee stage, but I just want to put those comments back on the record. Thank you.
Are there any other contributions? Otherwise, I'll ask the Minister to sum up the debate. Minister.
Thanks, Deputy President. I look forward to the committee stage because there are answers to all of those questions. The Labor government committed to establishing a national shared equity scheme to help 40,000 low and middle income Australian households into home ownership. Today marks a significant step to delivering that promise. The Help to Buy scheme will be the first national shared equity scheme of its kind. It will be delivered through Housing Australia and it will help Australians to overcome both the hurdle of saving for a deposit and servicing a mortgage. Through Help to Buy, the Commonwealth will cut the cost of buying a home by up to 40%. Participants will only require a minimum 2% deposit and will benefit from lower ongoing mortgage payments through a smaller home loan. Eligible participants will be able to access the scheme through participating lenders alongside a standard mortgage. Housing Australia will then provide the Commonwealth's equity contribution through a loan arrangement secured against the property. Housing Australia will be funded by a special appropriation to enter into Help to Buy arrangements and will return funds to the Commonwealth when equity is repaid. The Minister for Housing will provide written directions to Housing Australia on the operation of the scheme, including decision-making criteria for entering into Help to Buy arrangements. The bill also contains provisions enabling states to pass legislation for their constituents to participate in the scheme. All Australian states have agreed in principle to participate in the scheme. Help to Buy will be open to help people who have owned homes before and those who haven't. It will help couples, siblings and singles alike, those who are close to retirement, those just starting out in the workforce and anyone eligible in between. This is an historic commitment by the Albanese government because we understand what buying a house means to Australians. For most, it is the single biggest investment that they will make in their lifetimes, but it's about much more than that. It's giving people the certainty of home ownership, an opportunity to live in their community and the chance to create opportunities for their families. Delivery on Help to Buy, alongside the Housing Australia Future Fund, the Social Housing Accelerator Payment and the Housing Accord, will mean more Australians will have a safe and affordable place to call home.
I understand there are no second reading amendments, so I intend to put the question. I put the question that the bill now be read a second time. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Help to Buy Bill 2023, Help to Buy Consequential Provisions Bill 2023.
We are now resolved into committee. Is it the wish of the committee that the bills be taken together or as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the bills stand as printed. The Minister's got something to table. The Minister has got something to table. Then I note that you wish to call Senator Faruqi. Minister.
I table a supplementary explanatory memorandum relating to the government amendments to be moved to the Help to Buy Bill 2023.
Senator Faruqi.
I seek leave to move Greens amendments 1 and 2 together on sheet 3160.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you, Chair. Despite months of keeping our doors open and despite months of offers to compromise and negotiate on securing some housing policies that will actually impact people's lives, Labor has refused to budge and made it clear that they don't care about the depth and the extent of the housing crisis. Last year, the Greens secured $3 billion in new investments for social housing, which is 6 times more than what the government proposed to spend. And this year, despite the need being even greater, the government has snubbed every opportunity to work together with the Greens again. And we have to admit this, we are bitterly disappointed that Labor has turned down an opportunity to house up to 60,000 people currently on the brink of homelessness. The government's build to rent and help to buy schemes sound nice, but they really are just tinkering around the edges. The Greens will, however, pass the government's bills, both build to rent and help to buy, because we are now just months away from an election. And we want to focus on keeping Mr. Dutton and his fear-mongering and politics of division, coalition out of the lodge. That is going to be our focus. There does come a point in every negotiation where you've pushed as far as you can. And we have reached that point because we have tried so hard to get Labor to shift on soaring rents and negative gearing. But we couldn't get there this time around. So we'll wave these housing bills through and take the fight to the next election, where we will keep Peter Dutton out, and we will fight even harder for renters and first home buyers. We will wave through Labor's Help to Buy bill and also Labor's Bill to Rent, after accepting that Labor doesn't care enough about first home buyers to do anything really meaningful for them, like scrapping the unfair tax handouts to property investors that drive up house prices, or establish a public developer to build and sell homes cheaply, saving first home buyers up to $249,000. The bill we're debating is deeply inadequate for the, really you can call it monstrous affordability crisis facing first home buyers. Because for the average family, the typical home costs 8 times their income. and it now takes 10 years to save for a deposit. And if they've managed to save one, mortgage repayments could take up to 60% of their income. How is that fair? So Help to Buy tinkers around the edges, helping at most 0.2% of renters every year and leaving the other 99.8%, can I say the other 99.8% leaves them behind to face a brutal housing system and doing nothing to address the out-of-control house price rises, which has really made impossible to buy a house in most cities around the country. We've also tried our best to work with Labor to secure changes to investor tax concessions that could see up to 770,000 renters become homeowners. But like I said earlier, we have come to a point where Labor just doesn't want to do anything more than just, tinkering around the edges. So here we are, but we will make one more attempt. We will make one more attempt to make this bill better, and that's what these amendments are about. So through amendment number 1 on sheet 3160, through this amendment, we are trying to secure changes that would encourage the much needed, affordable, well-located, medium-density housing our cities need, but it isn't being delivered. It is not being delivered by profit-focused developers. We want to do that rather than simply having an inflationary effect on the cost of existing housing and new-build suburban sprawl. This amendment would require Housing Australia to prioritise properties for the Help to Buy program that support the delivery of new affordable homes in medium and high-density locations that are close to public housing. This would ensure that this bill delivers the housing that we need, rather than simply driving up prices of existing homes. And if the government was serious about delivering on the housing crisis and ensuring that the bill is fit for purpose, then they would support this amendment. And the second amendment prohibits the minister from directing that a participant in the Help to Buy program must repay the government share of their homes if they exceed the income threshold following their successful entry into the program. The income thresholds are already so low, and if the bill passes as is, participants may be penalised for changing circumstances, even after they have been able to buy a property. So this income trap is really unfair. This amendment would ensure that Help to Buy homes remain affordable throughout the buyer's lifetime, without penalties for people going through any changing circumstances. So I commend both the amendments to the Senate.
Senator Bragg.
Yeah, thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I will indicate that we will not be supporting this bill or these amendments. And the reason for that is that we believe that the government, having presided over a massive collapse in housing construction, from as high as 220,000 houses in 2018 down to 160,000 houses this year, the same amount of houses that we had in 1989 when the population was just 17 million. It has created a terrible situation for so many, particularly younger Australians, millennials, Gen Zs, who feel that the Australian dream is out of reach for them. And a large part of that is because of the collapse in housing construction. It's very hard to solve this problem of housing. We all care about housing unless you get the houses built. And ultimately, the numbers don't lie. So we're down to 160,000 houses this year. So we are in a terrible position in this country on the supply side. And so the government, seemingly having given up on supply, now wants us to consider a demand-side bill for which it's done no modelling on its impact and which is very clearly only going to work at the absolute margins for very few people. And these schemes, these shared equity schemes, have been massively unpopular for cultural reasons. Australians do not want to co-own their house with the government, any government, And the reason that these schemes have been so unpopular at the state and territory level is because of all the problems that that proposes. The Australian dream is not about co-owning your house with Mr Albanese or any government. And so these schemes, shared equity schemes, have been undersubscribed at the state level. And so the idea that the Commonwealth would come in now is their only demand-side measure of this government and seek to put in place a shared equity scheme without any other consideration of other demand-side policies that they may be able to deploy to support what is ultimately a supply challenge is very regrettable. And so we are opposed to these bills, this bill, Help to Buy, for cultural reasons, but we are also opposed to it because it is not very imaginative. I mean, there are other things that the government could have done to help people with the deposit. They could have opened up superannuation. They don't want to do that because that doesn't suit their vested interests. They could have looked at the lending laws. I mean, it's pretty hard to get a first house without a mortgage, but they haven't bothered to look at the mortgage rules. And so this is their only policy. And as we have traversed this at the Senate estimates with Senator Gallagher, with the Minister for Finance Gallagher, she has made it very clear that this is the government's only demand-side policy. This is it. A shared equity scheme, friendless shared equity scheme, and one that will cost the Commonwealth $5.5 billion and offer a maximum of 40,000 places. Now, to give you an idea of the scale of the problem here, we need to be building about 250,000 houses a year in this country. So this is a tiny but very expensive scheme which has already proven to be very unpopular. So I indicate that we will be opposing this bill. We will be opposing all the amendments in this debate, and I look forward to asking some questions now we're in the Committee of the Whole. But I might just see if others want to make a contribution before I do that.
Senator Roberts.
I too have questions. I've asked 3 questions in my second reader speech, but my first question goes to the Minister, an additional question. It seems that the government will essentially become the second mortgagor to a bank on a home loan. In the event of a default or price fall, is a bank entitled to recover all of its losses before the government recovers any money due to this priority? And secondly, what is the priority of security the government holds compared to the bank mortgage?
Just while I'm waiting for the Minister, colleagues, I do want to go back to Senator Faruqi's amendment and then come back to the open, broad debate and questions.
Minister. On Senator Faruqi's amendment, the government will not be supporting either of the amendments from the Greens. And the basis for that is, I'll go into some further detail if required, but the basis for that is that the legislation must match the legislation in the states and the territories for it to be properly founded. That makes the referral of powers valid and ensures that the legislation is constitutional. The legislation has already been passed in Queensland earlier this year. So as a matter of process, that means that the government is unable to support that amendment. However, on the substance, we believe that Australians should have housing choices. If Australians want to live next to a train station close to the city or on a farm in the bush, that's their choice. It's not a choice for government. In relation to the second amendment, the same objection, that is that the legislation has already been passed in Queensland and the government wants to ensure that the referral of powers is valid and constitutional. However, on the substance of the proposition that sits behind the amendment, it is a matter for ministerial program directions, not the legislation before the Senate right now. The program directions make it very clear that if a participant earns above the income caps and cannot pay the government's share, they won't be required to. But if someone can, for for example, if someone earns $1 million, we should expect them to start to pay back the taxpayer and for this money to be recycled through the scheme to support other low and middle income Australians. Section 36, Part 11 of the program directions note, Housing Australia may not seek payment in certain circumstances, considering the participant's personal circumstances and financial capacity.
If there are no further questions to the Greens amendments, I'll put them. So the question is that Green amendments 1 and 2 on sheet... Oh, sorry, Senator Bragg.
Let's check. Are we still on Committee of the Whole?
No, well, we're doing the amendments. When we finish the amendments, then we'll go back to Committee of the Whole.
Okay.
Where was I? The question is Australian Greens amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3160 by Leave Together be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against no. The noes have it. Noes have it. Senator,
continue to ask questions.
Yeah. So Senator Roberts, if you want to ask Senator Bragg.
Yeah, thanks very much. So I want to take you, Minister, to the income caps.
Should I respond to Senator Roberts? I think he did just ask a question.
Yeah. I think that would be helpful.
Yes.
That would be helpful because I know what Senator Roberts' moves are. So if you could please, Minister.
Thank you. There were two questions, I think, sitting in Senator Roberts' question. The first was, will the government own people's homes, or will the government be on the title? The answer to that is very straightforward. Contrary to Senator Bragg's political assertion, the government will not be a co-owner of scheme properties and will not be on the title. Rather, the government's contribution in participants' homes will be secured through a second mortgage. The government's interest is more akin to a private mortgage holder. Help to Buy applicants will need to be approved for a mortgage with a lender participating in the scheme. So that is the role that lenders will have in the Help to Buy scheme. Lenders will manage those mortgages just as they typically do with other home loans.
Senator Roberts.
Just to confirm, Minister, thank you first. Just to confirm, the bank or the lender would be the first mortgagor, and the government would be second.
Minister.
Yes, that's exactly right. And there are, of course, other arrangements that people have in the private sector that will look very similar. That is, for the participant, the relationship with the approved lender and the second mortgage will be exactly the same as other Australians have, but there will be a lower mortgage threshold and lower repayments for that group of Australians who satisfy the criteria.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Minister. In the event of a default or price fall, is a bank entitled to recover its losses before the government? That would seem to be the case.
Minister.
Yes, just like in an arrangement that you might have or any other Queenslander might have with their lender, there is a shared risks and shared benefits.
Senator Bragg.
So can I take you to the price caps? What is the price cap in Sydney?
Minister. In Sydney, for the capital city and for regional centres, the price cap will be $950,000.
Senator Bragg.
And what is the median dwelling cost in New South Wales?
Minister.
Well, I think I heard you say earlier, and I think you said $1.2 million in terms of Sydney properties. Certainly, the median price is above the price cap for this scheme. It is directed towards more affordable properties. And I think that's what Australians would expect for a scheme of this nature.
Senator Bragg.
What about the Help to Buy cap in Brisbane?
Minister.
What's the Help to Buy cap in Brisbane?
I'll just give you the call back, Senator Bragg, because your microphone went off on the last sentence. Senator Bragg, before we go to the Minister.
What is the Help to Buy cap in Queensland, Brisbane?
Minister.
For Queensland, for its capital, Brisbane, and for regional centres, the price cap will be $700,000.
Senator Bragg.
Thank you, Minister. And what is the median dwelling price in Queensland?
Minister.
Certainly I don't have the median dwelling prices for Brisbane or for Queensland in front of me, but you can certainly take it from each of the examples that you have taken me to or may intend to take me to, that the median price is almost certainly higher than the price cap contained in this scheme for the reasons that I set out earlier.
Senator Bragg.
Is the government concerned that the cap is so low on this particular scheme, so much lower, in some cases 20% below the median dwelling price, that this is not a product which is going to be available in any way to the average income earner?
Minister.
Well, certainly, if I can make a couple of observations. Firstly, for first home buyers, for example, in Sydney suburbs, the prices that first home buyers pay for homes is, as you would expect, lower than the median price. That's the first point. The second point is that, of course, this scheme is aimed to support Australians to achieve home ownership by enabling them to purchase moderately priced homes. That is, it is not designed for the top end of the market, and the property price caps reflect that objective of the scheme. Of course, they will need to be adjusted over time, and the scheme of the legislation allows that to happen as the market develops in Australian real estate.
Senator Bragg.
Minister, the scheme is not designed for the top end of town, but it's also not designed for the average income earner, is it?
Minister.
Yeah, this scheme is certainly targeted for nurses and teachers and people who work in our police services or in retail. They may not be people who the Liberal Party of Australia cares about, but 10,000 of them every year under this scheme will have a more affordable deposit and a more affordable mortgage. In the suburbs of Sydney, if you are a retail worker, or you work as a storeman and packer, or you're in a moderate or low-income job, perhaps two of you in your family, what you know is that this scheme is there for 10,000 people just like you, and that it offers a benefit for a targeted part of the Australian market. It does not. It is not designed to deal with the big challenges in terms of the supply of housing, in terms of all of those questions that the rest of the government's housing scheme is directed towards, albeit I understand you oppose, you and the Liberals and Mr Dutton oppose all of it, consistent with a pattern of sort of no action over a decade. It is designed to support Australians who want to purchase moderately priced homes.
Senator Bragg.
Minister, the research organisation PropTrack found that in relation to these Help to Buy caps in Sydney, that a Sydney insider would be unable to purchase 96% of the homes using the Help to Buy scheme. what does the government say in relation to this data? Because it doesn't seem to be targeted at the average income earner, but it doesn't seem to be targeted almost at anyone.
Minister.
Well, the average first home buyer purchase is $480,000, compared to the medians. It's quite a moderate figure. That is the average for first home purchases in Australia. And this scheme is directed towards, while a broader group of Australians are, there are people who have purchased a home before, who because of their work experiences or otherwise will struggle to purchase a home, who would be eligible for this scheme, but it is of course directed towards low and moderate income Australians who can pay a mortgage, who can assemble a deposit, but not at the level that they would be required to in the private market. This provides a leg up for, as I said, the nurses and teachers and police and retail workers and truck drivers of Australia.
Senator Bragg.
Minister, thank you. I might just ask you to clarify whether that was an average figure you were using across Australia or whether that was a Sydney figure.
Minister.
An average figure for Australia under the previous government's home guarantee scheme was $480,000, if I can offer that clarity.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I'm interested why, if the government says this is such a good idea, it only goes for 4 years and ends. And then my second question, I know we've only got a few minutes left of this, is coming to the end of your government's first term, why haven't we had a national housing homelessness plan yet?
Minister.
If I can approach that first question first, Senator Pocock, it is provided, it is set out over the forwards, the objective of 10,000 homes per year. The government, should we be re-elected, because of course if Mr Dutton is elected, that will be the end of the hopes and dreams of school teachers and nurses and retail workers and truck drivers to have the government support their ambition for them and their families and their children to stable home ownership in the Australian real estate market. That would be the end, a Dutton Prime Ministership, back to the same old sitting on the hands, no action, driving the housing industry off a cliff in terms of capacity. But this government, should we be re-elected with this scheme in operation, we'll watch it closely, and in the event that we can support extending it based upon the performance of the program, of course it's open to the government to do that. Of course, as the government starts to achieve a return, of course, from the as money is reinvested, that will provide a basis for further confidence in the further operation of the scheme. This government, if I can deal with your second question, has a very bold set of propositions on housing reform. It is opposed by Mr Dutton and Mr Joyce and whoever else there is in what passes for the leadership of the Liberals and Nationals at the moment. But there is a scheme there, a set of schemes that are very ambitious and a set of targets that are directed towards the supply of housing. And of course, I hope that we will get to traverse these over the coming years in Senate estimates as you test us out on some of these, on the performance of some of these measures over time.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Minister. You dodged my question on why don't you have a national housing and homelessness plan? You committed to one. You've been doing ongoing consultation for months and months and months now. It seems pretty convenient. We're in the last sitting week of the term, still no plan, and yet you're willing to cook up other legislation in a matter of weeks and ram it through this place, but on something so fundamental as housing, and actually having a plan to get us out of this hole that is thanks to the duopoly, thanks to the major parties, and absolutely, the coalition have to take a lot of the blame for basically vacating this space, cooking up home builder, overcooking the building market, and now we've seen approvals go for an absolute cliff under Labor. Where is the plan? And why are you so averse to actually putting one forward?
Minister.
Well, I'm advised by the team here that a plan will be a document from which you're directing your comments to will be provided in good time before the next election. But a plan of itself sits alongside action. And we have come off the back of a decade of inaction. No public housing being built. No social housing being built for a wasted decade. TAFE training driven into the ground by this show, by the Liberals and Nationals, all of the capacity constraints made worse and worse and worse and worse, no cooperation with the states and territories, 0 meetings for 5 long years with the states and territories, Mr Morrison and Mr Dutton pointing the finger of blame, no cooperation on those questions, and they say it all went okay when they were in government. It's a bit like saying that, you know, the Rabbitohs went okay in 2014 because I was jogging around the block in those days. I mean, it's just nonsense. This show did nothing for a decade. We are turning that ship around with a very bold and ambitious program, much of it directed towards housing supply. There are targets there that the negative Nancys who say no over here, you know, who are obsessed with the sort of negativity, will of course say Australians can't achieve. Well, we say cooperation with the states and territories, partnerships with private industry and the investment community, including Senator Bragg's enemies in the investment community and superannuation community, and with the building industry. That is the work led by a Labor government that will produce results. This program is directed towards supporting 10,000 Australians every year to get a leg up.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Minister. Well, I can see why the major parties are trying to stitch up electoral reform when your best pitch to voters is that we're not as bad as the coalition.
So we're much better. Much better.
Well, starting with the plan seems like the logical place for me, and it's really disappointing that after the promise to have a plan, almost 3 years later, you're saying that we're still working on it, and we hope to, you said, take it to the election. I'm interested if you have the data on you, how many properties in the ACT are there currently for sale that someone on $90,000 would be able to buy under this scheme, given you were sort of talking about teachers, nurses, etc.?
Minister.
We certainly don't have that figure for you to provide today. But the answer really, Senator Pocock, is there needs to be more. There needs to be more. This scheme provides for 10,000 Australians, including people happy enough, lucky enough to live in the ACT to have access to moderately priced homes with support from the government. And I think any sensible person could oppose that proposition. It must, of course, be supplemented. By the broader measures that the government is undertaking in terms of housing supply, and that is going to involve an enormous cooperative effort, not just from the Commonwealth Government, from the states and the territories, private industry, the development community, and the investment community as well, and that is the serious work that the government is engaged in.
Senator Bragg did jump a couple of times before. I might just go to Senator Bragg and I'll come to you. Senator Bragg.
Minister, how many of the states and territories have passed the requisite legislation to enact the scheme?
Minister.
The great state of Queensland has passed legislation. All of the states have indicated in principle support for the Help to Buy legislation package and whatever enabling legislation is required.
Senator Bragg.
Finally, okay, so one state has passed the enabling legislation. Why then does the government have a view on why the scheme hasn't been more popular, given there have been these shared equity schemes available in various states and territories? Why have they been undersubscribed?
Minister.
I mean, I think the first point is that, of course, Australians have been waiting for this Senate to do its job and pass the legislation. And delays have consequences for ordinary people. Might not have consequences for people in this place, but has consequences if you're a nurse or a teacher trying to get a house, and it has had consequences for 10,000 of them. Secondly, states and territories, with the passage of this legislation and the certainty that provides, I assume will not want their citizens locked out of capacity to access the scheme. And thirdly, while there are other similar schemes in some of the states and territories, advised Western Australia, where 100,000 people over time have benefited from a similar scheme that doesn't have exactly the same architecture, that states and territories will be very keen to make sure that New South Wales people, Victorians, South Australians and Western Australians and Tasmanians all have access to this scheme.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, the income thresholds are set at $90,000 for singles, $120,000 for the marrieds. This is set nationally, despite the average house price varying from $504,000 in Darwin to $1.2 million in Sydney. Minister, why are you not adjusting the income threshold from state to state? That's the first question. Second question, an Australian who enters into Help to Buy arrangement where the government owns part of their home, if they renovate their home at their own expense, spending sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars and thousands of hours swinging hammers and pulling up carpet, as a result, say, of their renovations, their $500,000 home increases in value to $600,000. Minister, how much of that Australian's renovation profit will the government take for doing nothing?
Minister.
In what I calculate to be a very short amount of time, Senator Roberts, I'm going to try and answer both of those questions like an auctioneer, which more people will be able to go to auctions and bid successfully in auctions because of this scheme. Firstly, if I can answer in reverse order, the scheme manages that issue that if participants do renovations to their homes, those renovations will be valued and they will reap the benefit of those renovations. That is very clear in terms of the ministerial direction and the scheme. You're right that the relative position of income thresholds means different things in different states. That is, it is a different position. However, the scheme must be simple to manage reluctant as I am to venture a Bush lawyer's opinion, I think constitutionally it's more sound if it's consistent across the Commonwealth.
It being 1 p.m, Senators, pursuant to the order agreed to on the 18th of September 2024, the time for consideration of these bills has expired. I will now deal with the remaining Committee of the Whole amendments to the Help to Buy Bill 2023, starting with the amendments circulated by the government. The question is that the government amendments on sheet PC106 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, no? No. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. The question before the committee is that the government amendments on sheet PC 106 being agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes.
Chair. Your good self. My good self. Okay. Sorry. Can you just... McLaughlin, sorry. Bragg. Bragg. Senator Ruston. Patterson. Patterson. Cash. Senator Cash. Dunniam. Senator Dunniam. O'Sullivan. Senator O'Sullivan. Cox. Davey. Senator Davey. Classic. Sorry, that was Senator Council. Yep. Okay, sorry. Chisholm. Yep. Hume. Senator Hume. McGrath. Senator McGrath. Chandler. Senator Chandler. Hughes. Senator Hughes. Askew. Senator Askew. Scar. Senator Scar. Roberts. Senator Roberts. Babette. Senator Babette. Liddell. Senator Liddell. Senator Jeffrey Price. Senator Jeffrey Price. McDonald. Senator McDonald. Colbeck. Senator Colbeck. Henderson. Senator Henderson. Reynolds. Senator Reynolds. Rennick. Sharma. Senator Sharma. Antic. And Hanson. And Senator Hanson.
Honourable Senators, there being 36 ayes and 29 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by Senators David Pocock, Lambie and Van. So we're on sheets 2850 and 2851. The question is that the amendments on sheets 2850 and 2851 circulated by Senators David Pocock, Lambie and Van be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Is division required? Is a division required? Yes. Ring the bells 1 minute. 4. 4 has been requested. Ring the bells for 4. Okay. Correction. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes.
Thank you, Chair. Get a vote again? McLaughlin. Bragg. Bragg. Ruston. Hume. Senator Farrell. Senator Farrell. Ayres. Senator Ayres. McAllister. Senator McAllister. Fawcett. Senator Fawcett. Davey. Senator Davey. McCarthy. Whose phone is ringing? Walsh. O'Neill. Senator O'Neill.
Stewart.
Got you, Cadell. Bassett. Still got you. Sorry, that was Cash. Still got you.
McGrath.
Senator McGrath.
Gage.
Senator
Chisholm.
you happy with Chisholm?
Holly.
Senator Holly.
Smith Mariel.
Smith Mariel.
Green.
Green.
Scar.
Senator Scar.
Roberts.
Senator Roberts.
Babette.
Senator Babette.
Ciccone.
Senator King.
Watt.
Senator Watt.
Billick.
Senator Billick.
Brown.
Senator Brown.
Henderson.
Senator Henderson.
Reynolds.
Reynolds.
Stirl.
Senator Still.
Darmanin.
Darmanin.
Sharma.
Senator Sharma.
Sheldon.
Sheldon.
Grogan.
Senator Grogan.
Urquhart.
Senator Urquhart.
And Hanson.
And Senator Hanson.
Over 38. Yeah, can't hear you singing now, mate. So,
Should chat early.
that's where I go to.
Honourable Senators, the result of the division is 17 ayes and 38 noes. It's passed in the negative. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by Senator Thorpe. We are on sheet 2902. The question is that the amendments on sheet 2902 circulated by Senator Thorpe be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 1 minute.
There's more than one.
Lock the doors. The question before the committee is that the amendments on sheet 2902 circulated by Senator Thorpe be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Thorpe as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes.
Thank you, Chair.
Bragg. Senator Bragg. Sutton. Senator Ruston.
Hume.
Hume.
Farrell.
Till. Senator Hodgins May. Farrell.
Keane.
Senator Reyes.
McAllister.
Senator McAllister.
Fawcett.
Fawcett.
Davey.
Senator Davey.
McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Walsh.
McKee. Walsh.
O'Neill.
O'Neill.
Stewart.
Senator Stewart.
Kovacic.
Hampton Young. Kovacic.
Cash.
Senator Cash.
McGrath.
McGrath.
Ghosh.
Ghosh.
Chisholm.
Senator Chisholm.
Holly.
Holly.
Smith Mariel.
Smith Mariel.
Green.
Green.
Scar.
Scar.
Roberts.
Senator Roberts.
Babette. Ciccone.
Watt. Senator Watt.
Billick. Sorry, Billick. Yeah. Brown.
We're here. Senator Brown.
Henderson.
Senator Henderson.
Reynolds.
Senator Reynolds.
Stirl.
Senator Still.
Dunn.
It was close too. It was within 3. No, why number is close, yeah.
Honourable Senators, there being 16 ayes and 38 noes, is passed in the negative. Pursuant to order, I shall report the bill. Honourable Senators, the committee has considered the Help to Buy Bill 2023 and a related bill, and has agreed to the Help to Buy Bill 2023 with amendments and the Help to Buy Consequential Provisions Bill 2023 without amendments. The question is now that the remaining stages of the bills be agreed to and the bills be now passed. I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Is a division required? Division is required. Ring the bells. 1 minute. 4. Ring them for 4. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is that the remaining stages of the bills be agreed to and the bills be now passed. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Goodell as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 36 ayes and 29 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. Clerk.
Help to Buy Bill 2023. Help to Buy Consequential Provisions Bill 2023.
Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Universities Accord Student Support and Other Measures Bill 2024, further consideration in Committee of the Whole.
We're in committee, are we?
Are you on now?
No.
Beautiful. Okay, thank you. Order. The committee is considering the Universities Accord Student Support and Other Measures Bill 2024. Yesterday evening, divisions were called on various amendments. The votes on those amendments will now be held, starting with the amendments moved by Senator Faruqi on sheet 2949. The question is that the amendments on sheet 2949 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 4 minutes, whips. 4 minutes. Yep. 4 minutes. Jeez. Shut the doors. The question is that the amendments, or Greens amendments on sheet 2949 be agreed to. The ayes shall pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kim to call it for the ayes, Senator Cadell to tell it for the noes.
Henderson, Line. Good afternoon. What? Senator Watt. Davey. Davey. Chisholm. Cox. Sheldon. Lambie. Senator Lambie. Grogan. Senator Grogan. Senator Ayres. Green. Walsh. I also have Senator Walsh. Darman. Senator Darman. Oh, sorry. Darman. Yep. Chicone. Smith-Mariano. McAllister. McCarthy. Billick. Senator Billick. Brown. Senator Brown. Ghosh. Senator Ghosh. Stewart. Senator Stewart. Senator O'Neill. Holly. Senator Holly. Babette. Senator Babette. Tyrrell. Senator Tyrrell. Pocock David. Ready before I call that one.
Good to go? All right, order. The result of the divisions is ayes 13, noes 28. The question is resolved in the negative. Thank you. As it is 1:30 p.m, the committee will report to the Senate. And we will now move to Senator Stoll. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Being 1:30, we will now move to Senator statements. Senator Davey.
Thank you. This afternoon at the St Nicholas Church in Tamworth, we will lay to rest Ralph Schutze. He was a tremendous man and a dedicated life member of the Nationals. But Ralph was more than just that. He is widely regarded as one of the founding fathers for the Australian cotton industry, thanks to his work dating all the way back to 1960 on agronomy trials. He was a true pioneer in this space. He led a life of service to his community, an effort he was duly and deservingly recognised for in 2015 when he was awarded the Order of Australia for his significant contribution to primary industry through research and innovation. Ralph's service and dedication to communities like Dubbo, Gwydir, Parkes, New England, Barwon, Tamworth demonstrates the passion he held for the regions throughout his life. And importantly, Ralph's legacy and impact on the National Party is truly beyond comparison. As a Vice Chairman to successive State Chairman, a trustee and a long-term Central Councillor and member of our Central Executive. On behalf of the entire Nationals family, I extend my condolences and say thank you to Ralph for his tireless efforts to this country and to our party. Ralph was a man whom we should all look to as an example of what can be accomplished in the course of one's lifetime. It's truly inspiring. He graced us with kindness and his knowledge, and for those who knew him well, the indelible impact he has had will not be forgotten. Ralph will be fondly remembered and sadly missed. Thank you.
Senator Sheldon.
Good, thanks. I had some problems trying to get this through the last Senate 2 minutes, so here we go. There's an old saying that goes, when you're caught with your hand in the cookie jar, deny it's your hand. Senator Henderson had given an award-winning rendition. The Sydney Morning Herald reports that just weeks before her humiliating backflip on international student caps, she headlined an event for migration agents, including Liberal Party donors, whose business is helping international students extend their stays in Australia. And the migration agent hosting the event is the Secretary of the Rouse Hill Liberal Party. Now, you just couldn't make that up, could you? But it doesn't stop there. Shadow Immigration Minister Dan Tehan had a private breakfast with migration agents the day before announcing he would oppose the bill. The Shadow Education and Immigration Ministers have outsourced policy writing to their donors. Now, the Leader of the Opposition is out there dog whistling, saying international students are the new boat people, but they're fundraising from the visa agents helping them stay in the country after their study visas finish.
Senator Sheldon, please resume your seat. Senator Henderson.
Imputing motive, I've made it very clear there was no fundraising, and Senator Sheldon is deliberately misleading the Senate.
I don't.
It's a deliberate tactic by Senator Sheldon,
Senator,
and he knows it's false.
Please resume your seat, Senator Henderson. Senator Stirl. Thank you. Senator Ayres.
Acting Deputy President, that's a debating point, not a point of order.
Thank you. And please resume your seat, Senator Henderson. Please resume your seat. Thank you for the assistance, but it is my... I'm going to remind the chamber. Thank you. In my view, it's a debating point. I will listen. Senator Sheldon, please resume.
Now, they've got one hand on the whistle and the other hand in the jar. According to the Sydney Morning Herald, this hypocrisy is creating a lot of confusion, and I quote, several shadow ministers and backbenchers said that there was frustration in the party room about how the coalition reached the position. with some left confused about how to articulate it publicly. Well, I'll tell you, it's not that confusing. Those migration agents are getting their money's worth out of Senator Henderson, and it's her hand in the jar.
This is getting better.
Point of order.
Senator Henderson.
Improper motive. Senator Sheldon's claim is absolutely disgraceful and false, and I would ask that he withdraw it. He knows it to be false. I've already given a personal explanation in the Senate, and it shows how grubby this party is across there.
Thank you.
That you would do this.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Henderson, you've made your point. Please resume your seat.
What a grub!
Order.
That's what a grub, Senator Sheldon. You know that's false.
Senator Henderson, I can't rule while you are still speaking, and I have asked you to resume your seat. Please resume your seat, Senator Ayres. I believe the concern is around the phrase "hand in the cookie jar."
It's false.
Senator Henderson.
Thanks. Sorry, Deputy President. This is so egregious and it shows what grubs they
You're
are.
making it very hard for me to do my job when you keep interjecting. Senator Sheldon, I believe that the concern is around the imputation with the line "hand in the cookie jar." It would assist the chamber if you would withdraw that part of your statement.
If it assists the chamber, and I'll read this, I've now got another still 14 minutes. Those 14 seconds, sorry, I have 14 minutes. Those migration agents are getting their money's worth when the Liberal National Party has their hand in the cookie jar.
Senator Henderson.
Point of order. Acting Deputy President, you asked Senator Sheldon to withdraw. He failed to withdraw, and then he repeated the very allegation that he knows to be false after you asked him to withdraw that allegation. This is absolutely improper, and I would ask that you again ask him to withdraw.
Senator Sterle, those comments are inappropriate. I would like you to sit quietly while I hear the point of order and then rule on that point of order. I did not hear a withdrawal. I do believe that what was said after talked about parties, not people, but I didn't hear a withdrawal for the original remark. If you could withdraw the original remark, Senator Sheldon, that would assist the chamber.
I'm more than happy to assist the chamber, and I withdraw my original remarks.
Thank you. Senator McKim.
The Liberal Party's unconditional support for Israel's war on Gaza in the face of mounting war crimes and an active genocide is a moral abomination. These so-called Liberals have seen the photos of the dead children, they've heard the cries of grieving Palestinian families, and they've decided they want more. Their bloodthirsty eagerness for the lives of Arab people is a grotesque display of white supremacy. The law and order they've supported for decades now apparently includes cheerleading for the death of innocent people and excusing genocide and war crimes. Their leader talks tough about keeping out foreign criminals, but now they've finally found criminals they're happy to hand out visas to, as long as the victims of those people are Palestinians. The Liberals have chosen a side in Gaza. It's the side of the drones, it's the side of the tanks, it's the side of the bombs, and it's the side of the massacres of innocent people. Their actions over the last 12 months have left an indelible stain on their party because they are sending a message to the world that Palestinian lives are expendable. They are isolating Australia from the global community, and they are dragging our country collectively deeper into complicity in one of the gravest humanitarian crises of our time, an unfolding genocide that has cost the lives of many tens of thousands of innocent Palestinians. A message to the Labor and Liberal parties: history will condemn those who remain silent, or even worse, cheer from the sidelines while genocide is underway.
Senator Duniam.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, it's the last week of Parliament, and as you would expect, a government desperate to get its agenda through is seeking to do whatever it can to achieve its legislative aims. And I want to talk about forestry, because I get a sense, based on what I've read today, that there's a dirty deal in the offing between the Labor Party and the Greens over forestry. Would you believe? This party that frames itself up as the friend of the worker, certainly not the salmon worker, and it appears now not the forestry worker either. After 2.5 years of failed agenda on environmental law reform, where this government have promised we'd have new laws in the parliament to debate to be able to protect the environment, protect the economy, create jobs, we've got nothing, diddly squat, Deputy President. And the fact is, this government, desperate to get a win before this parliamentary term ends, will do whatever it takes. So what is the cost? What is the price that's going to be paid to get this deal across the line with the Greens to support this ridiculous legislation to set up a new green bureaucracy that won't save a single endangered species and certainly will do nothing for the economy? Well, I suspect, Acting Deputy President, that it will be the jobs of hard-working, honest men and women in states like Tasmania, in New South Wales, where they don't care about industries like native forestry, where we will see the Labor Party return to form and get into bed with their natural bedfellows, the Australian Greens, to knock on the head this thriving, sustainable and science-based industry. Whatever it takes to get a win in this parliament, whatever it takes to make up for not having delivered what they promised the Australians at the last election, and indeed promised this parliament we'd have before this Senate chamber before the end of last year. Well, it's almost the end of 2024 and we have nothing. So this will be the price. There shouldn't be a single senator in this place that supports a dodgy deal like this, but I bet you there will be.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Your time has expired. Senator Sterle.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Australia has adopted a lot of retail practices and policies from the United States, but one thing we must never adopt is the American way in which they treat their workers. And there can be no greater example on the road we should never go down than the way that the global gorilla Amazon treats its workers. So, in the lead up to that American retail marketing campaign of Black Friday sales, I would like to remind colleagues of the combined campaign from the TWU and the SDA to make Amazon pay. I'm sure I don't need to remind you that workers who are employed in Amazon warehouses or fulfilment centres, as those that are the gorilla's head office like to call them, are under constant surveillance. They are scanned, filmed and tracked for the entire time they are there. The information gathered from this surveillance is then used to try and force the workers to work even more quickly. They are forced to increase the speed at which they walk to collect items. The number of bathroom breaks workers take is also monitored, as is the length of the break. Amazon uses different technology to track their delivery drivers, which puts added pressure on the drivers to increase their speed and maximise the number of deliveries they complete. Bit by bit, Amazon's surveillance of their workforce is making its way into the Australian fulfilment centres. While management at the gorilla's head office might claim that all of this surveillance is in the interest of the workers' safety and productivity, we know that they have an ulterior motive. For starters, they use their surveillance cameras to spy on who workers are talking to. If a worker is caught on camera talking to a workplace delegate or a union organiser, they are singled out. If a worker is caught talking to a fellow worker and offering them comfort and support, they are singled out. This is the ugly side of the US approach to industrial relations and must not be allowed to take hold here. By continuing to rely on workers that have insecure working arrangements, Amazon seeks to make sure they have very limited obligations to their employees by denying them access to unfair dismissal arrangements and other entitlements.
Senator Lambie.
Thank you. Last week, the Chinese Communist Party control of Hong Kong was made very clear to the world. Hong Kong's once proud, independent and democratic, now communist-controlled judicial system sentenced 45 democracy activists to sentences up to 10 years imprisonment. The people sentenced were just protesters. They were legislators, councillors and academics. China's Communist Party's MO, they lock up citizens who criticise or disagree with their ruling of Hong Kong. Among those brave warriors for democracy was Australian man Gordon Inga. Gordon was sent to jail for more than 7 years as part of a mass sentencing targeting dozens of pro-democracy activists under the territory's sweeping national security laws. Gordon was one of almost 50 campaigners who was charged with subversion under the laws, which have been designed to kill off political opposition in Hong Kong. The trial, as they like to call it, was overseen by 3 government-picked judges without a jury. What's new? These people should never have been convicted in the first place. They were respected politicians, journalists, academics and trade unionists. The Chinese Communist Party cannot be trusted. They don't care about human rights. And they're not interested in democracy, never have been. Meanwhile, in Tasmania, the state Liberal government has helped the Chinese developer bypass local council planning rules by declaring their hotel proposal for Kangaroo Bay is a major project. What a load of rubbish. This was a dodgy development from the start. It's on public land and is opposed by the local community. So while our Australian government is condemning the Chinese government for locking up pro-democracy demonstrators, the Tasmanian government, what do you know, is helping Chinese developers bypass our local rules. I mean, for goodness sake down there, Mr Rockcliffe, give me some strength. And for God's sakes, just before something else gets done, just start doing the right thing, mate, in the best interest of Tasmanians.
Senator Bragg.
One of the most disappointing things that has happened during my brief time in public life has been the return of anti-Semitism. Now, I would say that the school curriculum, when it comes to the history of the West and the history of Australia and like-minded states, is often quite scattered. I often wonder, how will students connect the various parts of relevant history to their own lives and experiences? And I thought we'd done a pretty good job in teaching the evils of anti-Semitism as that led up to the Second World War and the great crimes that were covered up by the Nazi regime. But over the last year or so, since October the 7th, in New South Wales in particular, you'd have to say, the return of anti-Semitism, which started with the disgusting celebrations at the Sydney Opera House on the days following the October 7 attack, through to just last week in Wallara, seeing cars torched, properties and cars vandalised with anti-Semitic graffiti, that the Australian Jewish community does live in great fear. And even talking to our colleague in the other house, Mr Lisa, and Mr Burns and others, it is clear that the Australian Jewish community also is in a state of disbelief that we have come full circle on some of the grotesque activities that were perpetrated in the lead up to the great conflict of the last century. I asked myself, why is that? And I think the answer is that the Australian governments across the board, state and federal, have been very weak in speaking out against this gross anti-Semitic behaviour, but also that Australia's recent foreign policy has been so weak on Israel that it has actually promoted some of this appalling behaviour.
Senator Darmanin.
Yesterday marked the start of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Violence against women is prevalent, pervasive and persistent. 1 in 3 Australian women have experienced violence. Counting Dead Women report that 66 women have died due to violence against women this year. It's a national crisis and it is our national shame. The government is committed to ending gender-based violence in 1 generation. It is a multifaceted problem which requires a multi-pronged approach, both action and investment. We need to support women leaving violence. I'm especially proud that this government has amended the Fair Work Act, so all workers are entitled to 10 days paid family violence leave. This entitlement was first enshrined in Victoria Surf Coast Shire Council when a courageous Australian Services Union delegate shared her experience of family violence. It is the kind of entitlement that I hope no worker ever needs to access, but I am reassured that this connection to economic support is there for those who do. This government is also providing up to $5,000 in financial support to women leaving violence and invested billions into housing for women and children impacted. And we've increased funding to community legal services and the community sector. The contribution of the workers in this sector are invaluable. A shout out to the extraordinary, passionate workers who apply their professionalism and their passion every single day to address this scourge in our society. Finally, we have to stop it before it starts. We're investing $4 billion in early intervention and targeting the social factors which drive violence. We know change doesn't happen overnight, but we prioritise it because it's urgent. Even one woman killed by violence is one too many.
Senator Waters.
Thanks very much. Right now, so many people across the country are doing it tough. The rising cost of living and the uncertainty of the future of our planet is weighing heavily on our communities. With critical frontline services underfunded and a government that won't take urgent action to address their concerns, it's no wonder that so many people don't know where to turn to for help. Today I want to provide some hope to all of those listening. My office has had the privilege of helping countless constituents since I was first elected to represent Queensland over 12 years ago, and I want to share with you a few of the incredible achievements that my team have secured in the last few months. After 3 years of intervention from my office, we helped secure a permanent visa for a stateless Rohingya family separated from their father in Queensland. We've assisted a disabled mother and son escaping domestic violence by helping to secure a disability-accessible property in just a few days. We secured wheelchair funding and a new plan for an NDIS participant who had outgrown their wheelchair and had been waiting more than 7 months for their application to be heard. Our advocacy through Services Australia has wiped family tax benefits debts for victims of domestic and family violence, and we've secured thousands of dollars in back payments for people facing delays in their income support applications. Each of these stories, and that's just a selection, is a testament not only to my wonderful staff team, but to the core principles of the Greens and our grassroots movement, a movement powered by persistence, compassion and community. These stories remind me, and I hope they remind anyone listening, that even when things seem impossible, real positive change is always possible. My team hears you and will fight for you every single day until everyone can enjoy the good life they deserve.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. As we reach the end of the parliamentary year, I stand to express my profound thanks and that of my team and the community I serve to the unsung heroes of our parliamentary community. To the diligent Hansard staff whose meticulous work forms the backbone of our parliamentary record. To the broadcasting staff whose commitment to delivering our proceedings to the public exemplifies our open democracy. To the catering staff who ensure that we are fuelled up and caffeinated to come into this place and serve our communities. To the security guards who protect our halls and chambers with dedication and good humour. To the cleaners who keep this wonderful building spotless, and to the gardeners who make our outdoor spaces so welcoming. To the library staff who provide such speedy expert advice on the broadest range of issues, far superior to any Google search or ChatGPT. To the Parliamentary Education Office who showcase our democracy to those who will inherit it. To the chamber attendants who maintain order and support the smooth operation of our sessions. To the Black Rod and staff in his office who create the environment for debate and deliberation. To the clerks whose expertise and guidance uphold the procedural integrity of our debates and decisions. To the table office staff who make the complex web of documents and lodgements flow smoothly. To the procedure office staff who accept scores of requests from officers with understanding and attentiveness. And to the remarkable secretariat staff whose research prowess and patience enable the effective functioning of our committees and offices. And I really wanted to acknowledge just how much pressure some of the secretariats have been under over the last few weeks with the flurry of very short inquiries and committee reports that are due. All of you are often unseen but are always indispensable.
Senator Little.
Thank you. Well, today I stand with great pride as a Senator for South Australia to talk about the many female innovators and entrepreneurs making a difference. My home state scores way above average when it comes to women participating in business. As a former business owner myself, operating as a sole trader in partnership and with a company structure, I know it takes courage and resilience to build something on your own and to take risks. 40% of South Australia's business owners are women, and the number of businesses owned by women in the state of mine is more than the national average. Last Friday, I was privileged to attend the 2024 Women in Innovation Awards, a not-for-profit organisation recognising and supporting women exhibiting resilience and determination, for which I am proud to be an ambassador now. Let me share a few examples of the innovation of these enterprising and innovative women. Professor Nicola Anstis of Flinders University is creating a dual-focus contact lens that slows myopia in children without compromising their vision. Dr. Samantha Pillay is advocating against the stigma of urinary incontinence, creating an app for people seeking a quiet restaurant for those seeking hearing-friendly dining is the work of Laura Drexler. And Cynthia Dharmayanti is using nanoparticle design for cancer drug delivery and science advocacy for STEM delivery. These are just a few of the women doing amazing things in South Australia. What I witnessed was a room of fearless innovators showing us anything is possible and celebrating their commitment and passion with all of them on awards night. The women's excitement for each other as they change our world for the better was obvious. I celebrate all South Australians and all women driving positive change for our nation.
Thank you, Senator Little. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. We're often told foreigners own barely 1% of private residential property in Australia. The implication is that it's not a problem, but in real numbers, it's estimated more than 108,000 dwellings in Australia that Australians don't own. The rules governing foreign investment seem to be selectively enforced, that is, if they're ever enforced. Total residential property transactions by foreign investors rose 27% from July 2022 to June 2023. Since the pandemic, they've been coming back in droves. In fact, there were 5,360 purchases to the value of $4.9 billion. For decades, we've been told foreign investment was limited to new dwellings to encourage more housing supply. I've recently learned that foreigners can purchase established housing up to a value of $750,000, but subject to the following. Foreign students can buy established homes provided they sell them when they leave, and foreigners can buy established homes provided they redevelop them within 4 years. It's these rules which aren't being enforced. It's no wonder that in the year to June 2023, 34% of foreign purchases were for established dwellings and another 16% were for vacant land. Every purchase represents a home or piece of land denied ownership by an Australian. For years, it's been One Nation policy to permanently ban foreign ownership of residential property. We're gratified the Coalition has adopted another of my policies, although it's for a temporary ban that does not go far enough. We must stop foreign ownership of housing indefinitely, give foreign owners 2 years to sell up so we don't suddenly flood the market. If not sold, the property will be repossessed by the federal government. We must put Australia and Australians first.
Just before the next speaker, I'm just going to remind people who are coming into the chamber that we still have a couple of people giving 2-minute statements. If you could listen in silence, that would be very helpful. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you. It was a real privilege to join the rising tide with thousands of courageous climate warriors in Newcastle on the weekend. Right there, we saw the best example of people power. No amount of over-policing or cracking down on our right to dissent will stop these climate defenders from showing up to protect our planet and our future. Disgraceful attempts by the Labour Minns government to shut down the protest against coal corporations and complicit governments who are fueling climate collapse will not stop us. The world we live in today is burning, boiling and flooding. Yet Labour has approved 28 coal and gas projects since coming to office. The climate crisis is not only engulfing people's lives, livelihoods and homes here, but the Global South, who did little to contribute to this, are bearing the brunt on the front line. How many times will people from the Pacific push us and plead us to end coal and gas because it is robbing them of their future hopes and dreams? People wouldn't have to take to the water if the government did their job. If the major parties refuse to take on coal and gas corporations because their pockets are lined with dirty donations, the people will. We will take on the corporations and we will end new coal and gas. People should be proud of the direct actions that they are taking for the love of for the planet and its people, for the love of nature, forests and animals. And the Greens are with the rising tide.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. The time for 2-minute statements has expired. We'll move to question time. Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong.
Minister, it's been revealed that the Albanese government is now presiding over the longest household recession in recorded Australian history. 1 year into the Albanese government, GDP per capita began going backwards and has continued to do so for the past 6 quarters, in a trend that exceeds any period in the past 50 years and one which economists agree will likely continue. There are warning signs all across the economy. Business insolvencies are breaking GFC records, productivity is stagnating, and now this new analysis shows a 1.6% fall in GDP per capita since December 2022, with real disposable incomes crashing by 9% since March 2022. Only a few months ago, the Prime Minister was posting memes describing the government's budget as so good. Don't these figures demonstrate that Labor's self-congratulatory rhetoric is not only unwelcome but untrue, and your economic management is far from so good?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. I thank you for the question and take the interjection from Senator Ayres. It's good that it's a question on the economy, because that's certainly what we are focused on. That's what we are focused on. And that is why you have seen under this government a focus on making sure we get wages moving again, a focus on making sure we deliver assistance to households and to families and to small businesses for energy. It's why we are focused on strengthening Medicare, and it's why we are focused on doing what we can to help Australians with their cost of living challenges. Now, we understand people are doing it tough. People are finding it hard to make ends meet. People are finding it hard to pay bills, which is why we, on this side, supported increases in wages. And I remember being in this chamber and listening to Senator Cash and Senator Hume tell everybody why wage rises were the worst possible thing. That's right. The worst possible thing. And I think we know throughout Australia which party is the party that supports higher wages, which party is the party that supports increases to the minimum wage, which party is the party that thinks that low wages are good for the economy. And so, Senator Birmingham, you can come in here and talk about the situation that Australians are facing, but you should be upfront with them that you actually want them to earn less. You actually want them to earn less. The Liberal, the coalition policy prescription is to make sure people work harder and earn less. Yeah, that's what that is what the Liberal policy prescription is, and they should be upfront about that. And the Liberal policy prescription is also in relation to higher energy costs that the government should not provide assistance. That is the Liberal and Mr Dutton's policy position.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Birmingham, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Given this household recession that started under your government is the worst experienced in our lifetimes, what mistakes does the Albanese government take responsibility for in driving Australia into recession?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Minister Wong.
Well, first, the only party that is cheering and barracking for Australia to go into recession are those opposite. Working people don't want a recession. Small business doesn't want a recession. Big business doesn't want a recession. Consumers don't want a recession. But I tell you what, the coalition sure does, don't they? They're in here barracking for a recession as hard as they can. But what I'm asked about taking responsibility. Of course, we take responsibility for the economic management. Of course we do. We take responsibility for doing what we can as a government every single day to try and ensure we do what we can to assist Australians with the cost of living. This is what this government does. We continue to try and work to provide assistance to Australians, to provide bulk billing, to strengthen Medicare, to lift wages, and to fight inflation.
Thank you, Minister. The
that
time
is what
for
we
responding
do.
has expired. Senator Birmingham, second supplementary.
Well, President, last year the Prime Minister stated that as Prime Minister I always take responsibility for the decisions I have taken, and in 2022 he famously proclaimed that I won't blame someone else, I'll accept responsibility. Minister, what responsibility in terms of policies and how they are failing Australians and driving Australia deeper into a household recession, the longest on record, does the Prime Minister take, and what is he going to do to get Australians out of this record-long household recession?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Minister Wong.
Well, the first thing is we were going to keep working to lift wages, unlike you. Unlike you. We'll keep working to bring down costs, unlike you. Unlike you. We'll keep working to strengthen Medicare, unlike you. Unlike you. And we will keep building more homes, unlike you and unlike you. That is what we will do. And what I would say to those opposite who come in here and talk about cost of living, you should be upfront with the Australian people and look them in the eye and say, we want you to earn less, because that is your policy. We want you to earn less. We know out of the mouths of the Shadow Finance Minister, a wage rise would be absolutely the wrong thing to do. That's what she said. I mean, the reality is there is one party that is advocating for increasing wages, that is advocating and delivering more bulk billing, that is working on more houses for Australia, and that is not saying we will cut the budget. You, on those opposite, want lower wages.
Minister Wong.
Lower wages.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senators, it is not okay to yell louder than the Minister, who has her microphone on. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Housing and Homelessness, Senator Farrell. Australians are doing it tough right now, and housing is a big part of that story. After a decade of neglect from the Liberals and Nationals, Australians are facing long queues for rentals and enormous first home deposits. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to get more Australians into home ownership through the Help to Buy scheme, including in my home state of Victoria? Great question.
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Stewart, for that question and the great work that you do for the people of Victoria. And I know that thousands of people in Victoria who stand to benefit from the Help to Buy scheme will be keen to hear the answer to this question. For 40,000 people across Australia, a door to home ownership has opened today. If you're a low or middle income Australian looking to get into home ownership, the help, it does. It's going to help to buy scheme will give you that opportunity. We've got a generation of low and middle income young people who are stuck in rent traps. They're angry, they're frustrated, they feel genuine despair that home ownership may never happen for them. They've seen the dream of home ownership slip away from their grasp. Our Help to Buy legislation will help change this. With legislation up from the government, Help to Buy means a smaller mortgage and a smaller deposit, and to help eligible Aussies get onto the housing ladder. This is the kind of work that will only ever be delivered by good Labor governments. Because only Labor has an ambitious, extensive agenda when it comes to housing, make it easier to build, to rent and to buy. Because after a decade of neglect in the housing by the Liberals and the Nationals, they've abandoned the idea that working people should be ever able to own their own home. Only Labor will help more Australians into home ownership.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Stewart, first supplementary.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Minister, for that response. In government, the Liberals and Nationals vacated the housing policy space for a decade, not even having a housing minister for most of that time. How is the Albanese Labor government working to put home ownership back within reach for Australians, and what is standing in the way?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thanks, Senator Stewart, for her first supplementary.
Minister Farrell, I'm sorry. Please resume your seat. Order. Minister Farrell, please continue.
Well, thank you, Senator Stewart. And I think you've hit the nail on the head here, and the reaction by those opposite, I think shows that. The Senator knows, as well as anyone else, that there is no silver bullet, unfortunately, to the housing crisis. This problem has been 30 years in the making and made worse, Senator Cash, by the Liberals and the Nationals, who spent their time on the front benches, twiddling their thumbs on an issue they determined to be a little tricky. They had no housing minister. They had no ambition, and worst of all, they had no plan for home ownership. The result is that Australia has been left with a housing shortage, and that's why the Albanese Labor government has a housing plan investing $32 billion to build 1.2 million new homes.
Has expired. Senator Stewart, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Today, the Albanese Labor government secured passage of the Help to Buy bill in the Senate. What does this mean for tens of thousands of Australians, including cleaners, early educators and aged care workers, who might finally now be able to realise the dream of owning their own home?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Stewart for her second supplementary question. And this bill has been before the Parliament for far too long. But we welcome the support that this bill has now received from the crossbench. This is delivering hope to thousands of Australians, and it means security and stability. It means the ability to put down roots and to take those big life decisions, such as whether to start a family. This Labor government is turning promises into progress, delivering every day, delivering for every generation, delivering for every Australian. The Liberals just get in the way. Being arrogant gets you nowhere, being reckless builds nothing. It's the Labor government that gets things done.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Minister, having spent months patting yourselves on the back and giving yourselves credit for the last two budget surpluses, what responsibility does the Albanese government...
Senator Hume, please resume your seat. Order on my right. Order, Senator Ayres. Senator Birmingham. Senator Gallagher. I remind senators, Senator Hume is entitled to put her question with silence from the chamber. Please continue, Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam President. Minister, having spent months patting yourselves on the back and giving yourselves credit for the last two budget surpluses, what responsibility does the Albanese government take for the reported record deterioration in government finances, the largest worsening of a budget outside a war or a pandemic? Or does Prime Minister Albanese only want to claim other people's successes while blaming others for his economic failures?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Wong.
Thank you. Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Hume, for the question. And Senator, we always take responsibility. We take responsibility for making sure we work to deliver higher wages. We take responsibility for making sure we work to deliver more bulk billing and more urgent care clinics. We take responsibility for making sure we get our housing support through the Parliament. We take responsibility for making sure we properly fund infrastructure, we properly fund aged care, we properly fund health. These are all the things this government takes responsibility for. Now, I'd make the point, Senator, obviously these are not the government's numbers. These are numbers that will be updated in the usual way in the upcoming mid-year budget. But I would say that the Treasurer and the Finance Minister have been saying for some time that pressures on the budget are building, not easing. We've been upfront about that. Senator Gallagher has made that clear. This report that you have referenced shows that global economic uncertainty, like the slowdown in China, is a key factor weighing heavily on the budget right now. But I would say, Senator Hume, and you are one of the people I referenced in response to the last answer. It wasn't that long ago that you talked about the fact that real wage increases would be the worst thing for Australians. I'll repeat that. Senator Jane Hume claimed real wage increases would be the worst thing for Australians. And what I would say to you, Senator Hume, is we don't actually agree with your economic prescription. We don't actually agree with your economic prescription. They're your words, Senator. You take Will you take responsibility for your words, Senator? You asked me if we take responsibility for our decisions, and we do. Will you take responsibility for your words and your policy?
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hume, first supplementary.
Minister, independent estimates are that this deterioration...
Senator Hume, please resume your seat. Order across the chamber. Senator Hume, I'm going to invite you to begin again, and I'll ask that clock be reset, and I expect there to be silence.
Madam President, Minister, independent estimates are that this deterioration represents a $49.3 billion hit to the budget bottom line. This is the largest nominal contraction in the underlying cash balance on record outside of the pandemic. Will the Albanese government rule out making this budget blowout worse through ever-increasing bigger spending promises?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, I know that your policy is to cut $315 billion from the budget.
Order!
But we don't take the view that at a time when Australians are struggling, that what we should be doing is cutting health. We don't take the view that what we should be doing is putting downward pressure on wages. We don't take the view that we should be saying, no, we won't fund urgent care clinics. The problem is, Senator Hume, your policy prescription will do nothing other than make things harder for everyday Australians. That is the reality. Your policy prescription, Senator Hume, would make things harder.
Please resume your seat. I'm surprised, Senator Hume. I demanded there be silence when you asked your question. I invited you to re-put your question, and I restated the clock. I've called your side to order, and you in particular, and you've continued that interjection. That's rude and disorderly, and I expect you to listen in silence. Thank you. And Senator McGrath. Minister Wong.
Thank you. There is no doubt about two things. First is the budget position that we inherited had hundreds of billions, deficits of 6 years of worth more than $300 billion, an average deficit of $50 billion. And under this government, we turned 2 of those big Liberal deficits into 2 substantial surpluses. The other truth is you want wages to be low.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Hume, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. Economist Chris Richardson stated of Australia that we have not had good luck. We have not had good management, we have had good luck, and good luck is temporary. Haven't economists like Mr Richardson been right all along when they've called out Labor's record spending and productivity-destroying red tape and regulations for both weakening the economy while keeping inflation and interest rates higher for longer?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Wong.
I have another quote from Deloitte's which is of interest. The government still deserves credit. Most of the unexpected revenue which has flowed into federal coffers over the past 2 years has been saved rather than spent, and that has required fiscal discipline. You don't like that quote. You don't like my quote of you. You don't like this quote.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. I will come to you, Senator Hume. I want there to be order across the chamber. Senator Hume.
Point of order, Madam President, on relevance. I quoted Mr Richardson, not Deloitte. Just quoting somebody randomly back to me isn't appropriate. If I could draw you back to the purpose of the question.
Thank you, Senator Hume. The minister is being relevant, and I'll ask her to continue.
Yeah. Well, I'll certainly give you another quote, Senator Hume. Senator James Hume claimed real wage increases would be the worst thing for Australians, and I'll add this: adding more rights for workers, is something that is just part of a normal working relationship is unreasonable. More rights for workers is unreasonable.
Minister Wong. Minister Wong. Senator Watt. Yes, I'm just wanting there to be... Senator Hume, I haven't called you yet. I'm trying to get order in the chamber. Senator Hume.
On relevance, Madam President, I quoted Mr Richardson. I didn't ask for a quote on my... And if you are going to quote me, please do so accurately. Don't just make stuff up.
Your seat. Order. Your question went to broad economics. That is what the minister is responding to. Minister Wong, please continue.
Well, Senator Hume, what I'd say to the opposition, again...
Order!
Oh, man.
Order! Minister Wong, please continue.
Senator Hume, through you, President, what I'd say to Senator Hume and the opposition, if their version of good decision-making is $315 billion worth of cuts out of the federal budget. If their version of good decision-making is not giving every Australian a tax cut, if their version of good decision-making is to oppose wage increases, then I think.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. My question is to Minister Wong. In issuing arrest warrants against Benjamin Netanyahu and his former defence minister, the International Criminal Court noted that each bears criminal responsibility for the war crime of starvation as a method of warfare, and the crimes against humanity of murder, persecution, and other inhumane acts. Countries around the world have indicated they would arrest Benjamin Netanyahu if he sets foot in their territory, in compliance with this arrest warrant. These countries include Canada, the Netherlands, Belgium, Denmark, Norway, Finland, Ireland, Switzerland, Slovenia, Spain, and Portugal, many of which are countries you often refer to as like-minded. Minister, will you join these like-minded countries and explicitly say here today that authorities here will arrest Benjamin Netanyahu if he dares set foot on this land?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
Through you, President, I answered almost precisely the same question, but from the other perspective, asked by the Shadow Attorney General yesterday,
Senator Cash.
and I would refer you, Senator Faruqi, to that answer.
Senator Faruqi, first supplementary.
Minister, I didn't ask for more weasel words. Weasel words, you saying respecting International Criminal Court and adherence to international law. I asked if you were going to comply with your obligations under international law and commit to arresting Benjamin Netanyahu in compliance with the ICC arrest warrant.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
I answered precisely that question yesterday. I refer you to that answer, Senator.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Faruqi, second supplementary.
You just can't get yourself to say that you will arrest Benjamin Netanyahu or anything to support Palestinians. The ICC arrest warrants come on top of the UN recent special committee finding that Israel's methods in Gaza are consistent with genocide, as well as an International Court of Justice finding that Israel is responsible for apartheid in the occupied Palestinian territories. Minister, since you are such a self-proclaimed supporter of international law, why won't you impose sanctions on the genocidal apartheid state of Israel?
Faruqi. Minister Wong.
Senator, I know that you like to make this personal, but this isn't actually about me. Yes, I am the Foreign Minister, and my support for international law, it is a personal belief, but it is also a belief that this country, as a middle power, has an interest in international law and the international legal framework being observed. And that is why we have taken the position we have in relation to what has occurred in Gaza. It is why we talk about and join with others in relation to expressing a view on the application of international humanitarian law. It is why I'm working with other countries to lead an initiative internationally for the protection of aid workers. It is consistent with Australia's position, for example, in the South China Sea.
Thank you, Minister. The time for responding has expired. Senator Marielle Smith.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. The Albanese Labor government's economic plan is all about helping people with their cost of living whilst fighting inflation. We're working hard to bring costs down for households, push wages up and get inflation back where it should be. The Minister and the Treasurer have been taking measures to repair and reform the economy to achieve these objectives for all Australians. What steps has the government taken to support the economy after a decade of neglect under the Liberals and Nationals?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President, and I thank Senator Smith for that excellent question. And I can update the chamber on all of the steps we've been taking to get the budget in much better shape, to make sure that we can invest in those key essential services that Australians value, like Medicare and aged care and the NDIS. And we wanted to make sure, when we came to government, that we were dealing with all of the problems we inherited. So we had falling living standards, interest rates were increasing, inflation was going through the roof. Well, let's just remember your record. Let's just remember your record. 10 years of failing to deal with any of the big policy challenges like energy. Remember that, Senator Birmingham? How many policies was there? 22 from memory, and haven't landed one of them, and there could be 23. We could be dealing with 23 now that they've all gone quiet about on their nuclear policy. But we have found $80 billion in savings. We've delivered 2 surpluses, which I know is particularly important for Senator Hume. 2 surpluses to the former government's zero surpluses. We've delivered bigger tax cuts, cheaper childcare, energy bill rebates, student debt relief. Student debt relief. Now, there's something that you never ever dealt with in government. Fee-free TAFE. Who possibly could vote against people getting access to training without having to pay for it? Who possibly could? Someone in this room does. You. You oppose it, unbelievably. More bulk bill GP appointments, cheaper medicines, again. Who in this place could vote against cheaper medicines? We'll have a look around, and yes, it's you, again. Cheaper medicines.
Minister Gallagher, please
Senator
resume your
Henderson.
seat. Senator Henderson.
Of order, Madam President. Just asking if the Minister could direct her comments through the Chair.
I think the Minister is directing her comments through the Chair, Senator Henderson. Minister, please continue.
Thank you. The largest increase to rent assistance in 30 years and the largest investment in social and affordable housing in more than a decade, because those opposite
Thank you, Minister.
don't
the time
believe
for
in
answering
social
has expired. Senator Smith, first supplementary.
The Albanese Labor government will deliver the mid-year economic and fiscal outlook towards the end of the year, outlining the state of the budget. What has the government done to respond to spending pressures and deliver cost of living relief in the budget?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Smith for the supplementary. Well, the Treasurer and I have made no secret since coming to government that pressure is building on the budget in a number of areas, primarily in areas like NDIS, aged care, defence and servicing the debt that we inherited, almost $1 trillion in debt. These are the big areas of pressure in the budget. Now, we're dealing with some of them, like we've got some reforms done with NDIS. We've got the big aged care bill through last week, so we are managing a couple of those big areas of pressure, but there's still more work to do. And I would say, for those opposite that always complain about spending in the budget, the biggest movement in the budget this year, $6.5 billion, was an increase in veterans' compensation payments. And why was that? Because we actually staffed the Department of Veterans Affairs so they could process the veterans' entitlements and deal with the backlog we inherited from those opposite. And were you seriously talking about cutting that?
The time for answering has expired. Senator Marielle Smith, second supplementary.
Thank you, President.
Order. Order. Please continue, Senator Smith.
Budgets are about choices, and the Albanese Labor government has delivered for all Australians whilst also taking decisions to improve the budget bottom line. How does the government's approach to economic and fiscal management compare to previous approaches?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Smith for that question, because it is relevant to have a look at what happened between us and what happened when they were last in power. They always measure our performance. Well, let's have a little look at theirs. Inflation was up, wages were down, jobs were sluggish, productivity was the worst in 40 years, business investment declined, and the budget was in deficit to the tune of $78 billion. And what have we done? Well, inflation is almost halved, had a 6 in front of it, now has a 2 in front of it. Annual real wages are growing. More than 1 million jobs created. 1 million people in jobs, more than when we came to government. We've reversed the decline in productivity. Business investment had grown. 2 back-to-back surpluses, something you were unable to do. And this, for the $1 trillion of debt we inherited, is now $149 billion less, because of the way we have managed the budget.
Thank you, Minister. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Minister Gallagher. Minister, in September, the Prime Minister said, and I'll quote him, "We are doing everything we can to ensure Australians are paying a fair price at the checkout and Australian farmers are getting a fair price for their goods." The Prime Minister committed to introducing legislation for a mandatory food and grocery code this year. With 3 sitting days left for the year, why hasn't the government introduced this legislation?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, and I thank Senator Pocock for the question. We have, as everyone in the Senate will know, an extremely busy legislation program. We have a number of bills in here in the Senate that we are seeking to progress, and if there was a willingness to do that, we would sincerely appreciate it. If there is more, I can come back to Senator Pocock on the trajectory for that legislation. I will. We are serious about making sure that people get a fair deal at the supermarkets. I think everyone has been feeling this. Anyone who does the shopping sees it every day when they go to the supermarket, and wanting to make sure that they get a better deal and make sure that the supermarkets are doing the right thing by people, I think is a priority for all of us in this place. We have responded to the review, the Emerson review, which talked about making a code of conduct for supermarkets mandatory, and that is being progressed. I don't have the exact date of when that will be, but I will see if I can provide it during this question time.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Minister. I'm certainly hearing concerns from Australians that they feel like they're getting fleeced every time they go through the checkout, and we have this firm commitment from the Prime Minister of Australia that the mandatory grocery code will be introduced this year, 2.5 days left this year. Can I ask the government if we will in fact see that, or if this is not going to happen?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I've taken that element of Senator Pocock's first question on notice, and I will come back with any information that I can provide. The Prime Minister has been dealing with this issue for some months. He's very keen to make sure that we are doing whatever we can to make sure shoppers are getting a fair deal at the supermarket. So you've already seen the investments we've given to the ACCC to make sure that they crack down on market conduct, including misleading and deceptive pricing practices, and we've seen some of the results of that with the work that the ACCC is taking through the courts. We have done the work on a new mandatory food and grocery code, as you have outlined, and we'll legislate to enact multi-million-dollar penalties. We've worked with the states and territories on planning and zoning for supermarkets. We're also looking at what further can be done on shrinkflation, where customers are charged the same for less. ACCC will be doing their inquiry into supermarkets, and we've given the ACCC stronger powers to scrutinise mergers, which is legislation before this place, and hopefully we can pass it.
Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, you mentioned the legislative agenda before the Senate. Why is the government prioritising electoral reform that gives more money to the major parties ahead of actually looking after Australians when they shop at Coles or Woolies? Rather than deal with that, you're looking to entrench the Coles and Woolworths of Australian politics.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Gallagher.
I don't accept your analysis of the electoral reform, but I would also say that I've outlined a lot of things we're doing on supermarkets to make sure consumers are getting a better deal that doesn't require legislation. And in response to your question about legislation, we have legislation before the Parliament that deals with a future made in Australia. We've got a whole raft of legislation around Treasury bills. We've got a whole raft of legislation about the Universities Accord and lowering HECS debt. Yep, I know, Senator Henderson. We know you don't like university students or TAFE students, and we know you want them to pay more. We've got legislation before the Parliament in a whole range of areas, in midwives, in
Minister
school
Gallagher,
funding.
please resume your seat. Senator Wong.
Point of order, Chair. Senator Henderson demanded that the minister speak through you because she didn't like someone talking at her, and now she's interjecting without drawing breath. So, you know,
thank you, Minister Wong. I have called you, Senator Henderson. I've called the Senate to order, and I've called Senator Henderson. I've called Senator Henderson. I've called you. Order. Minister, please continue.
Thank you. And Senator Pocock, just to come back on your further question, regulations to make the new mandatory food and grocery code of conduct will be made this year.
Minister Gallagher, please resume your seat. Minister Wong.
Withdraw that.
Thank
She
you.
just swore at the minister. She has to withdraw it. Oh, you don't think it's a swear word? Okay, fine.
Minister Wong. Minister Wong, please. Minister Wong. Minister Wong, I intend to deal with the matter if you resume your seat. Order. Senator Henderson, I didn't... Order! Senator Henderson, I didn't hear your remarks, but I am inviting you, if you did make a remark, to please withdraw it in the interest of the chamber.
Just a point of order. The minister was impugning motive.
Senator Henderson, that is not a point of order. Senator Henderson, resume your seat. Senator Henderson, resume your seat. Order. I'll say it again, Senator Henderson. That Minister Wong has stood on a point of order. I've asked you to withdraw. I've also indicated to you that I did not hear the comment, but in the interest of the chamber, I'm asking you to withdraw.
Madam President, I withdraw.
Thank you. Minister Gallagher.
Oh, such paddock language. I'm shocked. The regulations to make the new mandatory food and grocery conduct will be made this year, with the code commencing into force from the 1st of April 2025. So
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, President. My question is for the Minister representing the Minister for Infrastructure, Senator McCarthy. In July this year, the mayors of King Island and Flinders...
Senator Wong and I think Senator Ruston. I'm having trouble hearing Senator Tyrrell. Senator Tyrrell, I'm going to ask for the clock to be reset and for you to be able to start your question again.
Thank you, President.
Please begin again.
My question is for the Minister representing the Minister for Infrastructure, Senator McCarthy. In July this year, the mayors of King Island and Flinders Island came to Canberra to lobby Labor for a review of the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme. Residents on both islands are paying through the nose for groceries and farmers are on the brink. This is because of high freight costs and a scheme that hasn't been updated in decades. Labor members promised the mayors that a review of the scheme specifically for the islands would take place. Minister, can you tell me what's happening with this review?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Tyrrell for the question. In terms of that particular review, Senator Tyrrell, I will need to seek some further advice to see where that is up to. But I am conscious that when all the mayors came here, Madam President, in June, July this year, it was really good to have the mayors, especially those from Tasmania, here to see us, but even the mayors from right across Australia. And I'd like to certainly remind the Senate that it is this government, the Labor government, that actually invited local government back to Canberra. For 10 years we did not see the local government represented here, and it was the Albanese Labor government, that brought the third tier of the democratic system of Australia back to this parliament. So I think it's an important question by Senator Tyrrell. And in fact, like all things that we're doing for Tasmania, Madam President, and I just wanted to add this to Senator Tyrrell's questions, we are saving Tasmanians over $24.6 million, thanks to Labor's cheaper medicines, including over $5.4 million saved in Braddon alone. And we're delivering free TAFE. 3,255 Tasmanian students enrolled in a fee-free TAFE place in 2023 alone. I mean, don't you want to hear about Tasmania, Senator Duniam? I thought, you know, coming from Tasmania, you would like to hear it. You know, I thought you'd be interested in hearing all of these things about Tasmania. You know, helping more people in regional Australia into home ownership.
Minister McCarthy, please resume your seat. Senator McGrath, I have almost any time a minister's been on their feet today, I've had to call you to order. Obviously, you're keen to make a contribution. Please find that opportunity outside of question time. Equally, Senator Duniam. Minister McCarthy, please continue.
He's the worst. He's the worst.
And, you know, Senator Duniam, you know, we've opened 4 Medicare urgent care clinics in Tasmania.
Senator
well,
Duniam,
he did
order.
he did interject, and I figured being a Tasmanian senator, you'd love to hear those things.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Tyrrell, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thanks for inviting local government back then. The Tasmanian Free Equalisation Scheme review team was supposed to visit Flinders Island in September, but the trip was cancelled and the Mayor hasn't heard anything since. No one's called either the King Island or Flinders mayors to explain what's happening with the review that was promised. Why isn't... Well, that's come from Rachel and Marcus. So why hasn't anyone bothered to call them?
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister McCarthy.
Senator Tyrrell, I will certainly take that on notice for you if you like, and certainly reach out to those mayors in Tasmania and let them know that we have heard their call through you, but they will be hearing from our government.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Tyrrell, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. The Tasmanian Free Equalisation Scheme is a major issue for Tasmania, especially for King and Flinders Islands. It's why the cost of living is so high on those islands, and it's why the mayors advocated so passionately for a review. Does this broken promise and lack of communication show how little Labor cares about fixing the Tasmanian Free Equalisation Scheme?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Well, could I just certainly correct the senator on that? That is not the case in terms of the Albanese Labor government. We are here in terms of supporting our local governments across the country, and I have said to Senator Tyrrell that I will take that question on notice, and I certainly do reject outright that we are not helping in this instance, Senator Tyrrell, and I will come back to you on those questions.
Senator Ruston, order. Senator Lambie, first up. Senator Lambie.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Industry and Science, Minister Farrell. The Whyalla Steelworks is one of 2 steelworks left in Australia, which makes the troubles it's facing as part of the GFG alliance not just local, they're national. Both the South Australian Federal Government have uttered possibilities of supporting an electric arc furnace upgrade for the facility so it can be a modern green steel manufacturing facility. But progress seems to be obstructed by the financial woes of the steelworks owner, Mr Gupta. What are the government's plans to move the steelworks and the town beyond the unfulfilled promises of Mr Gupta and the Groundhog Day they are trapped in?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Lambie, for that question about the great town of Whyalla. Not wiped out. No, never got wiped out. Never did. You might be interested, Senator Lambie. My family, parts of my family moved from Blora in the mid-north to Whyalla in the 1960s. Which generation? And
order.
And I regularly go back to the town to meet my cousins who still live up there. In fact, I was driving back from my vineyard. Just outside of Auburn in South Australia. Listen to this. And what did I see? I saw a massive billboard of Senator Lambie with Senator Rex Patrick. Now, can I say this, Senator Lambie?
Minister Farrell, please resume your seat. Senator McGrath.
A point of order on relevance. I'm reluctant to interrupt the Minister's reminiscences of his recent holiday, but I don't think the Minister's being anything relevant close to answering Senator Lambie's question.
Thank you, Senator McGrath, and I will draw the Minister back to the question. Minister.
Now, can I say this, Senator Lambie? The state government and the terrific state government in South Australia and the federal government will do a damn sight more than any other group in this parliament to ensure.
Minister Farrell, please resume your seat. Senator Lambie.
I'm sorry, Madam President, but I don't need a golden book here. What I want to know is what does the government plan to move the steelworks in town beyond the unfulfilled promises? What do you have up your sleeve to help them?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. That you reference the state and federal governments, which the minister was referring to. I have directed him back to the question, but he was being relevant to your question. I'll continue to listen. Thank you, Minister.
The state and the federal government will work together to ensure that those fine workers, those members of the Australian Workers Union who work in the steel mill up there, continue to provide Australia with the best quality steel in this country, and we'll continue to support this town, these workers. And I'd hate to think, Senator Lambie, that
thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Lambie, first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. It's great to see they're all about the green energy over here. On the 25th of September, South Australian Premier Peter Malinauskas told Parliament, and I quote, "We have the magnetite, we have the renewable energy, we have a steelworks and we have a port. If we bring those things together, we can produce green iron, which apparently you guys want to do." So it seems what's missing is the will. Minister, are the Commonwealth and South Australian governments working together to retain this sovereign capability?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President. Thank Senator Lambie for her first supplementary question. Well, just from the statement that you read out from that very fine Premier Malinauskas, I would have thought it was transparent. Look, I don't want to. They're already attacking me for my reminiscences. I won't answer that. Already.
Minister Farrell, please resume your seat. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. We're now halfway through, and all I want to know is, are the Commonwealth Australian governments working together to retain this sovereign capability?
Senator Lambie, stop. When you stand, you need to tell me why you're standing. I presume you're on a point of order. I'll remind the Minister of your question. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President. Look, we have a deep interest as a federal government, and as you've just read out, a deep interest as a state Labor government, ensuring that these fantastic workers who go in there every day to that steel mill, I'm not sure if you've been up there to have a look at it, Senator Lambie, but it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing to see that steel being pumped out of that steel mill. You can
thank you, Minister. The time for
that
answering has expired. Senator Lambie, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. The government has sent billions of dollars overseas to assist foreign shipbuilding capabilities. What about local industry? Will the government guarantee the people of Whyalla that, no matter what happens, the steelworks is part of Australia's manufacturing future and that will be transformed into the modern green steel manufacturing facility required for our industrial future?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Lambie for her second supplementary question. I'd hate to think, Senator Lambie, that you'd be seeking to exploit the problems of the Gupta company in Whyalla for some political advantage, either for your new party running in South Australia or for Mr. Rex Patrick. But can I reiterate? Can I reiterate?
Senator Lambie, order.
Can I reiterate that this federal government, alongside that terrific state government led by Mr. Malinauskas, Premier Malinauskas, can do two things. We can ensure that steel is continued to be made in Australia, and we can build ships in Osborne in South Australia with technology and with agreements with the United States and the United Kingdom. We can
thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Communications, Senator McAllister. Parents I'm hearing from are all too aware about the rising cost of social media on the mental health and oftentimes physical health of our young people. What harms are young people facing online, and how will the Albanese Labor government's online safety bill help to better protect them from these harms?
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. Minister McAllister.
Thanks, President. And Senator, I am not surprised that you are hearing concerns from parents, because more than half of Australian parents and carers say that social media is their number one issue of concern. Now, I know that there are some members of the opposition who go out of their way to avoid listening to experts. Not all, but some, and I would encourage them just to make an exception and listen to the research on this. A recent Australian study found Australian girls who use social media more than 2 hours a day were particularly at risk of depression and reduced well-being. It replicates what we are seeing overseas. A pre-COVID study in England found that using social media more than 3 times a day was a strong predictor for poor mental health and well-being in 13 to 16-year-olds. A longitudinal study of more than 6,000 young Americans found that using social media more than 3 hours a day doubled the risk for those not listening, of 12 to 15-year-olds experiencing negative mental health outcomes like symptoms of depression and anxiety. Parents know that social media can be a tool for connection, and nobody wants to disrupt that. But it does also pose risks. It poses risks and threats, particularly for young people. And unlike the Greens, unlike quite a few, it seems, on the opposition benches, this government thinks that it's time to face up to that challenge.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Dahnemann, first supplementary.
In June, Mr Dutton committed a Liberal and Nationals government to introduce an age limit, telling News Corp the time for relying on social media companies to enforce age limits was over. Mr Dutton said, and I quote, "They don't do it, they never have, and we have no faith in them to do so in the future." Today, we have seen members of the Liberals and Nationals break ranks and argue publicly that the passage of this crucial bill should be delayed. Why is it important for the parents and young people of Australia that this bill is supported by the Parliament?
The time for asking has expired. Minister McAllister.
Thanks, President. Well, as I said, I do understand that there are some members of the opposition who don't care what experts have to say, but they could listen. They might want to listen to the Leader of the Opposition himself. So just 2 weeks ago, Mr Dutton wrote on a Facebook post, "Platforms like Instagram, TikTok, Facebook and Snapchat are having a serious impact on children's development, their mental health and behaviour. Many parents are setting limits, but it is clear that more needs to be done." Mr Dutton goes on to say this in comments to the Courier Mail. He says they're putting profit ahead of people, and I think it has to be addressed. I don't know any parents who have a different view. These companies have zero regard for consumers. They're the tobacco companies of the 1970s and the 1980s. Well, they're strong words, aren't they? They are strong words, but they are apparently not enough for the coalition backbench.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Dahnemann. Senator Watt. Senator Dahnemann, second supplementary.
Fairfax Papers reported this morning that doubts about the social media bill have expanded from Senators Canavan and Antic to more mainstream coalition MPs, setting up the meeting as a test of the opposition leader's authority. Why is it so important that this bill be supported, and why is it that only Labor can be trusted to deliver stable government in the best interests of Australian families?
Thank you, Senator Dahnemann. Senator McAllister. Minister McAllister.
Thanks, President. Well, Senator, curiously enough, the social media ban is actually just one of a handful of policies that the Leader of the Opposition has actually announced. He doesn't have very many, but this is one of them, and it would be surprising if he backed away from it. And just 2 weeks ago, he wrote on Facebook, "This legislation must be passed by Christmas to give parents the support that they need." But you are quite right, Senator Dahnemann. It is being reported that the Coalition Party Room is seeking to test his authority on this. And the concern, of course, is this, that wouldn't be the first time that Mr Dutton backflipped on a commitment that he had made. Right now, as we speak, he is blocking a bill to curb student visa numbers, and Australians can be forgiven for asking the question, if he's reckless enough to play politics on immigration, what else is it that he will not play politics with?
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash.
Thank you. And my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Today, The Guardian newspaper reported that the Attorney-General, Mark Dreyfus, pressured the independent National Security Legislation Monitor, Mr Jake Blight, to clarify a so-called ambiguity in a report handed down by his predecessor. Mr Blight then made the clarification. To be clear, the so-called ambiguity was a direct criticism of the Attorney-General. Mr Blight has confirmed that the Attorney-General's office and even the Attorney-General himself raised this so-called ambiguity with him. Does the Prime Minister think it is acceptable for the Attorney-General of Australia to pressure an independent statutory appointment to censor criticism of a government minister?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Senator, through you, President. Senator, I don't agree with your assertions about what Mr Dreyfus did, and I think that the report speaks for itself. But I'm asked, what a minister, particularly the Attorney-General, should do, and I'd say to you, Senator, well, ministers shouldn't be tipping off the media or have their office tip off the media before
Senator
police
Cash.
raids.
Senator Cash.
Ministers certainly shouldn't be having their office tip off the media before police raids, and ministers, people who seek to be ministers, also ought not be making comments about sensitive consular issues in a reckless and irresponsible way. So, Senator.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Cash, I've called you 3 times and you simply ignored me. You are being disrespectful and disorderly. You've asked your question. Equally, Senator Watt, the interjections across the chamber are also disorderly. Minister Wong, please continue.
Thank you. The decision to clarify the annual report was an independent decision, and the INSLM, the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor, was not subject to any direction from the government. I would make the point. That the issues in relation to the report, I would say to you, Senator, I think reflect less than well on past holders of the Attorney-General's position.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash, first supplementary.
Thank you. And again, the National Security Legislation Monitor, Mr Jack Blight, has confirmed that the Attorney-General's office and even the Attorney-General himself raised the so-called ambiguity with him. How are the Attorney-General's actions in pressuring an independent statutory officer consistent with the Ministerial Code of Conduct?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, they are your words. They are your words. And, well, Senator
Cash,
I'm
you've
answering
asked
the
question.
They are your...
Senator Cash, I did call you to order. You've asked your question. I expect that you will listen in silence. Minister Wong.
I would say to you, through you, President, to the chamber, do not, again, fall for Senator Cash making unfounded statements in this place. Those words, I do not believe, are an accurate reflection of what has occurred. I would also make the point that this matter in part deals with disclosure obligations to the court by the first law officer of Australia. I would make the point that despite an obligation to do so, the then government, your government, did not disclose the report known as the Corner Report to earlier proceedings. Mr Dreyfus took action as he needed to remedy that position.
Senator Cash, second supplementary.
Thank you. And again, to be clear, the so-called ambiguity being referred to was a direct criticism of the Attorney-General himself. And again, Mr Blight has confirmed that the Attorney-General's office and even the Attorney-General himself raised this so-called ambiguity with him. Has the Attorney-General compromised the independence of the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor with his actions?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Absolutely not.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Ciccone.
Thanks very much, President, and Merry Christmas, everyone. My question is to the Minister, my good friend, the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, Senator Watt. Now, we know that tradies... He's a good mate. Now, in fact, everyone here is a good mate.
Senator Ciccone,
we know that tradies, President, we know that tradies, warehouse workers, retail assistants, truckies and miners are essential to the Australian economy. Now, for a very long time, many of these workers in these fine industries have been on labour hire contracts. and have been paid significantly less than their direct employees, often despite doing the same work, on the same rosters and even wearing the same uniforms. Now, Minister, how is the Albanese Labor government helping Australian workers earn more and keep more of what they earn, and how are the government's policies delivering a fair go for Australian workers?
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you to my good friend Senator Ciccone. It's a great question on the issues that matter to all Australians, being their wages. Well, all year in Parliament, we've focused on the #1 issue facing Australians, being cost of living, and helping lift wages is a crucial part of that. The Albanese Labor government is deliberately trying to lift wages and create more jobs to help Australians deal with cost of living pressures. Workers in factories, warehouses, construction sites and on the shop floor are doing it tough right now, which is why this government is committed to improving their wages after 10 years of the Liberals deliberately keeping wages low. And one of the changes we've made to help working people is closing the labour hire loophole to make sure labour hire workers get a fair day's pay for a fair day's work. That is something the opposition continually opposed, both when they were in government and now in opposition. And I'm pleased to say that Metcash labour hire workers are the latest Australian workers to get the pay rise they deserve. At a warehouse operated by Metcash in South Australia, labour hire workers were required to attend the same meetings as direct employees, undertake the same training as direct employees, they worked the same rosters as direct employees and did the same duties as direct employees, but despite all of that, they were being paid up to $15,000 less per year than direct Metcash employees, and that all was allowed under the Coalition's laws. But as of yesterday, because Labor closed the loophole, the one you voted against, because Labor closed the loophole that allowed those workers to be underpaid, those labour hire workers will now be earning the same as direct employees. And workers like Tiles, who said, quote, "For 6 months, I've been doing the same job as workers who were directly employed by Metcash, but I haven't been paid the same. This decision means that for the first time I'll be paid fairly for the work I do." Under Labor, workers will earn more and keep more of what they earn. Under the Liberals, they'll work longer for less.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Ciccone, first supplementary.
Thanks a lot, President. And I know many of our fine meat workers, flight attendants and miners, many who will be working very hard in the lead up to Christmas, should not be paid less just because they're employed as labour hire. I do note that the opposition leader believes that paying Australian workers fairly would, and I quote, undoubtedly damage the Australian economy. So how has the Albanese government's same job, same pay laws, Minister, help Australian workers get a fair day's pay for a fair day's work?
Thank you, Senator. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Ciccone. Well, paying workers who do the same work is not only fair, but it also delivers safer, more productive workplaces for everyone, and that includes ensuring that labour hire workers get paid the same as the direct employees they work alongside. In my home state of Queensland, meat workers are now seeing an extra 25% in their pay packets because of Labor's same job, same pay laws. And one labour hire worker, Lance, was doing the same job as his workmate, doing the same roster and wearing the same uniform as him, but was earning $500 a week less than him just because he was labour hire. Because of Labor's changes, they will now be paid the same. But all this is at risk from Mr Dutton and the Coalition and their reckless policies. And when Senator Hume, here she goes again, was asked if the Coalition will scrap same job, same pay on insiders in September, she said, "We will certainly have to consider it." And we know when the Coalition considers workplace laws, it is never to help workers earn more.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Ciccone, second supplementary.
Thanks a lot again, President. Now, the Liberals and the Nationals have proudly said that those on the Coalition side of the chamber will always stand with the employers of Australia. They've also promised to take a suite of targeted repeals of workers' pay conditions to the next election.
Order.
Now, Minister, what is the government doing to put more money in the pockets of Australian workers and their families, and what are the key barriers to achieving this?
Minister Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Ciccone. It is disturbing that when Australians are dealing with cost of living pressures, Mr Dutton is so reckless when it comes to workplace laws. Laws that have meant Australians are now earning more to deal with the very cost of living pressures that they're facing. And the inconvenient truth for Mr Dutton is that he and the Coalition have voted against every single Labor measure to lift wages and improve the condition of workers. Not once, not twice, but 48 times in this parliament they have voted against Labor's measures to increase wages and conditions. In fact, when we were passing the labour hire laws, Senator Cash, in a Sky News interview, described them as, quote, the most radical shake-up of Australia's industrial relations system in decades, and Labor is making a bad situation worse, and that these changes were an attack on the labour hire industry. So rather than support workers struggling to pay their bills, the coalition, quote, will always stand on the side of employers in Australia, even when they're underpaying their workers.
The time for answering has expired. Minister Wong.
On that note, I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Oh, there you go.
Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Fawcett.
Deputy President, thank you. I rise to take note of answers to questions asked by Senators Birmingham and Hume. Deputy President, the headlines in the papers today give us an indication of what is happening in this country, despite the rhetoric of the Albanese government. Headlines such as Labor presiding over the longest run of negative GDP per capita since the 1970s. So those opposite in the Albanese government would have you believe that the country is better off since they came to government. That's their rhetoric. But what is the reality? The reality, according to the Australian Bureau of Statistics and the National Accounts figures, is that quarter after quarter there has been decreases in GDP, gross domestic product, per capita for a number of times in a row, 6 that we have not seen since the 1970s. And so the government opposite says that because of some of the cost of living subsidies, which are short-term measures, which actually increase spending from the government, which therefore has pressures on inflation, which makes the problem worse in the long run, is having an impact on people of Australia, that longer-term trajectory that we're on. And so the lived experience of Australian families and Australian individuals and Australian businesses is that each dollar they have now buys less. That every time a bill comes in, whether for insurance or particularly energy, they pay more. And so again, you have to compare the rhetoric of those opposite, the Albanese government, with the reality. Mr Bowen, Mr Albanese, Labor senators in this place have a rhetoric which they repeat ad nauseum to the Australian people that the energy transition that this government is implementing is going to lead to lower prices and cleaner energy. But the reality is that the leader in that transition, my home state of South Australia, with up to 70% penetration of variable renewable energy, we pay the nation's highest electricity prices at 45 cents per kilowatt hour, in stark contrast to many nations overseas that are paying in the order of 13 to 14 cents per kilowatt hour. The reality is that in Europe we see nations such as Germany, which has long been held out as an exemplar by the Albanese Labor government of the sort of nation that we should follow, where the government there has just collapsed, and in large part, according to analysts, because of the debate over the transition and the fact that the cost of all of their transition to renewable energy has actually led to the three parties splintering because of a reduction of confidence in that nation. The reality doesn't just affect people on a personal level. The rhetoric here from the Albanese government is that they are spending more on defence. The reality, as has come out during estimates and various reports in the media over the last few weeks, is that there is not enough money to fund the items that even the Deputy Prime Minister, the Defence Minister, Mr Miles, said only a few months ago were a high priority for Australia's national defence. So think 9102, the project to have sovereign satellite communications, military-grade communications, which Defence has indicated in their arguments underpins so many of our defence capabilities. It went from being a high priority just a few months ago to, after significant questioning during estimates, the Defence Department admitted when we prioritise, it didn't make the cut. Read, there's not enough money to actually pay for the things that Defence see as a high priority, that even this government said was a high priority. And so at a time when the government is saying that they care about quality of life, cost of living, jobs for people, the rhetoric and the ideology that is driving them is actually driving up prices, driving down quality of living, driving down the available funding for the Defence Department, which weakens the security of Australia. We see shipbuilding programs cut, we see satellite programs cut, we see maintenance decreasing on vessels that we need for the security of this nation. The Australian people will soon have a choice. Do they want to continue on this trajectory, which is driven by ideology and rhetoric, or do they want to change to a government that has a track record of building a strong economy and defence on facts?
Senator Grogan.
Well, let's start there, shall we? Let's start on that record. Because what we saw when those opposite lost government in 2022 was that living standards were already falling. We weren't living in some sort of utopia. Living standards were falling. There'd been no action on any major policy issue for a decade. And I particularly highlight the lack of any meaningful action on energy and the lack of any meaningful action on housing. They had 22 policies on energy. 22 policies on energy, that is right, Senator Billick, they did. Not one of them came to any major fruition. No outcome. And housing has been wallowing in this dark place for a very long time. We did not get to a place where we have a housing shortage overnight. Those things don't happen overnight. It was 10 years of neglect that we saw there. And what else was going on in 2022 when those opposite lost government? Inflation was over 6%. And they stand there day after day and go on about how bad things are. Well, inflation has halved. More than halved in 2.5 years, more than halved. So as they stand there and spit out their talking points about how terrible things are under a Labor government, they just still saw that they lost in 2022. Things are not worse in that sense. We know that there are real global pressures. We know that there are significant issues. We know that people are doing it tough, which is why for the last 2.5 years we have worked on making the situation better, in supporting Australians, helping them to do better. We know that it's tough. We know that we're seeing this global scenario and we are working to make a difference. Those opposite, not only did they not have any major policy agenda for 10 years, not only did they particularly neglect energy and neglect housing, but they also did everything they could to rail against real wage increases for people. Their whole approach now is to cut, to restrict and to tax our health services, that's what we hear, slash government and services, and reorient the tax system as it stands to focus on the wealthy. And let's not even start talking about education and training, because it's an awful lot of crickets from over there. So we know that Australians were really starting to feel the pinch in 2022, but we are seeing positive indicators now. As I've said, we've seen inflation over half since 2022, and we're starting to see some real tick-ups in opportunities going forwards. We particularly see that Treasury is expecting that real disposable household income is going to grow by 3.5% this year. And that would be the fastest growth in more than a decade. So there are those green shoots. In 2.5 years, we have worked so hard to clean up the mess that those opposite created in a 10-year space of time. I think that's a pretty good start. It's a pretty good start. Because what we've done is actually get wages moving. What we've done is create more job opportunities, more training opportunities. And one of my favourites is the fee-free TAFE. The opportunities that fee-free TAFE provides for people out across our community, not just young people, but people transitioning into those industries of the future. We're cutting student debt. We've had significant increases in rent assistance, increases we haven't seen in 30 years, 10% this last year and 15% the year before. We are targeting exactly where people are feeling the pain, and it's starting to work. We are starting to see the fruits of that work. We are starting to see people's incomes look better. Like I say, real disposable income is looking to grow. That's real money in the real pockets of real people, because that's the big difference. We believe in supporting people. We believe in people earning more, keeping more of what they earn. And that is how we make a difference, as opposed to those opposite who have a complete opposed approach to that. They want to see your wages cut, they want to see your jobs cut, they want to see your services cut, and they want to see your taxes increased. Thank you.
Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Well, I can't but help reflect on the word of the year by the Macquarie Dictionary. And listening to those opposite here today, the word of the year is an Anglo-Saxon term wrapped in affixes which elevates it to being almost formal, almost respectable. The word captures what so many of us feel is happening to the world and to so many aspects of our lives at the moment. Now, this is the word of the year, and everywhere I go in Western Australia, I hear from locals that Western Australia and Australia is now heading in the wrong direction. Nobody, but nobody has ever said to me that they feel that under Labor, after the last 2.5 years, the nation is going in the right direction under Labor. So while they say we believe in all of these things we've just heard from those opposite, the facts demonstrate that they cannot deliver it. And in fact, everything they do makes everything that impacts on Australians, it's making it worse, particularly their financial situation. So what are the facts? Under Labor, we've had 12 interest rate rises, which has been caused by Labor's deliberate policies. They're $315 billion so far they've pump-primed into the economy, and the result of that is interest rate rises and also inflation, which, as everybody knows, in every household across Australia and Western Australia, that makes it even harder to live. Whether it's the weekly grocery shop, the monthly bills, or the cost of doing business for so many small businesses, everybody is hurting. And the reality is, under Prime Minister Albanese, every Western Australian is worse off. Now, while interest rates are well and truly falling in New Zealand, Canada, the United States and the UK, there is no sign of relief in the upcoming months, not even one interest rate drop here in Australia. And a recent report by the Financial Wellbeing Collective, collated from its 12 partners, including Anglicare in Western Australia and Uniting West Australia, shows that financial hardship is now being experienced by families and individuals that it has never touched before, even those earning 2 incomes. And we see that at Food Bank in Western Australia. Record support for double-income families who cannot meet their mortgage and feed their families. There has been a 111% increase in employed clients accessing emergency relief in the past 3 years, an 85% increase in financial counselling in Western Australia. And there's been a 27% increase in couple households where at least one person is employed but they are still seeking financial support because those opposite have made it impossible for them to afford to live. And in Western Australia, those opposites, their housing policies, and despite all of their rhetoric over the last 2.5 years, including today, they have not built a single house, not a single home yet, despite all of their rhetoric. Perth is now, sadly, the most unaffordable city for renters, with rents climbing 80% since those came to government. Now, today's national news that those opposite were desperate to try and hide, absolutely, if there was any doubt, bells the cat. It shows that under this Albanese government, Labor is presiding over the longest household recession, with GDP per capita going backwards for the last 6 quarters. A trend that is the worst, not only in recession or in pandemic, it is the worst in our lifetime. Economists are warning us that there will be more extended, with the possibility that Labor may record 2 years of continuous negative GDP growth. Well, it is time for West Australians to say enough is enough and vote out Anthony Albanese and his government. Now, this brings me back to the word of the year by the Macquarie Dictionary, which so captures what those have done. And Senator Billick is asking me what that word is, and the word is enshittification, which, as I've said, is a gradual deterioration of a service or a product bought aback by the quality of service.
Thank you, Senator Reynolds. Senator Billick.
Well, Senator Reynolds, 5 minutes to come up with one word. That must be a classic. That really must be a classic. Let me tell you what word comes to my mind. Let me tell you what the word is that comes to my mind when you lot come in here bleating about cost of living. The word that comes to my mind is ironic. The word that comes to my mind is ironic. Isn't it ironic that those opposite come into this place and actually complain about the cost of living? Because I remember when the current wave of inflation started, very short memories on that side, very, very short memories. The peak of quarterly inflation was reached in March 2022. When was that? Who was in government? Those opposite were in government. Those opposite were in government. And they created this crisis through the decade. The last decade, the decade they were in power was just a complete waste of opportunity. And what did they do in that decade? Nothing. Complete inaction. Absolutely nothing. But unlike those opposite, we're actually doing something about it. After the almost decade of failure by those opposite to tackle the housing crisis, we're investing $32 billion in providing more social and affordable homes for Australians and helping more Australians own their own home. We've made healthcare cheaper by tripling the bulk billing incentive and rolling out bulk billed Medicare urgent care clinics across Australia, including 5 in my home state of Tasmania. And cheaper medicines continue to deliver savings to all Australians. Across the country, Australians have now saved more than $500 million thanks to cheaper scripts following major reforms to the pharmaceutical benefits scheme. And this includes over $9 million in savings, once again, for my fellow Tasmanians. As of September 1 this year, there are now approximately 300 different medicines available for 60-day prescriptions, providing more cost of living relief to those who need it most. And we've also made the largest cut to the maximum patient co-payment in the 75-year history of the PBS. And we're providing $300 in energy bill relief to every Australian household. We've provided $3 billion in help debt relief and delivered over 500,000 fee-free TAFE places. On top of this, we're reducing all HECS and student debt by 20%, wiping more than $16 billion in student loan debt to take the pressure off more than 3 million Australians. And not only are we helping reduce household expenses, we're also boosting household incomes. Just recently, more than 5 million Australians benefit from an increase to their income support payment when the last indexation took effect on 20th of September. And on that same day, on 20th of September, over 1 million households got an increase in rent assistance. With these latest increases, the rate of job seeker payment has increased by more than 21% and Commonwealth rent assistance by about 45% since we came to government. And as we know, housing is a major impact on family budgets. And yesterday, I'm pleased to say that after 2.5 years of protests, political protesting and holding up our housing reform agenda, the Greens finally saw the light. It's a shame there's not more of them in here at the moment. They finally saw the light and decided to support us. The Greens finally realised that they had misread the electorate really badly and that their cynical attempt to boost their brand had backfired miserably. They, to be honest, were just too cocky for words. They really were. But did they apologise to Australians struggling to find suitable and affording housing for delaying our much-needed housing reforms? No. Instead, we heard from them about having to capitulate, about having to do the highest backflip I think I've ever seen, because they couldn't simply get what they wanted. They were going to hold out. They thought that we would cave. Guess what? That's not how it works. You don't always get what you want, according to Mick Jagger. And that's a lesson that I think the Greens need to know. But what is it that they wanted? Well, we all know what they wanted. They wanted headlines to take to the next election. They wanted social media to be able to increase their chances in the next election. But what has happened? What has happened is that they have kept thousands of Australians that could have been in secure and affordable housing by now, kept them on waiting lists, made it so that we couldn't get on with the job of increasing our housing stock. And while they pretended to care, every time the government seeks to deliver on our election promises—
Thank you, Senator Bielek. Senator Kovacic, and then I'll put the question.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, that's been interesting. I have been listening, and I don't know where to begin, to be quite frank. I'll go back to what Senator Wong said to Senator Birmingham, which is that Australians don't want a recession, but we do actually have a technical recession. We have 6 quarters of negative GDP per capita. We are in a technical recession, whether we want one or not. And then the response to Senator Hume was around the government not agreeing with our economic descriptions of what is going on in Australia. Well, you don't have to agree with the opposition. The Reserve Bank and economists across the economy are actually giving the same descriptions. I'll just give you 2. One from the AFR yesterday. Higher spending and lower company tax revenue will push the budget into a deeper deficit this financial year, according to economists at Deloitte, who forecast Treasurer Jim Chalmers will have presided over the largest deterioration in government finances on record outside the pandemic. So that's not the coalition saying that. And then another one, this time from The Australian. Economist Saul Eslake said it was possible negative growth on this measure would continue for the next 2 quarters before rising again. It is a significant issue. While GDP per capita is not quite as salient to voters as real disposable income, the two are very closely linked. It's another indicator that the economy is performing poorly, Mr Eslake told The Australian. So, yeah, that sort of gives us some perspective about what's being said. And then I sort of thought about what Senator Bielek was saying around the government working hard to make the situation better, and that, you know, some pretty good stuff had been done, in particular to get wages moving. Well, for me that's quite ironic, because in working hard to make the situation better, what we actually have is health costs going up 10.4%, education going up 11.5%, and food going up 11.7%. So that's not better for people medical treatment, paying for education or buying food. And by the same token, housing has gone up 12.9%, rent has gone up 16%, insurance has gone up 18%, and gas has gone up 33.9%. So this is making the situation better, according to the government. Well, it's certainly not better for everyday Australians who can't afford to fill their car up with petrol, who are deciding what will or will not go into the trolley and determining which bills they're going to pay this week to stretch out their ever-reducing disposable income. And that takes me to my next point, and that is getting wages moving again isn't relevant whatsoever when disposable income has dropped 5.5% under this government since 2022. So effectively giving with one hand and taking away with the other. So we actually need to get some clarity around what Australians are really experiencing and what it is not good. I've spoken about this before, I've spoken about it many times. Young Australians believe no matter how hard they work, they will never own their own home. Can you imagine what it's like to try and save to buy a home when everything that you need to pay for and buy is getting more and more expensive? How are you meant to save? You've got no options to cut back on your food and on your housing, your rent. If you're saving to buy a home, unless you're living at home with mum and dad, you are paying rent, and that has gone up 16.4%. And this government is sitting there and telling us that they're doing a great job, everything is really good, we've made everything better, we've done some pretty good stuff. Well, I'm telling you that when you go out there and when you speak to everyday Australians, they're not saying that they are better off. They are saying that they are absolutely worse off. And I think we sort of need to get away from the talking points and the narratives and, you know, some of the bubble mentality and actually go, what is actually happening to everyday Australians? And that is that they cannot afford the things that they need to buy, and they need people in this building to act to make things better.
The question, those are the questions say aye, against no. The ayes have it. Senator Lambie.
Thank you. I rise to take note of answers. Last month, former Senator Rex Patrick and I visited the steelworks in Whyalla. A follow-up visit to check on progress. We came away deeply concerned. You see, in 2016, the steelworks in Whyalla went through a crisis when the previous owner, REM, went into administration with $4 billion in debts. The British billionaire Sanjay Gupta's GFG Alliance came in with plans of new investment in renewable energy projects to reduce operating costs, a 200 megawatt solar farm, a pumped hydro and a large capacity lithium-ion battery. The Whyalla plant would progressively transform into a 10 million tonne per year green steel mega plant. Intoxicating words that offered hope and grand vision for the future. Then in 2020, Green Steel Capital, GFG's financier collapsed and the steelworks started sliding back into strife. Then in March this year, a 2-day scheduled stoppage resulted in the Whyalla's plant's blast furnace cooling down far more than planned, and it's been offline ever since, making the situation even worse. GFG Alliance recently announced it had secured a $150 million loan, which it will use to pay suppliers and fund efforts to fix the blast furnace. Before GFG's latest financial lifeline, the federal and the South Australian governments were talking about possible financial intervention. Understandably, they were nervous about just handing over money in case it went missing elsewhere in the GFG empire. Commercial businesses may make decisions in their commercial interests, not Australia's strategic or sovereign interests. They aim to make profit, not build a nation. I want to make Australia make again. If the Prime Minister really wants our future to be made in Australia, he needs to get involved and not be somewhat interested bystander and running around a cowboy hat. If the Albanese government can gift $10 billion into the US and UK shipyards, he can surely invest a few billion in critical Australian industry. Prime Minister, you need to act now, help Australian industry and help the community in Whyalla, and do what you promised in the last election and make Australia make again.
Put to the question. Those questions say aye, against no. The ayes have it. Senator Faruqi.
I rise to take note of Labor government's response to my questions. This Friday, November 29th, marks the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. This year is a significant commemoration. It is not a moment of despair, nor a moment to bow our heads in defeat in the face of endless slaughter. Instead, we mark a seismic shift in the global narrative on Palestine. Today, the Palestinian flag flies in all corners of the world. Millions have marched all year, have agitated, have organized boycotts, have chanted for Palestinian freedom. The movement for a free Palestine is growing. In attempting to erase the indigenous people of Palestine, all Israel and the United States have achieved through their genocide is the permanence of Palestinian existence. Despite decades of Palestinians being maligned and dehumanized by racist politicians and media, including in this country, the world is rising with the Palestinian people. Justice and truth go hand in hand. People in this country and around the world see the truth of Israel. They see it for the genocidal apartheid state that it is. They see it as a settler colonial project built on violent racial supremacy. That is why more and more people are protesting and boycotting and chanting. That is why all the malicious attempts in this parliament and legacy media to distract and deflect are not working. None of your tactics to cover up for a genocide, to cover up for Israel's crimes are working. The ICC arrest warrants are proof of that. The ICC has flushed out everyone in here who has spoken and worked to undermine every effort to hold Israel to account for this genocide. To those in this parliament and in state parliaments across the country, I call on you to sense this global shift. Understand that you can't stop it. Understand that attempts to shut down criticism of Israel won't stop justice from prevailing. Understand that you are on the side of savagery. Justice will prevail and Palestine will be free.
Order, Senator Thorpe. I put the question. Those for the question say aye, against no.
Senator Thorpe.
Dragged in here to withdraw something I said in the chamber yesterday, so I withdraw. Thanks.
Senator Thorpe, I'm going to ask you to address the chamber correctly. You've been asked to come in. You were asked yesterday. Senator Thorpe, please don't interrupt me. You were asked to withdraw yesterday. You were asked again this morning.
So I'm withdrawing. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. I would just like to add, in relation to the language used, senators from across the chamber have expressed their concerns to me, making it clear that the language is not culturally safe. Earlier this week, the Senate agreed to a reference co-sponsored by Senators Thorpe and Faruqi. It referenced the need to improve safety and respect in the Senate chamber. I would encourage Senator Thorpe and all senators to reflect on the language used in this place and their role in improving the safety and respect in the Senate. Thank you, senators. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Senator Chisholm.
I give notice that on the next day of sitting I shall move that the provisions of paragraph 5 to 8 of Standing Order 111 not apply to 8 bills as set out in the list available on the dynamic red, allowing them to be considered during this period of sittings. I table statements of reasons justifying the need for these bills to be considered during these sittings and seek leave to have the statements incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Chisholm. Is there any other notice of motion to be given for another day? No. I'm not calling the clerk. No. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? I'll call the clerk.
President, postponement notifications have been lodged in respect of business of the Senate. Notice of motion number 1 for today postponed to the 27th of November 2024, and general business notice of motion number 684 for today postponed to the 27th of November 2024. No committee extension notifications have been lodged.
If there is no objection, the business is postponed. I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business. I believe that business of the Senate number 1 has been postponed, and that business of the Senate number 2 is being debated. Thank you. So we'll begin with government business number 1, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher. Senator Chisholm.
I seek leave to amend government business notice of motion number 1 before seeking to have the motion taken as formal.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Chisholm.
I amend the motion in the terms circulated in the chamber and ask that the amended motion be taken as formal.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Chisholm.
I move the motion as amended.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Chisholm, standing in the name of Senator Chisholm, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to, I think 684 has been postponed. Yep. I'll now move to 695, standing in the name of Senator Rennick. He's not in here at the moment. I'll move to 699, standing in the name of Senator Allman-Payne. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 699 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Allman-Payne.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 699, standing in the name of Senator Allman-Payne, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 701, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 701 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 701, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. We'll now go back to, I think I saw Senator Rennick, 695, Senator Rennick, standing in your name.
I ask that general business notice of motion 695 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Rennick.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 695, standing in the name of Senator Rennick, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Yes, Senator Waters.
My apologies. Which one was that?
695, standing in the name of Senator Rennick.
Okay, that we're opposing that one. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I've called that in favour of Senator Rennick. Are you asking for a division? Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. Order. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 695, standing in the name of Senator Rennick, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 32 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is negated. Senator Rennick, I'm just wishing to check with you. I believe business of Senate number 3 is being debated later in the day. Yes? Great. Thank you very much. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 677, standing in the name of Senator Waters. Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 677 about women's reproductive rights be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Waters.
I move the motion.
So the question, Senator Birmingham.
President, I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute, Senator Birmingham.
I thank the Senate. President, I do not support the bill that is the subject of this discharge motion. Like Senators Hume, Kovacic and a number of my colleagues, I would not and will not ever vote for this bill or any measures that restrict women's reproductive rights. However, the Coalition opposes this motion because this motion is a threat to the ability of private senators to perform their duties in this place. Private senators' bills have traditionally only ever been discharged by the sponsoring senator, rather than the majority denying a senator the right to even have their bill considered. Crossbench senators in particular should reflect on the precedent this motion sets that could see other bills discharged just because a majority opposed them. Given this bill has been on the notice paper for almost 2 years, the decision of the Greens to pursue this at this time is clearly about politics, not the substantive issue. The Greens did not impose the introduction of the bill, the first reading of the bill, or the Senate referral of the bill. In fact, frankly, until today, they spent more time opposing transmission lines inquiries than this bill. Senators, whatever your views on the substance, I urge you to respect the principle of allowing each other to at least have bills debated and considered by voting against this discharge motion.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute, Senator Roberts.
One Nation opposes Senator Waters' motion. Only Queensland and Victoria publicly release fulsome data on babies born alive after abortion. From this information and from media reports, we know of the following babies born alive, tossed in a cold stainless steel kidney dish and left to die alone and shivering. Victoria, 396. Queensland, 328. South Australia, 54. Western Australia, 27. New South Wales, 1, they don't know. Northern Territory, 1. ACT, not reported. Senator Waters may never acknowledge this reality. These numbers are significantly less than the overall number of babies born alive following a failed abortion. Babies born alive. Data reporting on abortion varies between states and territories, and there's only limited data publicly released. This is a disgrace.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to make a short statement.
Leave is granted for 1 minute, Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. This is not a bill that I intend to support. Regulations surrounding abortion care matters for the states and territories, not for this parliament. Neither side of politics should seek to play politics with what is an issue of women's health care. In the ACT, there are already laws that ensure care is provided to all babies born alive, no matter the circumstances of their birth. And if senators feel that those laws are not being upheld, they should take that up with their state and territory. The bill is dishonestly framed to make political points. However, I believe it is undemocratic for the Senate to just remove this bill without debate. There are many opportunities to oppose the first reading or to oppose the referral to committee, and those were not taken. As has been pointed out, this has been sitting here for 2 years. As much as we may disagree with the senators that have brought this bill into this chamber, under the standing orders, they have the right to do so and they have a right to have their bills debated.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Tyrrell.
I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you. I think the Human Rights Children Born Alive Protection Bill is abhorrent and I don't support the bill. But I support the right of anyone who wants to debate the bill, either in support or opposition, to have a chance to speak. When I saw this motion, my first instinct was to support it. But then I listened to Senator Babet speak in the chamber about debate being stifled on this bill. Senator Babet's words reminded me that our democracy gives us the opportunity to share our thoughts. And I'm not supporting the motion to discharge the bill from the notice paper. We should all have equal opportunity to speak on what is important to us and to those that we represent.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 677, standing in the name of Senator Waters, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. No. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 677, standing in the name of Senator Waters, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 28 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senators, there may be further divisions. That's the word I'm looking for. I'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 696, standing in the name of Senator Lambie. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. I seek leave to amend general business notice of motion number 696 relating to an order for the reduction of documents before asking that this be taken as a formal motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Lambie.
Thank you. I amend the motion in the terms circulated in the chamber to ask that it be taken as formal.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 696, standing in the name of... Oh, sorry, Senator Chisholm.
Seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute, Senator Chisholm.
Through the National Cultural Policy Revive, the Albanese Labor government is committed to introducing Australian screen content requirements on streaming platforms to ensure continued access to local stories and content. The government is undertaking a genuine consultation process to help inform this obligation. The documents requested in Senator Lambie's motion contain commercially sensitive material and were provided to the government on an agreement of confidentiality to help inform this consultation process. Consultation with all stakeholders remains ongoing and no decisions have been made.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 696, as moved and amended by Senator Lambie, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. I'm now moving to general business notice of motion number 697, standing in your name, Senator Lambie.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 697 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Lambie.
I move the motion.
So the question is Senator Duniam.
Leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute, Senator Duniam.
Thanks, President. The response to this order from the Minister for Communications represents a new low for the Albanese government when it comes to transparency. Either documents enjoy the protection of being cabinet documents and need that protection to be maintained, or they're not. This minister is applying a new and opaque set of words that release of documents may, quote, preempt cabinet deliberations. This PII claim is disrespectful to Senator Lambie and, of course, disrespectful to the Senate. And this government's apparent commitment to transparency is so opaque it even has light bending around it.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 697, standing in the name of Senator Lambie, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. I did only hear one voice. Well, okay. Senator Ruston, I normally do hear you. I didn't hear you on that occasion. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. 697. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 697, standing in the name of Senator Lambie, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 41 ayes and 18 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 698, standing in the name of Senator Ormond-Payne. Senator Ormond-Payne.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 698 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Ormond-Payne.
I move the motion.
So the question is that Senator Chisholm.
Seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Senator Chisholm.
The motion seeks documents belonging to the Australian Education Research Organisation. That organisation is legally constituted an independent entity. The Commonwealth does not hold these documents. Moreover, as Aero is jointly owned by the Commonwealth Government and all states and territory governments, the Commonwealth is not able to release any such documents unilaterally.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 698, standing in the name of Senator Orman Payne, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 698, standing in the name of Senator Orman Payne, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 16 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 700, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Is that you, Senator Askew?
700. On behalf,
700.
Sorry.
Yep.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 700 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 700, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 700, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 42 ayes and 17 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 702, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew, I'm guessing.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 702 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 702, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 703, standing in the name of Senator Rennick. Senator Askew, is that you again? Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry, Senator Rennick. Yeah, too quick.
That's okay. I ask the general business...
Yeah.
What?
It's all right.
It's all right. Okay. I ask the general business notice of motion 703 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Rennick.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion 703, standing in the name of Senator Rennick, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. We now move to the deferred vote. I remind senators that on Monday 25th of November 2024 after 6:30 p.m, a division was called on the motion moved by Senator Hanson relating to a proposed reference to the Community Affairs References Committee. I understand it suits the convenience of the Senate for the deferred vote to be held now. I put the question that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion, the deferred motion from Monday be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. Senator McGrath.
My understanding is it should have been a 4-minute division.
I did check with whips, but I'm happy to ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the deferred motion be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Roberts as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. That completes formal motions. I'll just wait for a change in the chair.
Senator Roberts has submitted a proposal under... Senator Ruston.
Yeah, I seek leave to withdraw the motion standing in my name for tomorrow.
Leave granted. Okay. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Acting President. Apologies. Could I seek leave to table a non-conforming? Could I seek leave to table a non-conforming petition? Is that all right?
Just seeking some advice, Senator Steele-John. Is it about accessible oceans?
Yes, it is.
Okay, leave is granted. Table a document. Okay,
thank
you very much.
President. I seek leave to table a petition in relation to making Australia's beaches more accessible.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now move on to the matter of public importance. Senator Roberts has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today as shown on item 14 of today's order of business. Is this proposal supported? Very good. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will now set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I move the motion. The UK has just concluded a trial of a personal carbon dioxide allowance, which, as the name implies, calculates how much carbon dioxide is produced annually in the UK and then divides that per person per day, then works out by how much that figure needs to fall in order to meet net zero goals. We have the white paper in my office that informed the trial. The whole concept of a daily carbon dioxide allowance is now out there for all to see. Conspiracy theory no more. I bloody told you so. To anyone who is advised by data and empirical evidence, not mass formation psychosis, carbon dioxide is the gas of life, necessary for all life on Earth. It's plant food. The more CO2 produced, the more food, plants and trees the Earth is blessed with. The climate change scam is not founded on science, it's founded on feelings. It has become a religion for those who consider themselves above religion, and increasingly amongst those who could do with having some religion in their lives. Australia's agricultural sector, rural communities, $100 billion of agricultural production and hundreds of thousands of jobs are about to be sacrificed on the altar of climate fraud. Driven by globalist politicians, directed by parasitic billionaires who will benefit from this criminal enterprise, including Coca-Cola, who sponsored the trial. Coca-Cola is the world's largest producer of plastic, 120 billion single-use plastic bottles each year, holding their toxic sludge and producing 15 million tonnes of carbon dioxide. So their support for this white paper and trial is nothing short of greenwashing. Coca-Cola's leading shareholders are Warren Buffett of Berkshire Hathaway, as well as BlackRock, Vanguard and State Street. These wealth funds invest on behalf of the world's predatory billionaires who will profit from a carbon dioxide allowance. This is in the open, following the admission last week by British Prime Minister Starmer that farmland being stolen from British farmers via taxation extortion will be purchased by corporate partners, including BlackRock. I wonder if this is what Prime Minister Albanese spoke about in his recent meeting with BlackRock CEO Larry Fink. What is the future for Australian food producers under this crony capitalist dystopian agenda headed our way? Red meat is top of the hit list. The methane cycle means cows do not produce methane in a way that remains in the atmosphere. I'll return to that point in a minute. Nonetheless, this trial used a figure for red meat carbon dioxide production of 100 kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalent, which equals 100 grams of carbon dioxide for every 1 gram of meat. Quick maths means your daily food allowance of 2,600 grams of carbon dioxide will be enough to buy 26 grams of red meat, one mouthful, and then eat nothing else that day. I raised this years ago in this chamber when the World Economic Forum first called for a limit on red meat of 30 grams a day. Another conspiracy theory that's come true. A cooked breakfast will have to be half the size to squeeze into your daily allowance, again with nothing left over for food for the rest of the day. Your daily allowance will cover 2 plant-based meals a day because predatory billionaires like BlackRock and Bill Gates are buying up farmland to grow the cereals and soy needed for plant-based meals. So not surprisingly, the whole thing is rigged towards the products they can exploit for their own financial gain, including plant-based fake meat, which contains 20 chemical ingredients. Most are shared with pet food. The nutrition profile is not even close to the nutrition profile of natural foods like red meat and dairy. Speaking of dairy, don't wash your yummy plant burger down with a glass of milk. Well, you can't. 1 glass of milk is your entire food budget for the day, with just enough left over for the coffee to go in it. The hypocrisy here was on display to everyone at last week's COP29 meeting for the UN in Baku, where the area dedicated to meat-based foods was packed and the one dedicated to plant-based foods was empty. The World Economic Forum at Davos has hosted speakers calling for this system to include carbon dioxide credit trading, so rich people can live their lives exactly as they do right now, and poor people can skimp on food, clothing, travel, electricity and entertainment and sell their excess credits to rich people. The rules never apply to the people that make them. The war on livestock is a war on good nutrition based on a lie, which is designed to enrich billionaires. 150 nations signed the Global Methane Pledge without even bothering to check if the methane was man-made. Methane from fossil fuels has a higher carbon-13 isotope ratio, and even though hydrocarbon fuels use was rising, the carbon-13 levels of atmospheric methane are falling. Microbes in the environment drove methane emissions more than hydrocarbon fuels between 2020 and 2022. That's a pretty big deal. Methane was supposedly caused about 30% of our current temperature rise, says the broken climate models. Yet 90% of that recent rise was nature's microbes, not cattle. The whole big brother of every aspect of our lives is based on fake science on carbon dioxide and methane.
Senator Ciccone.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. Now, I also wanted to rise to speak briefly on the matter of importance moved by Senator Roberts. The Albanese government is committed to improving our world-leading and must say one of the best agriculture industries in the world. The economic data shows that this in no uncertain terms. Having contracted during the pandemic, agriculture employment is recovering very strongly. As of August this year, 285,000 people were employed in the ag sector. That's a 12% increase in employment in agriculture over the last 12 months. Despite poor seasonal conditions affecting production in the last financial year, the Department of Agriculture forecasts the gross value of agricultural production to rise by 4% to $86 billion this financial year. Now, this is very important because if we go back to 2018, the National Farmers Federation laid out its roadmap to grow Australian agriculture into a $100 billion industry by 2030. Back then, the industry was worth around $59 billion. The sector has added nearly $25 billion in value since 2018, and it's set to continue this strong growth. The numbers simply just don't lie. Given these very encouraging figures, I don't understand how we can be accused of sacrificing Australian agriculture on any altar, not at least of climate change. To suggest that climate action is intended to hurt Australian agriculture is to misunderstand both climate change and agriculture. Farmers are more dependent on and connected to the environment than any other profession. Across the world, agriculture will be hit first and hardest by climate change. It's why I've been so encouraged over the past few years to see representatives from our fine ag sector, including organisations like the National Farmers Federation, come together on this issue. From putting forward innovative solutions on the world stage in forums like COP to take initiative in their local communities. Australian producers don't want climate action stopped. They want their government to help them to do the right thing. Taking action on climate change and strengthening our agriculture industry aren't mutually exclusive ambitions. We can, and in fact, we need to embrace both. Modelling also suggests that inaction on climate change has already lost Australian farmers on average $29,000 per farm between 2001 to 2020. As climate change worsens, this bill will only, it would only get higher if we do delay, and that's why the government is taking decisive action. We're spending $28 million over 10 years to help farmers better understand their emissions, using digital technology to ensure it's easy to keep up with climate standards. To help farmers get access to market insights, they need to make good financial decisions. We're investing nearly $40 million to expand the Australian Bureau of Ag and Resource Economics and Science, ABARES. We're also spending $30 million over the next 4 years to supercharge reductions in agriculture and land emissions in practice, building on existing outreach programs. For years, I have been very passionate about our ag sector, about reframing our approach. I also believe that agriculture is critical and crucial to our national security as it is to our economy. Since taking office, Federal Labor has focused on growing and securing ag in the face of supply chain disruptions that have recently disrupted the global economy. We must face the reality that while supply chain disruptions began in earnest during the COVID pandemic, they almost certainly will not end with it. As climate change continues to exacerbate national disasters and cause disruptions, as we see constantly throughout the supply chain, a secure ag industry will, with sufficient capacity to feed Australia and broaden our region, may become our most valuable national asset. By working to prevent climate change and to secure our ag industry against its effects, we do the opposite of sacrificing it. We ensure its survival, its prosperity and its potential to provide for our country and for our people for many, many years to come.
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Senator Davey.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank Senator Roberts for bringing this very important and very pertinent issue to this chamber. Senator Ciccone spoke about models, and I often ask about models in my portfolio areas that I'm interested in, and when I asked Dr Coleman of the CSIRO about models that they're using, particularly in respect to an update of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, Dr Coleman said, while models being an important line of evidence, he said, and I quote, "they aren't the truth," which is true. Millions are being invested into producing models to inform our policies and decision making, but we must always remember they are models. They are not the truth. And when our primary industries are at stake, when billions of taxpayer dollars are at stake, it becomes very important, that distinction. Now, while I believe the climate is changing, I also firmly believe that primary industries have a vital role to play in being part of the solution. Unlike Labor, who think things like agriculture and forestry are part of the problem. Take, for example, their countless anti-agricultural policies. If I start in my portfolio area of water, despite the government already holding on to more than 2,100 gigalitres of water in Commonwealth environmental portfolios, and despite the states holding hundreds of gigalitres of water in their environmental portfolios, the government says we need a new basin plan to address climate change while pursuing more water buybacks across the basin despite the unanimous concerns of communities. From Gundawindi to Dirranbandi, Moree to Dubbo, Griffith, Deniliquin, Shepparton, Mildura, Renmark and Loxton. Every single one of those communities says water buybacks are not the solution. But no, Labor knows best apparently, and they want the new basin plan to account for climate change, ignoring the fact that irrigation is one of the best tools we have in our armoury to be able to continue to feed the world in a changing climate. Ignoring the fact that our farmers are already taking steps to address soil carbon sequestration, both through farm forestry, through new broadacre agricultural practices, and through using techniques like a fungi inoculant that increases the carbon uptake of soils, through new water efficiencies. Our farmers are doing this despite the government tying their hands behind their back, despite facing down the barrel of new carbon emissions reporting structures that will cost our farmers time and money and achieve no real substantial change. And then should we talk about what Labor's sole solution to the changing climate is when it comes to energy? Acres and acres of solar panels, hundreds of thousands of wind turbines on and offshore, and tens of thousands of transmission lines. And where do all of these go? Not in Mossman, not in Toorak, not on the south bank of Brisbane. No, they go right across regional Australia. They go across prime agricultural land and forestry land. Forestry, which is a carbon sink. But it's okay to rip up hectares of forests to put in transmission lines and build roads to get the wind turbines to the top of the ridge. But it's not okay for a farmer to put in a development application for an intensive dairy. So I commend Senator Roberts' motion to this place, and I say we need to start recognising that agriculture is part of the solution, and we, on this side of the chamber, the Liberals and the Nationals, stand behind our farmers and support our farmers, and we'll do so into the future.
Thank you, Senator Davey. Senator Wilson.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. It was good to hear Senator Davey say she accepts climate change as real and supports solutions, and that she believes agriculture should be part of the solution, because I totally agree. But I think we need to be realistic here, and it's no reflection on you, Senator Davey, but you're part of a political party that, since I've been in this place for 13 years, has done nothing but undermine climate action, consistently undermine climate action. One of your colleagues here in the Senate, Senator Canavan's been been on record as saying he covered his face with coal dust and put it on his social media, and he stands with coal miners, and he's very proud of the stance he's taken on supporting dirty fossil fuel energy, which of course is one of the big parts of the problem that we have to solve. How do we transition away from dirty fossil fuels? So you can't stand with farmers if you are part of a political party and a movement that is in its DNA totally opposed to climate action. And I don't need to go through for senators all the actions we've seen in this place in the last decade to undermine climate action and transition our economy, but it's been really sad to watch. And we are seeing the weather and the climate change around us now. Just a small technical point for Senator Roberts. Yes, CO2 is plant food. However, as you may know, or any student of botany from high school or university will tell you, the stomata, which is in the plants that takes on the CO2, will close when it gets hot to conserve water. And so on hot days, this is just basic science. I know you don't accept science or facts, and you never have, but I'm just telling you how plants actually work, Senator Roberts. So on a hot day, they'll shut. They won't take on CO2, and that's just a little fact I thought you might want to be aware of.
Senator Whish-Wilson, Senator Roberts. Point of order, yes. Senator Roberts.
Negative imputation on me. False.
I'll just have to take some advice on that. I think on this occasion it may just have been a debating point, Senator Roberts, so I ask you to proceed, Senator Whish-Wilson.
It was a debating point. If I'd called you the village idiot, you'd have a good reason to stand up and take a point of order, but I didn't. I was making a perfectly valid point about how plants work. They have these things called stomatas, Senator Roberts, which are tiny little apertures,
I'll ask you to
and there's millions
your
of them on a plant.
remarks through the chair, Senator Whish-Wilson. Senator Roberts, point of order.
Senator Whish-Wilson said that I don't believe in the science. That is false.
Okay, I think, again, that's a debating point. I don't think it's a personal reflection or imputation. So we invite you to...
Explaining to you, these
Senator
plants
Wilson.
have things called stomatas, and they're millions of little apertures where they take in CO2. So that is, you're correct, they do actually use CO2, but when it gets hot, they close. So anyone who understands the basics of how plants work would be able to tell you that. And of course, in the future of climate change, it is going to get hotter. It is going to get hotter. And we are seeing extreme weather events.
Senator Whish-Wilson, please resume your seat. Please resume your seat. Senator Whish-Wilson. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you. Not debating, not contributing to the debate on this, but I think you have asked Senator Whish-Wilson to direct his comments through the chair, and he keeps referring directly to senators.
Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Whish-Wilson, thank you for...
I thought I was...
Thank you in advance for directing your comments through the chair.
Acting Deputy President, I thought I was directing them through the chair, and how sensitive we are in the chamber today talking about climate change and the LNP and One Nation's decades of opposing it. Because farmers are, as Senator Ciccone said, are on the front line of climate change. We've got a movement of farmers for climate change around the country who are coming together. There's over 10,000 of them now who are talking to each other about how they can take climate action. And Senator Roberts might be interested to know that a new report just commissioned by Farmers for Climate Action, which they're talking about on their social media today, surveyed 1,000 farmers. And 70% support clean energy projects on farmland in their community. In fact, this reporting shows, as CEO Natalie Collard stated today, the quiet majority of rural Australia is clearly in favour of clean energy projects locally, although many don't realise they're part of the quiet majority. And that is because we have a noisy minority in this place who call themselves the Liberal National Party, who continue to say they're advocating for farmers and they speak for farmers when they clearly don't. They clearly don't speak for farmers. Farmers are on the land. They are the ones subjected to droughts, to pestilence. We're seeing significant new biosecurity threats arising because of climate change, floods, the whole bushfires, extreme weather events, disruptions to their supply chains, disruptions to port infrastructure, export markets. I could go on. They're the risks of modern day farming, and they're made worse by climate change but ultimately they're made worse by people in here like Senator Roberts, who actually don't even want to understand the science. They waste the Senate's time and the taxpayers' time by coming up with motions like this, which are so cooked up with all the different elements to them that they just don't make sense. But I no doubt Senator Roberts will find a few seconds of clips to cut out and put on his social media to show that he's got some kind of agenda, international conspiracy agenda around climate change and taking action to support farmers. Well, I'll look forward to hearing the rest of the contributions, but it's been fascinating. Thank you, Acting Deputy President.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Senator Babet.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Look, there's perhaps no more important role in our nation than that of our farmers. We eat and we are clothed every day because of these hard-working men and women. Yeah. Our farmers, you know what, they take huge risks every year with no guaranteed financial return. Yet our government, both sides of this chamber in my opinion, deliberately punishes them with their crazy climate agenda. That's what it is, a crazy climate agenda. Now, Till voters on Sydney's North Shore would be outraged if you suggested that a solar panel might need to take up a corner of their beloved dog park. But those same voters, urged on by climate fanatics that they send to Canberra, don't think twice about tens of thousands of kilometres of transmission lines being installed across prime agricultural land. Massive wind turbines, huge solar farms, increasing restrictions on vehicles, forced water buybacks, banned live exports and emission reduction targets aimed at livestock. If you're a farmer, the attacks from your own government just never end. The irony, of course, is that it is our farmers who we rely on to feed our nation. It is our farmers whom the government insists must bear the greatest burden of so-called climate action. It is worse than unfair. It's stupid, it's mean, it's self-destructive. On a side note, why do we call these things renewable energy? What is renewable about Chinese-made solar panels which need to be installed and then replaced regularly, or wind turbines which also need to be rebuilt every couple of decades? Where do these things go at the end of their useful life? Into landfill. There's nothing renewable about renewable energy, far from it. I'll tell you what is renewable though, the cost. That's what's renewable. The government, they keep telling us renewable energy is the cheapest form of energy. I don't know about that. Have you checked your power bill? Have you checked it? They keep going up. They keep going up. Our farmers, you know what? They already carry this nation on their back. They should not have to shoulder net zero as well, which I will add is nothing but a wealth transfer. It's nothing at all to do with the environment. Nothing. If you care about the environment, how about you stop plastic going into the ocean? How about you stop pesticides and chemicals running off into the ocean? How about you do that? How about you stop cutting down old growth forests? Those are real environmental things. No, net zero has nothing to do with this. Nothing at all. Look, it's difficult enough being a farmer in this country with ridiculous cultural heritage laws piled upon the red tape that's piled upon the green tape that restricts everything that they do. And don't get me started on the taxes. If our inner city elites really want to walk to work, cancel their overseas flights, sit at home in the dark or suck on soggy paper straws laced with forever chemicals to save the planet, good luck to them. But those same people should remember that the soybeans and lentils that they love to consume so much are grown by the blood and the sweat and the tears of hard-working farmers. What our primary producers need from this government, both sides, left and right, is to just get the heck out of the way. Let them do their darn jobs. Let our farmers farm. At the end of the day, this is the problem. Too much government, not enough freedom. And you can apply that line to absolutely everything. Government is always the problem.
Thank you, Senator Babet. Senator Rennick.
Thank you, and I rise to support this motion today that we should not sacrifice our farmers on the altar of climate change. And I have to say, through you, Mr Acting Deputy President, I'm disappointed that Senator Whish-Wilson didn't refer to me before as well. because I would enjoy the debate. I would enjoy the debate about the science very, very much, because you see the problem with climate change is it's a motherhood statement. It lacks specific equations that that show cause and effects and measure cause and effect. Now, if I was to lodge my tax return and say my income had changed, okay, the tax office would quite rightly come back to me and say, no, you need to be more specific. Yet we have the government spending taxpayers' dollars on this notion of climate change, but they don't really want to define what climate change means. Now, I've asked the CSIRO in estimates if they could give me the method by which they're going to calculate net zero. And the reply was, well, which method do you want? There's 40 different models. And of course, I think that just goes to show that if the experts can't even agree on how to calculate net zero, they clearly aren't very specific about the impacts of CO2 on the environment. And the other question I've asked, and just talking about plants, we forget that the biggest absorber of CO2 in the planet is actually phytoplankton in the ocean, which absorbs about 40% of the world's CO2. And we know after the bushfires in 2019-2020 that there was a phytoplankton bloom in the Southern Ocean because they absorbed all that extra CO2, and so the fishes and the whales, and our fisheries in Australia are actually quite low compared to other countries. So we need all the CO2 blowing off the land over our coastline to get as much fish and marine life as we can. But it is important to note that CO2 does actually boost plant productivity, that's well known. But what I want to focus on here today is not the notion of climate change, which is undefinable and indistinguishable. You know, it's just a motherhood statement that has no real cause and effect associated with it, but is actually the greenhouse gas effect, because that was the original lie that started this whole climate change discussion in the first place. And by the way, I accept the climate changes. It changes every day, and the world has been heating for about 12,000 years. It's called the Holocene period. And, you know, there's lots of reasons why the climate changes. Now, I also believe that CO2 does increase the temperature. We know that because of the ideal gas law. Now, CO2 is a gas, and if you're going to do proper science, you have to ask yourself, well, is there an equation out there that demonstrates the cause and effect between gas and temperature? And there is. It's the ideal gas law. I've spoken about it before. It's PV equals nRT. Pressure is force over volume, so there's your volume's gone. Force is mass times acceleration. Now, if you take mass and you take your temperature, which is just a measure of mean molecular momentum, you've got your mass energy equivalents from Einstein's 1905 paper, because that's what it comes down to, is that mass is energy. And if we look at it through those eyes, we would then realise that an increase of CO2 in the atmosphere is a function of mass and not radiation. Which I should also note that CO2 absorbs incoming radiation at 2.8 micron, which, as we know per Planck's law, is 5 times more powerful than the outgoing radiation it absorbs at 15 microns. But of course, ultimately, as per the second law of thermodynamics, the entropy of a system will always increase. This is where the greenhouse gas effect falls over, because in the greenhouse you have a solid object that stops hot air from rising. In the atmosphere, it's actually gravity that stops hot air from rising as they pull the molecules closer to Earth, which is the reason why Mount Everest, which is closer to the sun, is cooler than the surface of the temperature of the planet.
Thank you, Senator Brennick. Senator Canavan.
Look, thank you very much, Mr Acting Deputy President. Farmers in this country do it tough enough as it is. They struggle to stay on the land, especially through the vagaries of different weather and commodity fluctuations. And we have a situation right now where our government is making their life harder through their obsessive pursuit of completely ineffective climate change policies. The government has decided to pursue a climate reporting mechanism which, even on their own figures, says that it would cost Australian businesses over $2 billion a year, and some of those businesses will be farm enterprises. Under this absurd approach, a bank or insurance company will have to assess the carbon emissions of not only its own operations but also of all the customers of that bank or insurance company. If some of those customers happen to be, let's say, a grazier, a cattle grazier, say where I'm from in central Queensland, the beef capital of Australia, Rockhampton, that grazier, say banking with an ANZ, will have to assess and write down and tabulate all of the methane emissions from his or her cattle, the fuel use on their property and the associated carbon emissions with that, any construction they do and the embodied emissions in things like concrete, steel, etc. It is a bureaucratic nightmare being imposed by this government, this red tape tsunami imposed on our hard-working farmers, along with many other businesses across the country. And what is it going to do? Going to do absolutely nothing. Obviously, the incoming Trump administration is pulling out of all this stuff. And obviously, everything we do and our farmers collect, what's going to be done with this information? This will all be collected, it'll be sent down here, there'll be people employed to tabulate it, to report on it, and then nothing will change, except a whole lot of people have had their lives made more frustrating.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. The time for the discussion has expired. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator McGrath, which is also shown at item 14 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? It is supported. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And for those listening at home, I'll read out the motion before the Senate, and that is the Labor government's reckless and irresponsible economic management has resulted in the longest ever household recession since the 1970s, with Australian household incomes dropping as those in comparable nations have grown. Now, if you're scared about what's going on at the moment, and you should be, because you have a Labor government who, quite frankly, have just switched off. We have a Prime Minister who's bought his retirement home. We've got a Labor government, and if you listen to Question Time, you'd think that Queen Marie Antoinette has come back to life and has replicated herself and is sitting around the cabinet table, because every single minister echoes the sentiments of that long-dead Queen by saying, let them eat cake. Because the Australians have never had it so good under the Labor Party and under Prime Minister Albanese. And you have these cabinet ministers of the rank of Marie Antoinette saying, let them eat cake with icing and cherries on top because we've done it so good for them, us here in Canberra. Now, if you think Canberra is in a bubble, well, it's an understatement. There is no such thing as a Canberra bubble. It's Canberra World. And it's not a rubbish theme park or a bad TV series. It is a really, really gruesome reality show, and it is on your news every night, and you're paying for it through your taxes, and you're paying through it because your quality of living, your quality of life has gone backwards since the Labor Party came to power. But the Labor Party think you've never had it so good. And you should be grateful because you're paying more in tax. You should be grateful because there's been 12 interest rate rises. You should be grateful because your rents have gone up, because insurance has gone up, because power has gone up. A Labor Party who promised 97 times before the last election they would cut power bills by $275. We have a Labor government in Canberra World, who are not just out of touch, they're off this planet when it comes to understanding how tough Australians are doing it. But it could be worse, Acting Deputy President. It could be a lot worse, because we know the Labor Party only ever wins elections because they do a preference deal with the racist, anti-Semitic Greens Party. And we have to just look at the policies of that racist, anti-Semitic party to see what Australia could be facing following the next election.
Order, Senator McGrath. Senator Barbara Pocock, a point of order.
Insult to our party, it's completely incorrect and it should be withdrawn.
Senator Pocock, I think that is a debating point. If it were made about a specific senator, then I think there would be consideration of it being out of order, but my understanding is that if it is in relation to a political party, that is within standing orders.
And I take it personally, I think it should be withdrawn.
Senator Pocock, Senator McGrath, are you on the point of order? Senator Pocock, as I've said, I think if the comment were made in relation to an individual senator, there would be grounds under the standing orders to have that comment withdrawn. But
if it's against a political party that's not within consistent with standing orders, I have to allow the comment.
Point of order. It's untruthful. It's untruthful and should be withdrawn because it is an untruthful statement.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Again, I think that is verging on a debating point. Senator McGrath, I'll ask you to continue with the debate, but please be mindful of your comments. Thank you.
I'm very mindful to make sure that my comments about political parties, in particular the new nasty party, the Greens party, who are a racist, anti-Semitic party, are directed at the party, not to any individuals in that party. But you have to look at some of the individuals in that party. Remember, you've got Senator McKim, who in this chamber said that everybody in the coalition should be put up against the wall and shot.
Senator McGrath. Senator Allman-Payne on a point of order.
Just being mindful that Senator McGrath is now straying into the territory of naming particular senators.
Senator Allman-Payne, Senator McGrath made a reference to another senator and was then continuing on with his remarks, and I was listening very closely to his remarks, but I don't think Senator McGrath had said anything that contravened the standing orders at that point. Senator McGrath, you have the call. I'm listening carefully as always.
Thank you. And for those who are listening, doesn't it show how touchy the Greens are? Because it does go to the heart of the Greens political party, and the fact they are a blot on the political landscape of the modern Australian democracy. Of course, we also have senators like Senator David Shoebridge, who only the slow of learning fail to take an instant dislike to when it comes to his conduct in this chamber and how he deals with fellow senators. We've also got Senator Faruqi in terms of the manner in which he approaches development of land. But this is the party that the Labor Party are going to do a preference deal with. This is the party that the Labor Party need to stay in power. The Labor Party are going to be doing a preference deal with an extreme political party who are on the far left of Australian politics, but more worryingly for Australians, are on the far left of economic policy. So if you're doing it tough now under a Labor Party who, quite frankly, have trouble dealing with reality sometimes because everything is going so good under our semi-retired Prime Minister. Just imagine how tough you're going to be doing it in a few months' time because the Labor Party have had to do a preference deal with the Greens and in a worst-case scenario are in a minority government with people like Adam Bant, Nick McKim and those Rhodes Scholars runners-up sitting around the cabinet table directing public policy in Australia.
Sorry, Senator McGrath. Senator Allman-Payne on a point of order.
I would just ask that Senator McGrath use people's correct titles when referring to them, please.
Thank you, Senator Allman-Payne, for the reminder. Senator McGrath, please use people's correct titles when referring to them.
It is fascinating, Acting Deputy President, how touchy the Greens are because they don't like the truth when it comes to their far-left extremist ideology. The fact the Greens political party is an anti-Queensland party, it's an anti-Australian party, and everybody should throw them out of office because friends don't let friends vote for the Greens and friends don't let their enemies preference the Greens.
Thank you, Senator McGrath. Senator Walsh.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I welcome the opportunity to talk about Labor's responsible economic management and what we have accomplished in just 2.5 years that those opposite couldn't do in 10. Under Labor, real wages are moving again in this country with 4 consecutive quarters of growth. The minimum wage has gone up by over $7,000 a year. Early childhood educators and aged care workers are being valued with historic 15% pay rises, and over 1 million jobs have been created, majority full-time. We are building a stronger economy and we are building a stronger workforce because unlike those opposite, we know that working people are critical to our nation's prosperity. Mr Dutton and the Coalition, well, they disagree. That's why they kept wages low as a deliberate design feature of their economy. The Liberals love low wages. They love them. And they have opposed every single measure that we have put in place to get wages moving in this country. They do not stand up for Australian workers. They never have and they never will. Under our government, meaningful cost of living relief is rolling out to Australians. energy bill relief for every household, cheaper medicines that have already saved Australians over $500 million, free TAFE and cheaper uni, giving people the opportunity to improve themselves and do better, 3 million additional bulk billed visits to the GP, and tax cuts for every single Australian taxpayer, all 13.6 million of them. Because we believe on this side of the chamber, under the Albanese Labor government, that Australians should earn more and keep more of what they earn too. But let's consider what Mr Dutton apparently believes in. He believes in saying no to cost of living relief. He believes in denying cost of living relief. Mr Dutton's coalition is simply not interested in helping Australians with the challenges they face today. Mr Dutton's coalition voted no to cheaper medicines. They voted no to our record investment in Medicare. And in fact, the Albanese Labor government has invested more in bulk billing in 2 years than the Liberals and Nationals did in their entire decade in office. And now they want to cut fee-free TAFE. Listen to what Susan Lee, the Deputy Liberal leader, said. She said a key principle and tenet of the Liberal Party is if you don't pay for something, you don't value it. She was talking about fee-free TAFE. What an insult to the 500,000 Australians who have taken up the opportunity of fee-free TAFE, people who are relying on this, people who are taking this opportunity up in droves. 500,000 Australians absolutely value the opportunity that they've been given it, and they are taking it up. They are doing courses like early childhood education, like aged care. They are becoming fitters and turners. They're improving their electrician qualifications, and they absolutely respect and value the opportunity that they have been given. Now, after a decade of Liberal neglect, we inherited $1 trillion of Liberal debt. And there was not a lot to show for it in terms of investment in the kinds of services that Australians want and need from their government. Deficits from years of reckless spending and colour-coded spreadsheets. And let's talk about surpluses for a moment. How many did the former Liberal government deliver? That's right, not a single one. Not a single one in almost a decade. And on this side of the chamber, under the Albanese Labor government, we have delivered not one, but 2 back-to-back surpluses. And our responsible economic management is delivering. We are providing targeted cost of living relief in an environment where we know inflation is biting for Australians. That's why we are paying down debt. It's why we're paying less interest, and it's why inflation has more than halved under our watch. When we took over, it had a 6 in front of it. Now it has a 2 in front of it. We will always back Australian workers with higher wages. We will always pursue more jobs for Australians, and we will always fight for cost of living relief for Australians while those opposite say no, no, no.
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak to the motion before us today. I want to acknowledge the thousands of people in this country who've been forced by Labor and coalition governments to live on poverty payments. It is bitterly disappointing that this government has thrown up its hands on improving the lives of the thousands of people who receive income support by refusing to raise the rate. I want to share some comments that a constituent has shared with me. They say, when the current Prime Minister took office, I had the hope that he would take steps to make the system kinder for people like me. After all, he did promise that nobody would be left behind and that he empathised with and understood people with disabilities. His mum lived in public housing on the DSP with disabilities of her own. However, he and other staff in his cabinet who deal with welfare services have treated me with the same contempt as the LNP. The Prime Minister has ignored me. I've gone from being able to afford a somewhat decent shop for us a fortnight to barely getting through my shopping list to not getting through it at all before I'm over budget and having to pick and choose what we eat based on what I can afford. 10 years ago, I could get a large variety of fresh vegetables boxed for $5. Now we can only eat frozen vegetables once a week. I've had Centrelink suggest that I ask my partner for pocket money like I'm a child. The stress of knowing that I am less than $10 away from being cut off the disability support pension yet again is so heavy that it's something else that's on my mind a lot, keeping me awake and in a state of feeling physically sick. I want to thank that constituent for sharing that story with me and enabling me to share it here in the chamber. Thousands of people in this country are forced by this government to live on desperately inadequate payments, including JobSeeker and the disability support pension. The cost of inaction on this is human. It is being kicked out of your home. It is not being able to escape domestic violence. It is starving because you can't afford food. It is freezing in winter and boiling in summer. The government needs to raise the rate above the poverty line.
Thank you, Senator Allman-Payne. Senator Bragg.
Very much, Acting Deputy President, and I'm very grateful to have an opportunity to speak to this matter of public importance from Senator McGrath, because of course when we are sent to these jobs by the Australian people, they would expect that we would seriously consider and spend serious time on the economic strategy of the Commonwealth Government and regularly evaluate that, which is exactly what this matter of public importance is designed to do. And I would say that the central charge against this government's economic approach has been that it is a government for vested interests only. And because of that, it hasn't had time to solve the great economic problems of the day. The reason that Labor has failed on inflation and failed on housing, to name just two things, is because they have spent all their time working out how they can feather the nests of the people that they are personally close to and the people that help them in their campaigns, organisationally, in a policy sense, but also in a financial sense. They have used the great resources of the Commonwealth Government to support their favourite fellow travellers. And that is ultimately why I believe the government has not been able to put the time and effort needed to kill inflation, which has been killed in almost every comparable country, but also to fix the Australian dream and to make sure that younger Australians, those millennials and Gen Zs, can actually get access to a first home. Now, of course, the budget strategy has been a disaster. They removed the brake that we had on tax increases, and they have, of course, thrown in the bin the attempts that we made in the last Parliament to deal with bracket creep. And the reinsertion of a tax bracket in this Parliament is one of the most regressive changes that we've seen. Who would have thought that in this Parliament we would have such a low level of ambition, that we would restore a tax bracket which we abolished in just the Parliament before? And then one of the central revenue raising measures of this government, already in the budget, the superannuation tax, now has been left to die by Dr. Chalmers, the great doctor. He says he can't get it through, so he's not going to pursue this tax increase, which of course was a broken promise from Mr Albanese and Dr Chalmers, who promised that they would not increase taxes on superannuation, but felt that they had to because, of course, their budget doesn't stack up. And yes, it is true, the government has delivered 2 paper surpluses. But as we read in today's papers, they have locked the nation into a structural deficit, which means that over the longer term, there will be deficits and red ink as far as the eye can see. This has been an ugly period. We are living through the greatest per capita recession, household recession, since the 1970s. Australians are feeling it. They are finding it harder and harder to keep going. And the government has seemingly no solutions here other than crony capitalism. We see the Made in Australia agenda, we see the Reconstruction Fund. I mean, who knows what we're actually reconstructing from? It's not clear to me why we have a National Reconstruction Fund when we haven't had a world war. Because the last time we talked about reconstruction, we had World War II, which was the biggest conflict of the 20th century. Now we have a $15 billion reconstruction fund stacked with union mates on its board. We have a Housing Australia Future Fund which spends more on executive salary and on corporate affairs than it does on actual housing. And then we have the billions and billions of dollars of crony capitalism, where Dr. Chalmers gives away money to his mates, taxpayer funds, I should say, and perhaps the mother of them all, the idea that Minister Husick fancies himself as a white shoe-wearing venture capitalist. Not a white shoe-wearing real estate agent from Queensland, but a venture capitalist from Silicon Valley. And he's going to give $1 billion of taxpayer funds to PsiQuantum, an American company, to build a quantum computer, which he just decided to do one random day. So this has been the biggest disaster since the 1970s in terms of having a government engaging in maladministration of the economy. The Australian people are feeling it every single day, and we have to get the country back on track. And the only way to do that is to have a Liberal government.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Senator Sheldon.
Good, thank you very much. Well, we on this side actually support Middle Australia, and when it starts talking about who those fellow travellers are that I'll refer to, I think have been referred to by the previous speaker. Under the Liberals and Nationals, annual real wages were falling 3.4% and went backwards in the 5 quarters leading up to the election of 2022. That's the fellow travellers that they ambushed millions of Australians by the economic policies that the opposition, the Liberal National Party, took to the last election and led to, for 10 years, of record, hopeless wage growth, where people were seeing Middle Australia shrinking. Under this government, real wages grew 0.7% in the year to the June quarter 2024, which is the 4th consecutive quarter of annual real wage growth. Yes, millions of Australians, millions of Middle Australians, all those fellow travellers, all those people the Australian Labor Party see as absolutely critical to make sure that we represent the Australian community, have got real wages growth under this government, whilst wage decline under the previous government. And of course, then you've got to actually look at some of the views about these issues of wage growth. Minimum wages increasing. For example, Mr Joyce, the member for New England, told Channel 7 in March that our moves to increase the minimum wage was, I quote, window dressing. So here are people receiving thousands of dollars extra a year in income, and it's simply window dressing. And of course, the latest data released by the Australian Bureau of Statistics shows the national gender pay gap fell from 14.1% in May 22 to 11.5% in August 24. That's an 18.4% decrease within one term on the record low gender pay gap decrease. That's the decrease that we saw happen under this government. So all those fellow travellers, all those women that have received pay equity and getting closer to pay equity, and there's still further to go, that's not window dressing. They're not fellow travellers that they think are important. The Australian public in Middle Australia and all those women that have received the benefit of the policies put forward by this government are critical to making sure that we have a fairer country within Australia. And of course, the government supported the Fair Work Commission's work for value pay cases, funding aged care workers to receive a 15% wage increase in 2023. The Liberals and Nationals opposed this. This week, we're looking to pass legislation to provide a 15% rise for up to 200,000 workers in early childhood education and care sector. Are they fellow travellers? Well, they are for the Australian Labor Party, because that's hundreds and tens of thousands of women, feminised-dominated industry, that will now receive pay justice that every Australian deserves. And of course, this government wants to see more money in the pockets of families. The Liberals and Nationals voted against the bargaining legislation that made it possible to make sure that we had fairer return for those incomes that are paid, and limiting fees for parents to 4.4% the year to August 2025 for early education and care centres, to make sure they're available to get that funding for those wage increases. Now, we on this side support aspiration, we support small business, and that's why we passed laws to set minimum standards for gig workers in the road transport industry, owner-drivers. You can't get more micro than that. Individual owner-operators, often supported by their families, more micro than that, receive support to turn around and get minimum standards. And of course, those opposite, the Liberal and National Party, and many others on the crossbench, voted against it. Now, Mark Reynolds, an owner-driver and board member of the National Road Freighters Association, said, I quote, "Our industry is in a desperate race to the bottom. This legislation will play a vital role in establishing minimum standards for all and allowing the industry to become safe, viable and sustainable." So minimum standards to make sure that we standard of living in this country for small business, for hard-working Australians, and making sure that families receive the benefit of what we've done in the important steps that we've made in the early childhood education. These are all critical steps in making sure that we have a fairer go. And of course, I could go into many other things those opposite want to repeal, with same job, same pay, the right to disconnect, all those areas to make sure people work longer and harder for less. Well, it's a joy to see them put this proposition before on the MPI.
Thank
because
you,
it gives us
Senator Sheldon. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Australia is going backwards. National productivity is down, GDP per capita is falling, our standard of living is down, real spending by Australian households is down 9%. We have Australian families, Australian children, going hungry and homeless. We've been in a per capita recession for 6 quarters in a row. We've been told that it's the longest household recession in the past 50 years. It's no wonder the Treasurer has never had a real job in his entire life, and neither has the Prime Minister. They've never had to run a business. Their solution to our recession has been to hide it by bringing in millions of migrants to paper over the cracks and boost GDP. That's right, they're forcing Australian families onto the streets to hide their economic incompetence. Economists are telling us that this recession, this harmful economic downturn, could continue for years to come. Instead of helping our economy, Labor continues to sabotage it. They help their union boss mates hold the construction industry hostage. They have made our energy some of the most expensive in the world with their stupid pursuit of renewables. They blow tens of billions on this while the rest of the world turns to cheaper, more reliable energy or goes nuclear. They blew almost $500 million on the spectacular failure that was the referendum on the Voice. Australia has become an economic basket case and an international laughingstock under Anthony Albanese. And it's the Australian people who are suffering from his incompetence and his stupidity and Labor's net zero empathy for the community they are supposed to serve. Australia's future is in the voters' hands. Let's kick this worthless mob to the curb.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Last week, during my visit to the Young Liberal Convention in Kiama, I had the opportunity to speak to various young people. The conversation should have been filled with optimism and excitement about their future. Instead, we spent over an hour and a half discussing a harsh reality of what it is like to be a young person in an economy like we have today, and that many young Australians have lost the hope of ever being able to own their own home. Hence, I would like to thank Senator McGrath for voicing the frustrations of so many Australians, but especially young Australians. Amidst a cost of living crisis which Labor has so poorly tackled, a larger problem has arisen. The Australian dream of owning your own home has been destroyed. Under this Albanese government, living standards have fallen more than any other OECD country. The blow to Aussie households is now worse than almost all comparable developed nations. Not only is it impossible, virtually impossible, to own your own home, but once someone actually finally gets their foot in the door, then they have to struggle to keep their home, like so many people have had to do over the last couple of years as they've faced a dozen interest rate rises. Earlier this year, the RBA revealed that real disposable income has declined by 5.5% since early 2022. The fall in disposable income has surpassed the past 4 major recessions, including the 1970s inflation crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic. Australians can no longer afford to sustain themselves, with rising costs for essentials like food, energy and housing, making it increasingly difficult to make ends meet week after week after week. The government's failure to address these issues has left families and individuals feeling financially squeezed and uncertain about their future. Labor's response has been nothing but out of touch. Minister Gallagher says that record business failures are proportionate and that it's okay. And let's not forget that earlier this year that the Treasurer also suggested that Australians should have more children. How can families and young people be expected to take on the responsibility of raising children when they are already struggling to meet their own basic needs due to the cost of living in this country under this government? What we have continually heard from Labor is a never-ending barrage of unrealistic and detached responses to a crisis that requires immediate, thoughtful action to improve affordability, to improve job security and overall economic stability for all Australians. Moreover, the intergenerational bargain has been broken for young people. For the most of it, the bargain has been generous and hopeful, with the belief that each generation would leave the world better for the next. Almost all Australians picture themselves owning a home just like their parents and grandparents did, who enjoyed this foundational piece of the Australian dream. But this promise can no longer be kept. Young Australians today find themselves locked out of the housing market, forced into a perpetual rental cycle due to this ongoing economic crisis. Amongst the Gen Z non-homeowners, 93% say they would like to own their own home. They haven't said that they would like to live in a build-to-rent. They've said they would like to own their own home. Yet the financial reality they face makes this dream increasingly difficult to achieve. The drastic decline in living standards driven by the rising cost of living has placed home ownership out of reach for them. Labor ignores their economic record and instead hide behind figures driven by migration and iron ore prices, all to make it look like they have a plan. But the reality is the current cost of living crisis has led to the steepest decline in living standards since 1959. With inflation pushing up prices and wages stagnating, young people are more focused on simply staying afloat financially, covering their basic daily expenses and perhaps managing rising HECS debt rather than saving for a home. This has created a generation where the promise of advancement and home ownership is becoming a distant memory. Ultimately, the Labor government's irresponsible economic management has pretty much destroyed the Australian dream and forced many Australians into stressful economic hardship and, sadly, many young Australians into the belief that they don't have a hope of reaching the dreams that they aspire to in owning their own home.
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. I shall now proceed to the consideration of documents. The documents are listed on page 5 of today's order of business. Senator Hanson.
I'd like to table these documents that have actually been accepted by the whips of the major political parties, of all the political parties.
You'll need to seek leave?
Yep.
You're seeking leave?
I seek leave.
Is leave granted? To table the documents?
Sorry?
What is the document?
I do not know, Senator Farika, what the documents are, but Senator, you're seeking leave?
The documents were presented to the whips meeting last night and it was agreed upon by the whips at the meeting that they would accept
I'll now check with the Senate if leave is granted. Is leave granted? Okay, maybe the two of you could just have a chat offline and then come back and then we can review that. Usually is the courtesy that you check with all the whips. Okay. Senator.
Of assistance.
Yes, thank you.
Senator Hanson's staff did provide them to the whips last night. Okay. They were taken away to have a look at, for us all to look at. We advised Senator Hanson's office this morning that we were okay for them to be tabled, okay. But not to speak to. And I'm assuming when Senator Askew, I'm not sure of what the Greens' position was.
Okay, but Senator Faruqi did deny leave, so I'm in the hands of the Senate. Senator Faruqi, is that still your position?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so we'll have to move on. Oh, Senator McKim is here. If we move on, we move on. But you can seek leave, I guess, later to be able to do that again. Am I right? I'll just check with the clerk. Yeah, so further discussion might be required. So maybe you could check with the Greens, and then in a moment you could come back and seek leave again if you've got that agreement. I will move on now to the tabling and the consideration of committee reports and government responses. We've got quite a list here, so I intend to just work down the list sequentially. So we'll start with the government whip.
I just want to table these. So I present additional information received by the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee relating to estimates. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present Human Rights Scrutiny Report 10 of 2024. On behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the Committee's 8th and 9th reports of 2024. I present the 223rd report of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties. Pursuant to order and at the request of the chairs of the respective committees, I present reports on legislation and additional information as listed at item 16 on today's order of business, together with accompanying documents. And I present the report of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security on the committee's activities for 2023-24, and I move that the Senate take note of the report.
So, are you wanting to speak to it? Then I'll put... Oh, Senator Ciccone. But... Yep. Senator Ciccone.
Look, thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. I won't take too long, but just in relation to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I wanted to thank Senator Urquhart doing a fine job on tabling that report on my behalf, and the activities of the committee's annual report. With respect to the committee's annual report and its activities for 2023-24, and in line with the requirements under Section 31 of the Intelligence Act 2001, the committee's annual reports on its activities, provides very detailed dealings of the committee's work in the financial year that ended on 30 June 2024. Over the course of the period, the review period, the committee continued with a very, very busy work program. It was largely occupied with reviewing a range of prospective and existing national security legislation, in addition to its ongoing oversight activities. The year also saw reforms proposed or implemented that affected the committee's work, including in relation to terrorist organisations and citizenship cessation, as well as changes to the committee's composition and other matters relating to the committee's administrative workings. Following the commencement of the National Security Legislation Amendment, Comprehensive Review and Other Measures No. 2 Act 2023, in August 2023, the committee's membership increased from 11 to 13. On the 14th of September 2023, 2 new members were appointed by the House of Representatives. The committee then had 12 members and 1 vacancy for the remainder of the period, as it does up until now. Now, these 12 comprise of 5 senators and 7 members of the other place. The Act also amended the quorum for the committee from 6 to 7 members. Over the review period, the committee presented 14 reports, of which 1 included the annual report, 2 reviews of the intelligence agencies' administration and expenditure, 3 reviews of the listing of terrorist organisations, 4 statutory reviews and 4 bill inquiries referred by ministers. The committee also held over 50 meetings and briefings, including 8 public hearings, which supported the committee's work across 21 inquiries in total during that period. Notable reviews and inquiries concluded during the review period included the review of the Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment, Prohibited Hate Symbols and Other Measures Bill 2023, which banned the use of trade, you banned the use and trade of symbols associated with listed terrorist organisations. Amendments to citizenship cessation provisions under the Citizenship Act 2007, and review of the Foreign Influence Transparency Scheme Act 2018, in which the committee recommended significant changes to improve the effectiveness of that scheme. Acting Deputy President, on behalf of the committee, I wish to thank all those who made contributions to the committee's inquiries and reviews during the 23-24 financial year. I'd like to acknowledge the former committee member, Mr Peter Khalil MP, who chaired the committee during the period covered by this report, and I would like to thank all the committee members for their constructive and bipartisan approach over the past year, and I commend the report to the Senate.
Thank you. Okay, sorry, we have lots of people in here clearly ready to speak. Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Okay, so, sorry, Senator Freaker, just wait one moment. I'm going to start at the beginning of the list. We've just jumped ahead there. There are lots of people here, and this is time-limited debate. So I'm going to start at the beginning, and then just stand if you would like to speak on the particular report. I think that's the fairest way to allocate the time. So we'll go with the additional estimates information. That's been, but would anyone like to speak on that? Okay. Senator Sheldon, would you like to speak on your Select Committee report? Senator Sheldon.
I present the final report of the Select Committee on adopting artificial intelligence together with accompanying documents. I move the Senate take note of that report, and I wish to speak. Thank you. At the end, I'll also be seeking leave to continue. So I rise to take note of the final report of the Senate Select Committee on adopting artificial intelligence. First of all, I want to thank the Deputy Chair, Senator Shoebridge, other committee members and the Secretariat for all their work on what has been a very, very collegiate inquiry. I also want to thank everyone that provided evidence. The committee was tasked with inquiring into the adoption of AI in Australia, and throughout the inquiry there was no doubting that AI is already here and is already impacting the lives of Australians in a number of ways, both positive and negative. It has the potential to substantially increase productivity, wealth and well-being. It can automate menial or unfulfilling tasks, freeing up our time to pursue more productive, creating and fulfilling uses of our time. There was also no doubt that this is only the beginning. AI will be a transformative technology that will one day, in the not-too-distant future, touch on everyone in every respect in their lives. Now, of course, that much is obvious, because the real question before the committee and before regulators around the world is who will see the benefits of the age of AI. We're now at an important crossroads for AI regulation. As it stands, in the absence of regulation, the spoils of AI will disproportionately go to the richest and most powerful people in society, particularly the big tech companies and their billionaire backers, the likes of Amazon, Google and Meta. Now, it's up to us to ensure that the value created by AI is enjoyed by all Australians, not just by those at the very top. This report contains 13 recommendations that aim to do just that. Throughout the inquiry, we heard the same core concerns about how these AI models work. The most common concern was about transparency, especially the big general-purpose AI models being developed by big tech. That means models like OpenAI, GPT, Google's Gemini and Meta Llama. Stanford University's Centre for Research on Foundation Models produces the authoritative index for how transparent these models are. And Stanford has repeatedly found that these general-purpose AI models are opaque or black boxes, especially when it comes to what data is used to train them. Now, do these use copyright data? It's an important question. Private or personal data? Where does the data come from and how does they select what data goes into it? These are all questions the big tech developers try to avoid answering. But as the Law Council said, and that it was echoed by many other submitters, and I quote, "To improve public trust and confidence, AI technologies need to be transparent, well understood and subject to stringent safeguards." We also heard about the related issues of bias and discrimination present in AI outputs. The content and decisions that AI models generate reflect the biases in the data that goes in. We heard about the experience at Amazon, where they introduced an AI recruitment system to help them with hiring. And as the ACTU Assistant Secretary Joseph Mitchell told the committee, it trained its database, its data set, to recommend new employees based on the existing employees in the workplace, not realising the AI was predicting that it should be preference white, male, private school attendees in its hiring practices. Because that's what you do when you hire on the past. That's just one example of how AI can reinforce, even unintentionally damage bias and discrimination. Another related issue was that of data privacy. Many Australians will be surprised to hear that Meta unilaterally decided all the content you uploaded to Facebook or Instagram since 2007 is fair game for training their AI products. When the committee asked Meta how someone in 2007 could consent to a photo of their children being used to train an AI product that wouldn't exist for another decade, they said, "Well, I can't speak to what people did or did not know." It's the sort of ridiculous response we got from big tech platforms over and over again, especially on questions of privacy. I asked Amazon about how it uses audio recordings in people's homes through Alexa to train its AI products. Amazon refused to answer. I sent Google a list of 28 Google products and services ranging from Android phones to Google Docs to Gmail, asking which of these services they've taken using data to train their AI products. Google refused to answer. Do you see a pattern emerging here? This lack of transparency becomes particularly problematic when you consider high-risk uses of AI. I want to commend the Minister for Industry and Science, Minister Husic, for his significant work he's undertaken to this point. Throughout this year, he's engaged in consultation on how we can best legislate guardrails around high-risk AI uses. And the first three recommendations of this report provide the committee view. We need new, dedicated AI legislation mandating transparency, testing and accountability requirements for high-risk users of AI. That brings us in line with the approach taken around the world, including the EU, Canada and the UK. And we need to ensure general-purpose AI models, those with the biggest and broadest impact but have the worst record on transparency, are captured by these guardrails. The other issue I want to talk about is how AI will impact on people at work. At the most severe end, there are concerns about job losses, and of course, for example, the Finance Sector Union said, it's clear that certain categories of jobs are far from susceptible to impacts from AI. There is also a risk that these impacts will be felt more by people of lower socioeconomic groups, worsening inequality. The risk of job losses highlights why it's so important that government employers and unions come together to identify pathways to retraining and reskilling. The Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry said, realising the benefits of AI depends on, I quote, embracing retraining opportunities and investment in research and education. But for most people, their jobs will not be fully automated by AI, but they will work with change. There is already happening, for example, the SDA New South Wales Secretary Bernie Smith told the committee that retail companies like Amazon are already using AI to surveil workers, monitor performance, set rosters, or even track them outside of work. As Mr. Smith said, this technology has the capacity to either improve the equity and security of work, or alternatively the capacity to increase insecurity and tether insecure workers to the apps in a virtual hungry mile of always on-demand hiring where the fastest finger gets the next shift. In fact, there was widespread concern about AI being used to manage work in ways that would create unsafe work environments. The Victorian Trades Hall Council said AI-given workplace surveillance is dehumanising, invasive and incompatible with fundamental rights. That's why the committee recommends 5, 6 and 7 and call on the use of AI in the workplace to be categorised as high risk, and calls on our long-standing tripartite work, health and safety laws to be extended to apply to the workplace risk created by AI. What that means in practice is that employers should have duties to consult with their workforce on how AI is introduced in workplaces. They should have duties to minimise risks, including psychosocial risks. And the workforce should have the right to representation and to stop work if there's serious and imminent threat to their safety. As the report touches on, this approach is supported by a broad range of stakeholders, including unions, Digital Rights Watch, the Centre of the Public Square, the Human Rights Law Centre, industrial lawyers and Australian AI developers. One of these developers, Michael Gatley, the CEO of Trellis Data, said, "The idea that AI fits under the OH&S set of framework will already have it is brilliant. This is exactly what we should be, where we should be." And of course, the point on consultation is particularly important. As Professor Nicholas Davis from the University of Technology, Sydney said, despite the tech companies are saying AI offers the greatest opportunity for workplace productivity, workers are invisible bystanders in this conversation. They are not consulted. The committee makes it very clear that we believe workers deserve to have a say in how AI is used in their workplace to make the outcomes better for employers and the workforce and for society more generally. That includes authors and journalists and scriptwriters, graphic designers, voice actors, game designers and many more. Big tech AI developers like Amazon, Google and Meta have committed arguably the largest theft in history by scraping the work of these people and using them to train their AI products. And then there's AI products that can be used to produce inferior imitations of their work, putting their future earning capacity in jeopardy. When I asked Amazon if they engaged in this, including work published on their own Kindle and Audible platforms, they said, "We don't disclose specific sources of our training models." Now, it's a simple matter of us protecting
Senator
the livelihoods
Sheldon, unfortunately, your time has expired, and you were seeking leave to continue remarks, so I'll just put that. Yep. Senator McGrath.
Thank you. The coalition agreed with a small number of recommendations in relation to this report, but we certainly disagreed with a larger number of recommendations, which is why myself and Senator Reynolds provided a dissenting report. The governance of artificial intelligence does pose as one of the 21st century's greatest public policy challenges. Any AI policy framework ought to safeguard Australia's cybersecurity, intellectual property rights, national security and our democratic institutions without infringing on the many, many potential opportunities that AI presents in relation to job creation and productivity growth. But AI does present an unprecedented threat to Australia's cyber security and privacy rights. AI technologies, especially large language models such as ChatGPT, are trained on substantial amounts of data in order to be able to generate outputs. That is, in order for large language models like ChatGPT to gain a predictive capacity, the large language model needs to be fed significant quantities of data to enable the technology to develop its own text, images or videos. One risk of AI is that these models become the amalgamation of the data that they are fed. As a result, if the information going into that particular large language model is biased or prejudicial, there is a significant risk that the model would then replicate such biases and discrimination on a mass scale. However, one of the greatest risks associated with the modern advancements in AI is the inappropriate collection and use of personal information, as well as the leakage and unauthorised disclosure or de-anonymisation of personal information. With little to no domestic regulation of large language models, especially those owned and operated by multinationals such as Meta, Google and Amazon, the storage and utilisation of significant amounts of private data on its users is a real risk. However, when asked about the extent to which these organisations use private data of their users in the development of their AI models, these organisations provided very unclear responses. Indeed, Meta did not even answer questions about whether it used private messages sent through Messenger or WhatsApp in its generation of its large language model, Meta AI. Notwithstanding the severe privacy considerations related to this type of conduct, as large language models have not yet matured, there is a significant risk that private information on certain users may unintentionally form the basis of future outputs. Such a risk to the cybersecurity of the Australian people is unprecedented. On a similar basis, AI presents a significant challenge not just to Australia's creative industries, but to the entire intellectual property rights structure in Australia more broadly. As the final report highlights, a significant issue in relation to copyright issue arises where copyright materials are used to train AI models. Indeed, the data that large language models require to acquire predictive capacity, including images and text, are often extracted from the internet with no safeguards as to whether this data is owned by another individual or entity. When Meta, Amazon and Google were asked whether they used copyright works in training their large language models, they either did not respond, stated the development of large language models without copyrighted works is not possible, or stated that they had trained their large language models on so much data that it would be impossible to even know. These potential violations of Australia's copyright laws represent only the beginning of the threat that AI generation poses to the ongoing management of intellectual property rights in Australia. The Department of Home Affairs highlighted the severe national security risks presented by AI in its submission to the inquiry. Due to the recent exponential improvements in AI capabilities, coupled with the unprecedented level of publicly available personal and sensitive information on many Australians, foreign actors now have the ability to develop AI capabilities to target, and I quote, our networks, systems and people. That is, foreign actors could gain the ability to target specific Australians through AI capabilities trained on their own private and sensitive data. The ability for foreign or malicious actors to use sophisticated AI technology for scamming and phishing represents a significant threat to Australia's national security. As this inquiry into AI occurs in the context of the 2-year anniversary of the public release of ChatGPT, these threats have been clear and in the public domain for 24 months. Yet the federal Labor government has seemingly done absolutely nothing to deal with these threats to Australia's cyber security, intellectual property rights and national security across this entire 2-year period. Indeed, 10 months ago, the Department of Industry, Science and Resources stated that existing laws do not adequately prevent AI-facilitated harms before they occur, and more work is needed to ensure there is adequate response to harms after they occur. And yet, absolutely nothing has happened over the past 10 months. The Labor government has neglected its responsibility to deal with any of the threats that the growth of the AI industry poses to the Australian people and their entities. If the inquiry illustrated anything, it reaffirmed the view that the governance of AI is an intractable public policy problem. The inquiry has also demonstrated that AI poses an unprecedented risk to our cybersecurity, our intellectual property rights, our national security and our democratic institutions. Though it is essential that the federal government minimise compliance costs for businesses that do not develop or use high-risk AI, the federal government must act to address the significant risks that AI poses to Australia's security and our institutions of governance. The Labor government's complete inaction on any AI-related policy making whatsoever, despite its own admission 10 months ago that its existing laws do not adequately prevent AI-facilitated harms, is a disgrace. Nevertheless, the Coalition will always welcome the opportunity to work with the government on tackling public policy challenges associated with the governance of AI in our contemporary society. And I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Is it on the same? Okay, so just before I hand to the Deputy President, there are lots of speakers. If everyone can just be mindful of maybe keeping their contributions as brief as they can, and keeping to those that want to speak today. So thank you. Deputy.
Senator Reynolds.
Thank you, Deputy President. I'm mindful of the Acting Deputy Chair's comments. I will first of all associate myself with the comments by Senator McGrath, and I totally endorse him and the dissenting report. But I do congratulate all colleagues, including the Chair, for the way in which this important inquiry was conducted. The committee did highlight the profound impact AI will have, and in fact already is having, on all aspects of life. And from my perspective, through this inquiry and also through work that I've been doing with the IPU globally, it is very clear that this is something that our nation has to be engaged in. Everybody has to be engaged in the discussion about the threats and opportunities that AI now presents. And the technology is developing so fast, particularly in generative AI, that it is really important, I think, that as a nation that we hasten with caution. We adopt things that we are confident with and we understand, at least have a good appreciation of the unintended consequences and are able to mitigate those risks. But as Senator McGrath has said, and also Senator Sheldon has noted, that it does take vast quantities of data that is scraped without the knowledge of probably the records on social media and on many other platforms of all Australians that have gone into that generative AI and the LLMs. Now, this is something that should be of all concern to all Australians, and I hope that this report will stimulate that discussion. I also am disappointed that the government hasn't moved far more quickly on this in terms of analysing where current laws are sufficient to cover the regulation of AI that is currently being used, and also to then identify the gaps that will be needed as this technology develops so quickly. But I did want to spend the last couple of minutes talking about how valuable this inquiry and the findings have been for an inquiry that has just been stood up in the Joint Standing Committee of Public Accounts and Audit that I'm co-chair of, now with Linda Burney from the other place. And we are now looking at the use of AI in all its forms across the public sector here, federal public sector, departments and agencies. We've had 41 submissions so far, and I must confess what we've seen and what we've heard is quite alarming. So the importance of this particular inquiry, I think, and then now feeding into what is happening across the Commonwealth public sector, is going to be very important. It is patchy, it is not... we've got different departments with different rules doing different things. There's working groups everywhere. But what I fear is that a number of departments who do make decisions, which is pretty much most departments, who do make decisions about the entitlements of all Australians, will step into areas that will cause great pain and angst and have a lack of transparency for many Australians. So I am very much looking forward to seeing where that goes, but we are also having a look at the national security implications by state and non-state actors, and also just how AI can be used by criminals in terms of expanding the reach and the rapidity with which their criminal activities, including spear phishing and other things, can actually impact on all Australians. So I commend this report to the chamber. Thank you.
Can you just, Senator Reynolds, can you just seek leave to continue your remarks, just so that we can hold
Deputy
it in the
President,
list?
can I seek leave to continue remarks?
Leave granted. Leave is granted. Senator Billick.
Thank you. I present the final report of the Joint Standing Committee on the implementation of the National Redress Scheme, on the operation of the National Redress Scheme, and I move that the Senate...
Senator Faruqi, yes.
Take note.
We were told that we were going by order of the reports, and that's why I was respectfully sitting down. Yeah. We were told by the Deputy Chair that we would go according to order, and that was the fairest way to do it.
Senator Billick, I'm sort of bound, if that's what what. Right. Well, how long are you intending to be, Senator Billig? I'll just try and manage the time for everyone. All right, Senator Billig, I'll give you the call, but then I'll give Senator Faruqi the call after that, so you'll get within the hour. I'm planning. What my plan is that when we're losing 8 minutes because we're hitting a hard marker. So what I'd like is to once we get close to it, I'd like everyone to stand up and move the table their reports and seek leave, and then I will hold it over to tomorrow and Thursday to give you 2 opportunities during the week. Okay, that's the plan. It's the best I can do for you given my limited amount of time. So, Senator Billig.
Thank you.
And then
So,
Senator Faruqi.
I'll try again. I present the final report of the Joint Standing Committee on the implementation of the National Redress Scheme on the operation of the National Redress Scheme, and I move that the Senate take note of the report. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on implementation of the National Redress Scheme, I present the report of the committee's inquiry entitled Redress: Journey to Justice. The report is extensive at around 267 pages, including appendices and easy-read summary, reflecting the depth of work undertaken over the almost 2 years to the day taken to complete this inquiry. On 28 November 2022, the committee resolved to inquire into and report upon the operation of the National Redress Scheme. A key focus of the committee's work was to examine the experience of First Nations applicants and applicants with disability in their dealings with the scheme. The committee also examined the accessibility and effectiveness of support services and legal advice for survivors and their advocates. This unanimous report has 29 wide-ranging recommendations that cover the full scope of the scheme's operations. Time is running out. A critical concern of the committee is that the time for the scheme is running out. The scheme closes to new applications in mid-2027 and ceases in 2028. Unless changes are made, some survivors could miss out on redress. To address this, the committee has recommended that the Australian Government work with states and territories to extend the life of the scheme, and if this is not possible, to take steps to extend aspects of the scheme, such as the counselling services, and to allow survivors to register to ensure their applications continue to be considered after the cut-off date. We recommend increasing funding for the Department of Social Services, No More Legal and other support services to ensure all applications can be finalised on time. And we recommend undertaking a publicity campaign to ensure that survivors are aware of the deadline. The scheduled 8-year review should consider how the scheme will close, how to maximise the number of applications dealt with in the time remaining, and alternative options for survivors if redress cannot be offered because a responsible institution does not fulfil its intention to join. The committee received evidence relating to the experience of survivors within the scheme. Retelling their stories as part of their application is traumatising for so many. Frankly, many of them deserve a lot better. The committee has recommended improvements to the way the Department of Social Services deals with clients, including making reasonable adjustments to application procedures, reforming the manner and language used in communicating outcomes, taking greater care to respect nominee arrangements, adjusting communication styles to meet the survivor's needs, updating the application for review of decisions to make the language plainer and removing legal jargon, and reforming how applicants can track the progress of their applications. More than 900 institutions have been declared into the scheme, including a number that are listed on the website as, and I quote, intending to participate. During the inquiry, a witness drew the committee's attention under parliamentary privilege to the case of Gymnastics Australia, which recently became a scheme participant. We think the scheme would be improved by regular information from the Australian Government on the names of institutions that have refused to join. In addition, the Government should consider, before the scheme closes, what penalties will be directed to institutions that did not participate. The committee received numerous examples of inconsistent outcomes from the scheme. We were told that sometimes two applications describing very similar events can lead to drastically different outcomes. A critical recommendation is that decisions on eligibility should be considered by panels of independent decision-makers, or if this is not possible for all applications, those found ineligible should be automatically escalated to a panel review. Further, we heard that a number of applicants are afraid to ask for a review of their decision. To address this, we recommend the legislation be amended to expressly provide that a review of a redress determination cannot result on an offer being reduced or reversed. We think greater transparency and support to applicants will assist them to include relevant information in their applications. Deputy President, the scheme is complex to navigate for survivors and there is confusion about the landscape, which now includes a number of state-based schemes. Access to sound legal advice is paramount for an inclusive scheme. The committee has made a number of recommendations regarding legal issues, including provider-treater encouragement to survivors to get legal advice, the scheme paying a fixed sum to delegated legal advisors where a survivor elects to receive legal advice before proceeding with a redress application or accepting a redress offer, and introducing measures to protect successful claimants from loss. The committee also recommends the government works with states and territories to urgently address claim farming and exploitative practices. The committee further recommends that the Commonwealth encourages state and territory governments to codify in legislation the basis on which the courts may grant permanent stays consistent with High Court rulings. The importance of having support services available is paramount. The committee has made several recommendations regarding better targeting of services to support survivors applying for redress. In particular, the committee recommends that funding for support services should be extended until 2 years after the expiration of the scheme. Now, among the stories of appalling abuse heard by the committee, one area that particularly stood out was the issue of virginity testing. This practice, carried on girls as young as 8 years old, has had abhorrent long-term effects on individuals. Alarmingly, the outcome for victims applying for redress has not been consistent. And I'm pleased that following engagement with the committee, the Department of Social Services has committed to a range of priority improvements in how claims involving virginity testing are handled. The committee recommends that a consistent approach to virginity testing in Australia should be articulated, and this should be the subject of a separate inquiry. In conclusion, these are fundamentally important reforms which we hope will ensure that the maximum number of survivors possible receive the help that they need from the scheme. This has not been an easy inquiry. By its nature, evidence has been confronting and often traumatising, not only for survivors giving evidence, but for all involved with this inquiry. So before finishing, I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the efforts taken by survivors who have contributed to this inquiry. The committee acknowledges exactly how difficult it can be to relive a traumatic experience and appreciates the huge efforts taken by those in the hopes that their stories can help improve the redress scheme for all survivors. You are heard and you are believed. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank my fellow committee members for their hard work and diligence and ongoing engagement throughout the inquiry, including the Deputy Chair, Senator Smith. Finally, I thank the Secretariat for its support to the committee. In particular, Nathan Fuchs, Inquiry Secretary for most of the inquiry, as well as Andrew Bray, Kay Portis, Josephine Mower, Kate Morris, Adrian Daniel and April Stevenson for their careful handling of such sensitive material provided to the committee and their support to potential witnesses. I also thank the Parliament House broadcasting team. I commend the report to the Senate and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Deputy President. I present the final report of the Select Committee on the impact of climate risk on insurance premiums and availability, together with accompanying documents, and I move that the Senate take note of the report. Throughout this inquiry, the committee heard directly from affected communities about the impacts of climate-driven disasters on their lives and livelihoods, and how the insurance industry is failing these communities. I want to centre their voices. We received submissions and heard harrowing testimonies from across the country, from flood victims in the Northern Rivers and Melbourne, cyclone-affected communities in far north Queensland, farmers in South Australia, and small businesses in Western Australia. And through their stories of loss, pain, and persistence, it is clear that we are in the midst of a growing insurance affordability crisis, particularly in areas seeing more frequent and more intense climate-driven natural disasters. We heard from a pensioner from Mullumbimby in New South Wales who has seen her insurance premiums almost double since the February 2022 floods in the Northern Rivers. She told us that she finds it very difficult to come up with this money, but is really scared not to have her house insured. We heard of people leaving the Northern Rivers region as they can no longer afford to insure their homes. Chels Hood Withy, the president of the Community Disaster Action Group, said that entire streets in towns remain empty, with residents unable to return due to the inadequate insurance payouts or delays or ineligibility for government assistance. Community centres, schools and local businesses, the backbone of the social fabric, are still struggling to rebuild. One resident spoke of the extreme financial hardship caused by skyrocketing premiums that have now reached $25,000 a year for an insurance policy that has left their home underinsured. For many who continue to seek an insurance payout, the insurance experience has proven to be more traumatic than the disaster itself. These experiences have obviously traumatized communities. It's bad enough that they are struck with the tragedy that comes with these climate-driven disasters, but to have that compounded by an insurance industry unwilling to assist these communities makes matters even worse. This account from Noel Maxwell from the Northern Rivers is but one example. I'd like to speak to the PTSD and that I now suffer as a result of my insurance experience, one that I didn't even know I had until last week when I received a letter in the post cancelling my policy because one of my auto payments didn't go through. I had corrected this and paid, but it didn't register, so they cancelled my policy. That required me to phone them, something that I had stopped doing after the first year, as I just couldn't stomach it. When I made the call, I was unable to think clearly or to respond to the word prompts. I actually became physically ill listening to the hold music. I burst into tears when they answered the phone, and I couldn't talk for a while. There is something clearly very wrong with the way insurance companies deal with people, and also very wrong with the way insurance is priced if people are having to pay tens of thousands of dollars for premiums, while the CEO from IAG, Australia's largest insurer, walked away with a 78% increase to his statutory pay, or the Suncorp CEO who enjoyed a 61% increase to his pay. That is why this report includes recommendations for greater transparency into how insurance premiums are priced and expanded scope for the ACCC to monitor the insurance sector. This insurance crisis requires a multifaceted approach, which includes government responsibility and action, hence the recommendation of expanding the cyclone reinsurance pool to cover all natural disasters, which should also take account of lessons learned from the operationalization of the current pool. But above all, it is clear that insurance has become another major stressor caused by the growing climate crisis, and it's the most vulnerable who are suffering the most, and who will bear the brunt as the climate crisis worsens. It's renters who are disproportionately not insured. It's retirees and those who are socioeconomically disadvantaged who tend to live in areas considered high risk, as it is the only affordable housing they can find. That is why we all need to pay attention to this inquiry and to this report, because it's the cascading impacts of the climate crisis that requires a response from governments and industries alike. A natural disaster isn't just a natural disaster. It's the climate crisis that is exacerbating an insurance crisis that is then exacerbating the housing crisis. It's all interconnected. It's all interrelated. The Actuary Institute says that 1.6 million households are experiencing insurance stress, which is up 5% from 2 years. The Climate Risk Group warned that by 2030, over 3 million homes in this country, that's 21% of all homes, will have exposure to some level of riverine flooding, and this will only get worse as the climate crisis escalates. The State of the Climate Report 2024, co-developed by CSIRO and the Bureau of Met, warned that changes in the weather and climate are happening at an increasing pace. We are at a crucial juncture where we can either tackle this issue head-on or allow it to escalate and get worse. Temperatures have risen, and we will have to adapt to deal with more frequent and more intense disasters. That's why the committee report includes recommendations for what the government can do today to help communities prepare and respond when disaster hits. But as ANU, Institute of Climate, Energy and Disaster Solutions, wrote to the committee, federal and state governments need to pursue rapid and concerted efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in line with our commitment under the Paris Agreement to restrict global temperature increases. Effective greenhouse gas emission reduction policies must be urgently implemented globally to change our course towards future temperature increase and its impacts on rising insurance costs. The insurance affordability crisis that is impacting communities across the country adds to the urgency for governments to act now on reducing emissions. And that means ending new coal and gas, to stop pouring more fuel on fire. That means taking every action to transition away from fossil fuels right now. Because why should families, renters, and retirees bear the burden of the climate crisis? Why should they pay absurdly high insurance premiums for a climate crisis they didn't cause? The answer is simple: they shouldn't. The ones who should pay are the ones who caused the crisis and profit from it. That is why the committee report includes the recommendations for a polluter pays model. The report calls on the Treasury to develop options for a levy on coal and gas companies, from which the funds raised could be used towards disaster mitigation, resilience measures, and the cost of rising insurance. It's time to make fossil fuel companies pay for the damage that they are causing. And fortunately, we have a precedent to help guide our decision-making. The US state of Vermont recently introduced laws to make big fossil fuel companies pay for the damage from weather disasters fueled by climate change. The law requires big oil companies and others with high emissions to pay for that damage based on the degree to which climate change contributed to extreme weather in Vermont. We need to do the same here, and we need to do it urgently to help communities suffering from the double burden of climate-driven disasters and skyrocketing insurance premiums. And finally, and importantly, I want to thank colleagues on this inquiry and the committee secretariat, especially Jane Thompson and Eneka Khwaja in particular, and my team, without whom this work would not have been possible. I commend the report to the Senate.
Senator Free, can I ask you to seek leave to continue your remarks?
I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Because we only have 5 minutes, if someone wants, I'd ask for the courtesy, if you want to table your report today and then move and seek leave, you'll get your report tabled today. If you don't do that, there will be an opportunity tomorrow, but we all know that there are shifting sands in the Senate. And then if you seek leave to continue your remarks, there will be an opportunity on Thursday, assuming the order of business stays the same. So what I'm trying to say is, if you want to table, this might be a good opportunity. Move to take note and then seek leave to continue your remarks. We've only got 5 minutes. I'll go Senator Cadell, and then I'm going to move around quickly.
Thank you, Deputy President. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, I present the report of the Committee of the Department of Defence Annual Report 22-23, and I move that the Senate take note of the report, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Hughes.
I present the second report of the 47th Parliament of the Joint Standing Committee on the NDIS on general issues concerning the NDIS, and I move that the Senate take note of the report, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Well, I'll come back to you, Senator Cadell. Being honest, Senator Hodgson-May, are you going to speak on one? Or? Okay, unfortunately, we're going. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Deputy President. I present the report of the Joint Standing Committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Affairs on its inquiry into economic self-determination and opportunities for First Nations Australians, and I move that the Senate take note of the report, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Leave granted. Leave is granted. Senator Cadell.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Chandler, I present additional information received by the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee on its inquiry into Australians supporting Ukraine.
Okay. Minister.
I present the government response to the report of the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee on its inquiry into the Iron Boomerang project. In accordance with the usual practice, I seek leave to have the document incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Can I have someone on behalf of another member move to take note and then seek leave to continue the remarks?
I take note of that document and seek leave to continue our remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. We have 5 minutes. Senator Hughes, you have 5 minutes. I know we continue to leave, but
I will
leave,
continue to seek leave,
granted.
but by leave I'll start remarks. So we have just tabled the report on the National Disability Insurance Scheme. This is an annual review that is done, and in my 5.5 years in this place, we have done this review every single year, and the one recommendation of the report is that we continue to do these reports. This may be my last opportunity, or most likely is my last opportunity to speak as the Deputy Chair and potentially as a member of the Joint Standing Committee into the National Disability Insurance Scheme. And I say this with a very, very heavy heart, because in no way do I feel secure that the NDIS is genuinely on a path not only of sustainability but of achieving the goals that it was meant to achieve. I know I stated in my first speech in this place, I'm glad Senator Coney's here, God love him for going to get my speech when I forgot half of it, but I was actually up to the autism part, which, as my son said, and my daughter, who never gives me any credit when someone said, geez, Mum, you did well without your speech, that's all right, she was up to the autism part. She could do that with marbles in her mouth underwater. But, you know, what we wanted to achieve, what I've always thought that the NDIS was there to achieve, was that people with a permanent and lifelong disability would be supported. And it was always important to me that it was for people with a permanent and lifelong disability. And that was what the scheme was designed for, and that was how the scheme was going to be sustainable. And in the time I've even been here, we have seen the numbers of participants in the scheme continue to grow. And I think there's a multitude of reasons for this. One, we saw a change in the DSM 4 to DSM 5, which changed the categorisation of a lot of conditions that would never have been considered permanent and lifelong disability, but all of a sudden lots of conditions and diagnoses disappeared. Global developmental delay, Asperger's, a glorious one called PDD-NOS, pervasive development disorder not otherwise specified, but they're all now autism. And it's also become quite chic. It's almost a bit fashionable to have a child with autism, and honestly, the people that come up to me and tell me with great joy their child now has autism clearly did not experience the autism of my child and what I experienced as the parent of a child with severe and profound autism, global developmental delay, ADHD, amongst a array of other conditions. But he actually achieved and was fortunate to receive best practice intensive early intervention. And that's what the NDIS was for. We funded it before the NDIS. It was over $100,000 a year. It's very, very expensive. But I have a child now who we were told would be very low functioning, would, you know, if it was in the 50s, they'd have told me to put him in an institution and forget about him, focus on your other kids, because that's what they used to do. But instead, he got intensive early intervention, best practice, pre-NDIS. It was very expensive. It's why my divorce, I got debt. Didn't get any assets because we got rid of them all to fund our son, and we do it all again because I now have the most extraordinary teenager who I talk to on the phone. But what worries me is there are children who are not getting access to intensive best quality early intervention because the scheme has grown out to the point it is enormous. We have 11% of all boys 7 to 9 years of age on the NDIS. There is no way 11% of 7 to 9-year-old boys in this country have a permanent lifelong disability. They just do not. But the political courage is lacking. And I had actually hoped that I could work with the government to have off it. I'll help you. I'll help you politically. We've got to get these kids off. We've got to get some of these people off the scheme. There's a lot of people come onto the scheme as adults for conditions diagnosed, and autism is a big favourite. People who have careers, who have families, who've been diagnosed in their 40s, 50s and 60s, who are now getting plans of $50,000, $60,000, $70,000. This is ridiculous. This is why the scheme is going to be unsustainable. And I fear as I move away from this committee, and I have listened and heard all the people across this parliament that I have sat on the Joint Standing Committee with, they do not understand the importance of sustainability, and that means making tough decisions. The tough decisions aren't being made. The sustainability is at risk because too many people are on it. It needs to get back being fit for purpose. It needs to go back to being people with permanent and lifelong disability and not someone who stubbed their toe all of a sudden getting a $20,000 NDIS plan. It is about getting back what it was designed for and to help our most vulnerable.
Senator, could I ask you just to seek leave
to continue my remarks?
Thank you. Is leave granted? Leave is granted. We've come to the appointed hour. Pursuant to the order agreed earlier today, the Senate will now proceed to government business. Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Universities Accord Student Support and Other Measures Bill 2024 in committee.
The committee is considering the Universities Accord Student Support and Other Measures Bill 2024. Yesterday evening, divisions were called on various amendments. The remaining votes on those amendments will now be held. I will now deal with the amendments on sheet 3046, moved by Senator Henderson. So we come to sheet 3046. The first question is that Schedule 2 stand as printed. So I'm going to put that question. I put the question that Schedule 2 stand as printed. Those for the question say aye. Aye. Against no. No. I think the ayes have it. No, have it. Division required? Division's required. Oh, the division's already been asked for, but yes, ring the bells. Lock the doors. Right, the question, are the whips in a position? Okay. I put the question before the committee is that Schedule 2 standards printed. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Kavesic as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 31 ayes and 26 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. As a result of that vote, the second opposition amendment cannot be put. As it was consequential and was only necessary if Schedule 2 was negative. I'll now deal with the amendments on sheet 3140 moved by Senator Faruqi. So this is on sheet 3140 and the question is, and I'll put the question that the amendments on sheet 3140 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The question before the committee is that the amendments on sheet 3140 be agreed to. Those to the question passed to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 12 ayes and 31 noes, it's passed in the negative. I will now deal with the requests for amendments. on sheet 2952, moved by Senator Faruqi. So we are on sheet 2952. And the question will be that the request for amendments on sheet 2952 be agreed to, and I now intend to put that question. I put the question that the request for amendments on sheet 2952 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 1 minute. Are we happy with 1 minute? Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the committee is that the request for amendments on sheet 2952 be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, no to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 13 ayes and 28 noes, it's passed in the negative. That completes the deferred divisions. We now return to committee. And I note that there are 2 opposition amendments still to be moved and 1 from David Pocock. So is anyone seeking the call? Okay. We don't need to go in any particular order. We can go back to opposition amendments to give you some time. Senator Lambie, would you prefer if I went to the opposition and then I'll come back to you? Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I move number 1 on sheet 3047. And Chair, I just want to make a couple of important points. The Coalition did seek to remove the requirement that 40% of the student support and amenities fee be allocated to student-led organisations, and we did seek to remove that from the bill, and that was not successful. So what this amendment is all about, and we would really ask the Senate to support this amendment, because we are proposing with this amendment an important safeguard to prohibit the use of student support and amenities fee funds, the SAF funds, from being used for student elections, student protests or protest-related activities. Because what we want to ensure is that these resources, these very valuable resources, directly benefit student welfare and essential services. I am concerned that the government may vote against this amendment, and I really do not understand the basis for that, because this is very much an ideologically driven provision in the first place, and it also overlooks critical concerns by the universities about not just the misuse of funds, but also the incapacity of some organisations, some student-led organisations, to be able to appropriately deliver critical services to students. And without this amendment being passed by the Senate, without these important safeguards, we face a situation where these funds could be used for improper purposes. And I have to say, we have seen on university campuses since the 7th of October 2023 horrific levels of anti-Semitism, shocking protests, shocking behaviour, and the thought that monies from students was being directed to student-led organisations for the purposes of improper activities, including anti-Semitic activities, is frankly abhorrent. We don't believe that this should be permitted, and not just in relation to anti-Semitism, but in relation to any sort of protest activity. Because these funds need to be safeguarded for the important purpose for which they are being paid by all students, and that is to ensure that student needs are properly supported. Important needs like health needs, mental health support, legal support, and other services on campus that students will call upon. And I do want to add, in relation to this provision generally in the bill, that Universities Australia recommended that changes to how the SAF is used be deferred until the proposal has been further developed in consultation with the sector, because of substantial concerns raised by members. Charles Sturt indicated that it could not support the SAF changes without further amendments, and argued that the model may not be workable for regional and or multi-campus institutions, or those with a high proportion of part-time or online students. The higher education expert, Professor Andrew Norton, said the general issue raised by a fixed allocation of funds to third-party organisations is how this intersects with the legal obligations of universities regarding services of a non-academic nature. Specifically, if the university relies on student-run organisations over which it has limited direct control, it is risking non-compliance with other statutory requirements. And let's not forget that we're talking about a very substantial amount of money here in 2023, more than $278 million in student services and amenities fee funds were collected by 44 providers, and the Department of Education submission in our inquiry into this bill noted more than $110 million of this amount was allocated by providers to student-led organisations. So the issue is that universities are being robbed of the ability to ensure that these funds are being directed as appropriate, so that if some of these funds are provided to student-led organisations, they have the capacity to provide these services. And I do note that for the smaller and regional unis, this is a particular challenge. They don't have the very large student-led unions and other organisations like the bigger universities. But then again, this is not surprising from the government, because we've seen the government in the ESOS bill back in the big end of town, back in the G8 universities at the expense of the regional and smaller universities, and now the threats that the government is making in relation to the ongoing use of Ministerial Direction 107 will compound that shocking unfairness and disadvantage, because we know what happened this year as a result of MD 107 and how much regional universities suffered. So, as I say, this is an important and sensible amendment. It safeguards the funds for the purposes for which they are intended. It doesn't fuel any sort of protest activity or fund any sort of protest activity on campus. And as we have seen, the Coalition is deeply concerned about the gross mismanagement of anti-Semitic protests on university campuses since October 2023, and frankly the weakness of leadership we have seen from this government, and we call on the Senate to back this amendment.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. Well, this is just the next step in a long and concerted and pretty shameful campaign by the Liberals, and in particular Senator Henderson, to silence dissent and protest on our university campuses. Protest has historically and always been a core part of democracy on university campuses. and students have been at the forefront of so many social movements, from justice for Palestine to climate justice to First Nation justice and everything in between. And attempts to control and silence students should never be tolerated, and the Greens will not tolerate these, and we will be opposing these amendments.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. The government will also not be supporting this amendment, and I'd refute the allegations there from Senator Henderson regarding the leadership that Minister Clare has provided in regards to anti-Semitism on campuses. Concerns about how the SSAF can be committed are unfounded. It is yet another example of fear-mongering, and we're accustomed to that from those opposite. Section 19 to 38(4) of the Higher Education Support Act 2003 provides a list of things that SSAF can be put towards. Things like providing food and drink, sporting activities, caring for children, promoting health and welfare of students, and so on. It does not provide for protest. The legislation also includes requirements of providing and collecting SSAF. These are the same legislative requirements which have been in place since 2012. There are no changes to eligible activities. Providers must comply with the legislation. If they don't, then the Department of Education can take compliance action.
Senator Henderson.
Firstly, I absolutely refute the allegations of Senator Faruqi. This is not an attempt to subvert legitimate protest on university campuses. This is an amendment which preserves these funds for their proper use, and that is for the health and the welfare and the well-being of students on campus. I said nothing at all, Senator Faruqi, about shutting down protests other than, of course, the universities have done an appalling job at not shutting down anti-Semitism. Things are better than they were, but it's been a shocking 12 months. But this does not go to the legitimate right of students to protest. What this amendment is all about is ensuring that these funds are used properly and that they are used for the health and the well-being and the legitimate needs of students, not to be engaging in printing vile posters, not to be engaged in transport costs so that students can go to the Land 400 protest, as I understand and I'm told occurred in the case of one university student-led organisation. We want to make sure that this very significant amount of money reaches where it's meant to go. And I will also address the comments of the Minister, and I appreciate what the bill provides in relation to health and welfare and food and drink and all the rest of it. But the bill does not prohibit these funds being used for protest and protest activity. So if the government shares our concerns, and I think the government should share our concerns, then it should back this amendment, Minister. Because if that's your intention, not to support protest activity, not to support printing costs to be printing vile posters and all the other stuff that's gone on universities, if that is in your intention, then the bill fails to make that clear because it's not prohibited. So this makes it crystal clear that those sorts of activities, and you'll note in the amendment we've limited the scope of these activities fairly narrowly. So if you share our concerns about using these funds properly, you will support this amendment. I will just finish by saying I totally disagree with the way that you've reflected on the Minister for Education, Mr Clare. Mr Clare, on many, many occasions, has failed to show adequate leadership when it comes to combating anti-Semitism on Australian university campuses. He never once publicly spoke against the encampments, never once, despite the fact that they were fuelling horrific levels of anti-Semitic hatred and incitement. He never once raised publicly the concerns about members of Hitzbat Tahir menacing Jewish students on campuses, which was frankly abhorrent, particularly under circumstances when the University of Sydney was on notice that those people were on campus and for many weeks did nothing until this was exposed in the media. Minister Clare never said anything about the 2 visiting Israeli academics who were effectively locked in a room, barricaded in what was the most appalling conduct at the University of Sydney. So you can make the motherhood statements you like, but I'm afraid Minister Clare has a very, very shocking history in not appropriately safeguarding Jewish students, not appropriately speaking with moral courage and clarity in relation to anti-Semitism. So again, going back to this amendment, Minister, I would say to you, if it is your intention that these funds not be used to support protest activity, which could be used, of course, for very improper purposes, then I would urge you, please. I don't expect the Greens. I don't expect the Greens to support this amendment, but I do expect that the government would be responsible enough to support this amendment. It's a responsible amendment. It reflects the proper purpose of these funds. It's the right thing to do, and I would ask the government to support this amendment.
There's no more contributions. Put the question.
Okay, if there's no further contributions on opposition amendment 3047, I'll put the question. Those that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Okay, division required. Yes. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. We're on sheet 3047. I put the question that the amendments on sheet 3047 be agreed to. Those the question passed to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Kovacic as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes.
Yep. Ciccone, Askew, Stoll, Sheldon, Henderson, Reynolds, Ruston, Hughes, Roberts.
Senator McKim, can you just duck out here?
O'Sullivan,
Hanson Young. No.
Lambie.
Hanson Young.
Lambie,
Namford Price.
I couldn't see who was behind you.
Price,
McKim and Hanson Young. Waters.
Caddison,
Waters. Shoebridge. Little. Shoebridge. Heyman.
Little, behind Susan. Polly. Oh yeah, I've got Polly. Dominant.
We've got Urquhart. Is Urquhart there? No. Tyrrell? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's all right. Ciccone, Stoll.
Chisholm. You haven't got Chisholm.
Oh, is that the one? Yeah.
Honourable Senators, there have been 24 ayes and 29 noes. It's passed in the negative. I'll just allow you to get to your chair, Senator Lambie. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Deputy President. On behalf of Senator Pocock, I rise to move amendments 1 to 6 on sheet 3137.
Can I ask you just to seek leave to move the 1 to 6 together?
I seek leave to move the one sheet together. Thank
leave
you.
granted. Leave is granted. Is there any debate on this amendment from David Pocock? Is that Senator Faruqi seeking the call? Yes, Senator Faruqi.
Greens will be supporting Senator Pocock's amendments to change the time of indexation to start off with. And I guess we have to be clear that student debt, firstly, cannot be fixed because student debt really shouldn't exist. Similarly, indexation cannot be fixed because indexation shouldn't exist either.
I've read them all.
Nevertheless, there are ways in which the current system can be made fairer, and Senator David Pocock's amendments do try and make the system fairer. Because it makes no sense to charge indexation on a debt that has already been paid off. All repayments should be taken into account before a debt is subject to indexation. This amendment represents a change that can make some difference to the burden of student debt, and I really urge the government to support this amendment. Similarly, the Greens support the undoing of that punitive fee hikes and funding cuts that the coalition brought in, which is the much rightly maligned job-ready graduate scheme. It was brought in by the Morrison government. These fee hikes were brought in by the Morrison government as part of this disastrous job-ready program. And this is a program that the Universities Accord has unequivocally called a failure and has called for its immediate remediation. I mean, Labor should have undone and reversed these fee hikes that has now led to $50,000 arts degrees, and again is piling on more and more debt on to students, and actually making people rethink whether they should go to university or not. Labor should have done it immediately as soon as they got into government, but they have waited for 2.5 years and still not doing it. So we need to support this amendment today. I said it before and I'll say it again, this bill is such a missed opportunity when it comes to this urgently needed reversal of the job-ready graduate fee hikes, which really has drastically shifted the cost of delivering university education away from government, whose responsibility it is, and onto students. So this amendment does represent a small step in the right direction, and the Greens will support it.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks Senator Lambie and Senator Faruqi for their contributions on that. The government will not be supporting this amendment today. The Albanese government is taking action to provide significant relief to Australian students and workers with student debt. In this bill, we're taking action to cut the cost of degrees through our changes to indexation, and we've also announced we'll cut 20% off all student debts, and that will raise the minimum repayment threshold so repayments are lower and kick in when you earn more. This means, all up, the Australian Labor government will cut close to $20 billion in student loan debt for more than $3 million. As we've said before, the Universities Accord made a number of recommendations in relation to the help system, including changing the date that indexation is applied. It also said that the former government's job-ready graduate scheme changes had failed. So we understand that there is more to do in regards to higher education. The point of the Accord, and we've said this from the beginning, is that we wouldn't be able to implement all parts of the Accord recommendations in one go, but we're making a substantial progress with this bill tonight.
Senator Henderson.
I just want to very briefly respond to the Minister on those very politicised comments that he made, because if he's saying that the job-ready graduates program failed, then he's basically deserting all students studying teaching, nursing, maths and languages and engineering, who've had their degrees dramatically lowered as a result of the Coalition's initiatives. In contrast to this government, which of course has now fueled a national teacher crisis, workforce crisis, we took really strong action to encourage more students into these vital degrees. And the fact that the Minister is suggesting this has failed is very concerning, because I think that bells the cat that the government is planning to increase the cost of teaching and nursing degrees and maths and engineering and the other degrees that we dramatically lowered. Because I'm very suspicious, Minister, because if you were serious about changing the Job-Ready Graduates program, you would have done so now. And so I think that you are the government. If the Australian people have the misfortune of you being re-elected, I think the government is pushing this off to after the election, and it's a very deceptive plan, and I am deeply concerned that the government's plan is to increase the costs of these degrees, which are so vital for so many thousands of young Australians.
Senator Lambie.
Thank you. I just have to remind this side over here, when these guys put up those arts degrees, you went off like pork chops. As a matter of fact, I remember sitting in here and going, yeah, we're going to take them back to where they were. And quite frankly, you've done nothing. Maybe they're not doing the jobs ready stuff because they need to go into those arts programs and work out exactly what they want to do in their lives. So maybe you should lower them back down instead of carrying on like pork chops. For the last election when this side did it, you've had 2.5 years to change that and reduce those arts degrees back down to where they used to be. Then those kids can go and do those arts degrees and work out exactly what they want to study at that age. At least it gives them a touch of everything, and then they can determine where they want to go. But quite frankly, to carry on like pork chops, and you guys, God, you carried on. I mean, they were fried, those chops. Fair income. Seriously. I mean, goodness me. Reduce those arts degrees back down because, quite frankly, I think that's what determines these kids where they want to go in lives. So you may want to re-look at that and go back to that instead of carrying on and then doing nothing about it when you actually come into government.
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Lambie, and always entertaining. And as a proud arts graduate myself, I certainly do value the importance of those arts degrees. In terms of what I said before is that we always said that the university is a core process and it is substantial. The reform agenda that it sets is going to set the path in higher education for decades to come, and we were upfront at the start that we wouldn't be able to implement every part of it straight away. It was going to take time. We're making a substantial progress with this bill today. In regards to Senator Henderson's comment about deceptive, I think the only person being deceptive here is Senator Henderson with a fear campaign that is non-existent.
Okay. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I do appreciate what Senator Lambie has said, because all the two major parties are doing, calling each other deceptive, while the students are suffering every single day. So, stop playing these games. Labour, you are in government, you can do this. You know the university is a court process, and it was a good process. Said that this change needed to be done urgently. What is stopping you? Just support this amendment and put students out of their misery, or at least some of their misery. You can start here right now.
If there are no further contributions, then I will put the question on the amendment from Senator David Pocock, moved by Senator Lambie, on sheet 3137. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I believe the noes have it. The ayes have it. Division required? Yes? Division required. We'll ring the bells for 4 minutes. Now, did McLaughlin say he's... Am I on mute or not? Okay, where is it? Yes, I've looked at the question is that... That's yes, yeah?
Yeah, that's right.
That's no.
Yeah.
Are you sure this thing's working? Sure. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendment from Senator David Pocock, moved by Senator Lambie, 1 to 6 on sheet 3137, be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. And Senator McKim as teller for the ayes.
As he is a teller, Senator. Steele John, Henderson, Hubert, Ciccone, Hutchins, no. Urquhart, Still, Payment, Darmanin, Watt, Lambie.
No, Green.
Ormond Green.
Is
The result of the division is ayes 15, noes 19. The question is resolved in the negative. Okay. We now move to
You just wait for somebody to...
Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I move the amendment on sheet 3045. And this concerns the Commonwealth prac payment, and it's an amendment which requires the government to table the eligibility and means test requirements for the Commonwealth prac payment before any new grant payment can commence. And this amendment is very important because there's literally no detail in the bill about how this payment is going to be delivered. And so, like many stakeholders and higher education providers from whom we heard during the bill inquiry, there is a lot of concern about the nature of this payment because it's not being administered through Centrelink. It's actually being administered via some sort of grant bucket. And while we support the prac payment for teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students, which will apply from the 1st of July 2025, we are very concerned, and we share the concerns of higher education providers about the way in which this has been proposed and administered. So the bill does not include critical information such as the eligibility criteria or the means test requirements, which we believe reflect the government's rushed and chaotic approach to policy making in the education portfolio. The higher education expert, Professor Andrew Norton, told our Senate inquiry into the bill that apart from the prac payment's insecure legal foundations, the decision to base the program on a legislative instrument rather than legislation means less debate about how the prac payment will work. The government says, he goes on to say, that the prac payment will be means tested, but neither this bill nor the government's public statements explain what means will disqualify students or cause their payments to be reduced. Our regional universities network also raised very similar concerns saying that should universities be the administrating body for the Commonwealth Prac payment, then inconsistencies may arise at a national level between the individual institutions within the sector and potentially even between faculties of the same provider in terms of the outcomes of administering student eligibility and verification, the timeframes for processing payments and dispute resolution processes. So, despite this payment being announced and the Minister speaking about the benefits of this payment, this won't be delivered via Centrelink but through a grant bucket for which there's no actual obligation to deliver this funding in the legislation. You would think if the government was serious about delivering this payment, it would actually make a clear provision in the legislation requiring the government to do so. And while also not in this bill, that the government has confirmed during budget estimates that eligible students will face a means test that will require them to be eligible for an income support payment and meet a need to work requirement. And we're also concerned that there's been no consultation with state and territory governments or industry to share the cost of this measure, as the Minister originally declared would happen, despite the fact that they will be the beneficiaries of the incoming teachers, nurses, midwives and social workers and the like. So, as I say, this amendment requires the government to table the eligibility and means test requirements because, this Parliament has a right to ensure that when the government says it will do something, that will actually happen. And so we've proposed this amendment as a moderate measure to give the Parliament confidence that the government is on track to deliver this payment. We just can't take the Minister's word when so much about this payment is actually not in the bill. And what this would also do, of course, in tabling the guidelines, it will provide transparency ahead of the payment commencing to ensure that students and the higher education providers which will be assessing student applications understand the requirements before the payment begins. So without clear eligibility guidelines, students will continue to remain in the dark about this payment. So I'd welcome if the Minister was able to table those guidelines now. That would be terrific. We would celebrate that because understanding how this will apply in practice is very important, and it's just not appropriate. We are seeing time and time again where the government is putting the nuts and bolts of legislation not in the bill itself, limiting the oversight of the Parliament. And so we would welcome the Minister tabling these requirements, these guidelines, and in the absence of doing so, of course, we would urge the Senate to support this amendment.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Henderson. And the government will not be supporting this amendment. Eligibility for Commonwealth Prac payments will be targeted to students on income support and students who typically need to work to support themselves while studying. These students typically face the greatest financial pressure during placements. Eligibility criteria will be finalised in consultation with stakeholders following passage of legislation and well before the commencement date on 1 July next year. The guidelines are disallowable instruments. They can be considered by members of Parliament once tabled. This is standard practice for a measure like this.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, could you please provide the Senate with more information about who will be eligible for these Commonwealth Prac payments? How many students will receive this payment?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Henderson. That's obviously what is being worked through and being consulted on at the moment. As soon as those guidelines will be tabled well in advance of the 1 July 2025 commencement date.
Senator Henderson.
Minister, are you able to indicate a proportion of students studying teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work who will receive a prac payment? Because I think it just seems, Minister, that the government is just trying to work this out on the run. This has been in the pipeline now for many months, It was a recommendation of the University Accord panel, and it's just very surprising that the government doesn't seem to have any idea how this payment will be administered and how many students will benefit. So if you could provide the information on the proportion of students who will receive this payment, and also what will be the total value of the payments made to each of those 4 categories of students, please.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Henderson. The dollar figure per week is $319.50. That's the same for all those people eligible. The department has estimated the following number of students for the PRAC payments by discipline by the end of the forward estimates based on the latest available data at the time, which was 2022 verified. Nursing, 24,000 students per year. Midwifery, 2,000 students. Teacher education, 35,000 students. And social work, 7,000 students. However, obviously the final numbers of students are likely to vary from the above, as it's not possible to predict changes in enrolments and take-up, which are driven by student choice.
Minister, so what will be the total amount, anticipated amount, over the forward estimates that will be paid under this measure?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Henderson. So the anticipation is about 68,000 students per year which would be eligible.
Are you able to provide the Senate any more information in relation to the 68,000, how that was calculated? Because this information, I don't believe, has been made public before. And if you can provide any other information. And also, could you indicate how these students will be means tested? Will they be required to hand over their income statements? Will they be required to hand over Centrelink statements or any other private information? And how will that occur? Will the universities be given the responsibility of asking for that information in order to means test them? I mean, quite genuinely, this is a very, very unusual scheme where the government is asking third-party institutions to means test students under circumstances where that could give rise to all sorts of quite significant privacy issues. So could you just explain how people's personal information is going to be handled?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Henderson. The 68,000 figure is what's been estimated by the department. I'm very confident, Senator Henderson, that we'd covered that at estimates on previous occasions after this announcement was made. In terms of the negotiations and consultation with stakeholders, that is ongoing. Obviously, working with the universities to implement this is important because they are the ones that have the direct relationship with students. Obviously, the privacy concerns is at the foremost of those discussions. As I mentioned, the guidelines will be disallowable instruments and will be tabled before that 1 July start date next year.
Minister, given the universities may need to ask of students private information, will any further legislation be required in relation to the protection of those students' privacy? Because this does give rise to some quite significant legal issues I would put to you, and it is of concern, and my concerns have not been alleviated, that such personal information, students are being required or may be required to hand that over when there doesn't appear to be any cognizance, let alone provisions in this bill which protect the privacy of thousands of students attending university.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Henderson. And the Department of Education has considered this matter. Their advice is that universities already collect a range of personal and sensitive information about students. They also consider that the relevant legislation is clear about provider obligations relating to the protection of personal information.
Senator Henderson.
Sorry. Minister, I do appreciate that they collect information in accordance with their legislative obligations. So is the collection of privacy information or private information for the purposes of means testing students, I would suggest to you that that doesn't come within the existing legislation, but I would ask you if you could give this Senate the confidence that requests by universities for this information will comply with the law.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Henderson. It would ultimately be voluntary for the student to hand over any information. It wouldn't be compulsory for them to do it as part of the scheme.
Senators.
And so where is that requirement that students can only do so voluntarily, and just by reason of the obligation being a voluntary obligation, doesn't that put students in a very invidious situation where if they are being required to hand over personal information under circumstances where there's not a legislative basis for the universities to ask for that information, then doesn't it put students in a very invidious position where in order to get the payment they might be facilitating the provision of private information which may otherwise be in breach of the law?
Minister.
I'd go back to my previous point, Senator Henderson, that implications for students in providing this level of personal information to their providers was considered by the department, noting universities already collect and hold a range of personal and sensitive information about students. Division 179, Protection of Personal Information of the Higher Education Support Act 2003, is clear about higher education provider obligations and procedures relating to the protection of personal information.
Senator Henderson.
Yes, Minister, I well understand the provisions of the Higher Education Support Act in relation to the obligations of universities, but this is something very new. You're asking universities to hand over or to ask for personal information for a very different purpose, not in relation to the students' enrolment and in relation to the students studying at university. I don't have any confidence that the government has actually really got this right, or that the government has appropriately thought through the privacy implications for students. I also raise very serious concerns that this puts universities in a very difficult position. Can I also ask you to confirm whether these payments are subject to taxation?
Minister.
Yes, they are, Senator Henderson.
Senator Henderson.
And so will the tax be withheld before the payment is made to the student?
Minister.
No, it wouldn't be withheld.
Senator Henderson.
And so how, if universities are being asked to withhold tax before payment is made, you're saying that they're not, apologies, they're not being asked to withhold tax. So there will be taxation consequences for the receipt of the payment. So isn't there a risk, if this payment is made and there's the taxation consequences are not dealt with at the time of the payment being made, that isn't there a risk that students could end up with a taxation debt because they haven't actually had from that payment any taxation deducted from the payment?
Minister.
Well, it's a bit hard to speculate, Senator Henderson. Obviously, individuals' tax arrangements is a matter for them.
Minister. Senator Henderson.
Thanks, Chair, but you understand the point that I'm making, and the point is that if the taxation issues are not dealt with at the time of making the payment, which ordinarily, of course, is the obligation in an employee-employer relationship, then that could lead to taxation consequences. So I just want to, so I'm just not sure, and I'm concerned that that hasn't properly been thought through. If a student has to be receiving Centrelink and undertaking paid work for at least 15 hours per week, which I understand is the case, won't this mean that they are more likely to pay tax, and therefore won't this give rise to a situation where they are more exposed to the prospect of having to pay tax?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Henderson. I'm not going to get in the process of giving tax advice to people in various scenarios, Senator Henderson, but what I will say is that I'm very confident that this will be outlined in the program guidelines and it will be made clear to people when they apply for the payment as well.
Senator Henderson.
I mean, I really, can I ask you, Minister, do you have a copy of the guidelines that you could table now? Because that would be really helpful.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. No, sorry, I don't, Senator Henderson.
Senator Henderson.
Can I also understand in relation to this payment, I'm not asking you, by the way, to give tax advice. I'm asking you to explain how the payment works and how universities can possibly administer this payment, particularly in light of the fact that you're dealing with, in some cases, students who've just left school. This could be the first time that they receive any sort of payment. And so it puts also students in a pretty invidious position if they don't know the taxation consequences. Will the payments be made each week of the placement or in a lump sum? How will they be paid?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Henderson. My understanding is those are the things that are being worked through as part of the consultation process.
Senator Henderson.
Minister, when do you expect the consultation process to be completed? And if I could also ask you, what will be the time frames for applications? I understand that students will need to make applications for the payment. How long will they need to make application before they actually are eligible? And what information will the student need to provide as part of that application?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Henderson. Those things are still being worked through as part of that consultation process.
Senator Henderson.
Minister, I did also ask as part of my question, when will that consultation process be completed? Because it has been quite a number of months already. And if you could just explain what is the status of the consultation?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Henderson. Obviously, we know that we need to have this implemented by 1 July next year for those eligible. That work will be ongoing, and I'm sure as soon as there is something ready to announce, you'll be the first to know.
That's it. No one else seeking the call, then I'll put the question. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3045 be agreed to. All those in opinion say aye. Aye. All those against say no. No. I believe the ayes have it. Ayes have it. Noes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells, 4 minutes. There you go. Do you need to reset the clock?
Oh, that's okay. Good.
Thanks, Matt. This is going to be my evening. How many rules there are? Yeah, I can only vote for this thing. As the standing order. This is my seat in committee. It's in for the President's chair.
I didn't do that with us.
Yeah. Lock the doors. The question before the committee is that the amendments on sheet 3045, as moved by Senator Henderson, be agreed to. Those to the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 27 ayes and 29 noes, it's passed in the negative. Is there any appetite from honourable senators for further debate in committee? I'm intending to put the final questions and then report. All right, I'll put the questions. Put the question that the bill stand as printed. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. I put the question that the bill now be reported. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. No, I understand, Senator Faruqi, you wish to move an amendment. Yeah, that's. I'm not in my place for that. Senator Faruqi, I think you wish to move an amendment to the report, so I'll read the report and then I'll give you the call for the amendment. The committee has considered the Universities Accord Student Support and Other Measures Bill 2024 and agreed to it without amendments. Senator Oh, sorry, you have to move to adopt the report and then you move the amendment to the adoption. Minister?
I move that the report of the committee be adopted.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move Greens' amendment on sheet 3185 to add at the end of the motion, and the Senate calls on the government to immediately legislate its pledges to raise the minimum repayment threshold for all student debt and introduce a marginal repayment system.
So I intend to put the question. There'll be two questions. The first question will be on the amendment to the report moved by Senator Faruqi, and then I will move, whether it's amended or not, the second question. So I move the question that the amendment to the report be agreed to. Those for the question say aye.
Aye.
Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Division's required. Ring the bells. It's 1 minute. We'll go for one. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is that the amendment to the report from the committee be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 13 ayes and 25 noes, it's passed in the negative. Yeah, so I'm just kidding. So now I put the question that the report be adopted. Those for the question say aye. Against no, the ayes have it. Minister.
I move that the bill now be read a third time.
Put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no, the ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Higher Education Support Act 2003 and for related purposes. Government Business Orders of the Day number 3, Better and Fairer Schools Funding and Reform Bill 2024. Second reading debate.
Minister, I think you're summing up the debate in continuance, I think.
And I commend the bill to the chamber.
I put the question that the bill now be read a second time. Those for the question say aye. Against no, the ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Australian Education Act 2013 and for related purposes.
We are resolved into committee.
Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken together and as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the bills stand as printed. The question? No. With the concurrence of the Senate, the statements of reason accompanying the request circulated for this bill be incorporated in Hansard immediately after the request to which they relate. There being no objection, it is so ordered. Senator Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to move amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 306 together.
Leave granted. Leave is granted.
The amendments on sheet 3036 seek to amend section 35A of the Australian Education Act 2013 to raise the share of the Commonwealth's contribution to public schools to 25%. It's been over a decade since the Gonski Review said that we needed a truly needs-based funding system for our schools. Since that time, we still have 98% of public schools are underfunded, and more than half of private schools are funded at a level more than our public schools in government money. Will the government commit to finally, for the young people of this country, for the teachers who work every day in their schools, commit to getting those schools to 100% of the SRS by lifting the Commonwealth contribution to 25%? I commend this amendment to the Senate.
I'm looking for guidance. Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Payne. And the government won't be supporting this amendment. The Minister for Education has been clear there will be no blank cheques and that additional funding needs to be tied to reform. It is important that this be a joint effort between the Commonwealth and the states and territories. This amendment wants the Commonwealth to bear the entire burden of filling the 5% funding gap. This ignores the way that funding for our public schools works and how it is a shared responsibility between us and the states and territories.
Senator Henderson.
Minister, just wanted to ask a question in relation to a provision in the bill in relation to funding. This bill will introduce differential treatment for government and non-government schools by making the funding instrument for government schools not subject to disallowance, whilst non-government school funding will be disallowable. Can you explain why that is the case?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Henderson. Approximately 40% of non-government schools are transitioning down, and therefore this amendment would result in additional costs that would require further consideration, resulting in delays. The Australian government intends to continue maintaining the Commonwealth share of non-government schools at 80%.
Senator Henderson.
Look, thank you very much, Minister, but that didn't quite address my question. What I'm wanting to know is why there is a difference in the bill between the treatment of government and non-government funding. Now, I understand there are different shares, of course, but as I say, for government schools, the funding instrument is not subject to disallowance, and yet for non-government school funding, it is disallowable. It's a very significant difference. And could you please explain that very important difference and the decision the government has made in this respect?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Henderson. A ratchet mechanism isn't appropriate for non-government schools because the Commonwealth share for these schools needs to be able to transition down to 80% of the schooling resource standard. Approximately 40% of non-government schools are in the process of transitioning down. Should a future government wish to seek a different set of Commonwealth shares for non-government schools, this would be subject to disallowance by the Parliament.
No? Okay, I will put the question. The question is that the amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3036 be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The noes have it. Is division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the requests for amendments on sheet 1 and 2 on sheet 3036 be agreed to. Those of that opinion will move to the right of the chair and those against to the left of the chair. And I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askey as teller for the noes. Order. Result of the division is ayes 13, noes 22. The question is resolved in the negative. Thank you. Who's seeking the call? Senator Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to move Amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3040 by leave together.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move those amendments. Given that the government won't support increasing the Commonwealth contribution to 25%, this amendment seeks to increase the contribution of the federal government to our public schools to 22.5%. Minister, this is your policy. This is the amount of contribution that you put in your offer to the states. Voting for this amendment is your opportunity to protect our public schools from backsliding under a coalition government. If you believe that 22.5% is a fair contribution that should be made by the federal government to our public schools, then you should lock it in for all of them. In your previous comments, you stated that you don't want to give blank cheques. Well, I can tell you now that public schools and public school teachers and public school students have not been asking for blank cheques, and we've been running on empty for over a decade. Teachers dip into their pockets every year to the tune of $1,000. No one is asking for a blank cheque. They're asking for a government that gives a damn about public education in this country. It is on its knees. There is a reason why parents feel like they have no choice but to fork out thousands of dollars to send their kids to the private school up the road because it is better resourced than the public one. It should be the job of governments to give every young person in this country the opportunity to have a well-funded, high-quality, world-class free public education. And for over 13 years, we have not had that, not under the coalition, not under Labor. You went to an election and said no one would be left behind, and you wanted and you believed in public education. Well, if the minister believes in public education, show us. I speak for thousands upon thousands of public school teachers in this country who believe that the federal government does not care about our public schools because they see the amount of money that gets shoveled out of the door, $51 million every day into our private school system. They drive past them in their cars with their cranes and their new buildings going up. And they go into their classrooms that need paint, that have asbestos in them, that aren't cool in summer, that don't have the resources that they need. They look at the young person in front of them who is neurodiverse, who can't get a support teacher for more than 2 hours a week. They look at the young child with a disability who can't get up to the science block because they don't have a lift. Teachers deal with this, young people in public schools deal with this every single day, and yet the teachers show up because we care about the kids in front of us. The majority of kids in this country who are educationally disadvantaged, who attend our public schools, and teachers every single day, despite the fact that their governments don't care, despite the fact that they are under-resourced, despite the fact that there is no end in sight to that under-resourcing, despite the fact that they get abused in the media and by governments. I mean, telling us there's no blank cheques, you might as well just say you're not doing a good enough job. Well, try doing the job when you are under-resourced year after year after year. Teachers have had enough. And when you got elected to government, they thought that somebody cared and it was going to change. Well, it's changing a bit, but it's not 100%, and you know it. So if you really care, if you really believe that public schools in this country should get 22.5% like you've put on the table, then lock it in for all of them. I commend this amendment to the House.
Senator Henderson.
Oh, look, I recognise Senator Ormond's-Payne's commitment to public education as a former teacher, but I think I just want to put on the record I did not appreciate the slight against our government because the previous coalition government nearly doubled annual school funding from $13 billion in 2013 to $25.3 billion in 2022. And I think it's also important to point out that the funding shortfall, to be fair, the funding shortfall is actually not the responsibility of the Commonwealth under the existing legislation. So you really, Senator Ormond-Payne, should be looking at the states which have fallen well short of their contribution. Now,
Order.
I
called you to order,
I just think
please.
it's really important.
Order.
I just think
Senator
it's really
Cox.
important that anyone listening to this debate or reading the Hansard understands the facts that under the current Gonski funding model, the Commonwealth was meeting its 20% share, and there were dramatic shortfalls in funding, but they were not the responsibility of the Commonwealth, but the responsibility of the states and the Northern Territory. The only jurisdiction meeting its Gonski funding commitment to government schools was the ACT. So I just think it's very, very important to put those facts on the record.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Senator Ormond-Payne. And I've seen her passion in regards to public education in this chamber and also in Senate estimates as well. The government has a proud record of its support for public schools, and indeed the Minister himself has been someone who's very passionate in his defence of public schools and also the teaching profession at the same time, which he recognises the role that teachers have played in his life and the work that he wants to do to lift the standing of teachers and the profession across the country is really important. The government won't be supporting this amendment. The Minister has been clear that additional funding needs to be tied to reform. This amendment wants the Commonwealth to provide additional funding for states and territories without embedding the reforms that will actually help Australian students catch up, keep up and finish school, which is exactly what we want to do to build a strong and sustainable education system in this country.
If there's nobody else, I'll put the question. The question is that the request for amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3040 be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the request for amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3040 be agreed to. Those of that opinion will move to the right of the chair and those against to the left of the chair. And I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 13, noes 23. The question is resolved in the negative. Senator Norman-Payne, are you now seeking the call?
I am. Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move Amendment 1 on sheet 3037. The purpose of this amendment is to remove the 4% accounting loophole that was instigated by a coalition government and which, for some reason, Labor seems intent on keeping. The then Minister Plebiscite, or Shadow Minister Plebiscite, said before the last federal election to a room full of teachers at a teacher conference that the government was going to remove this loophole. This is the loophole that allows states to include depreciation of buildings, busing of students, in their share of their contribution to public schools. Some of those things are used by private schools, but they don't lose that money. Now, the government says that, you know, everybody needs to do their fair share. Well, the government could remove this 4% loophole and that would bring the states up and then they could lift up their contribution and maybe we'd get to 100%. As long as this 4% loophole remains, no matter what the government says, every public school in this country, WA, NT, Tasmania, will really only be at 96% of the schooling resource standard. So I implore the government, stick to the commitment that you made before the election, remove this loophole, let's get us closer to 100% of the SRS. I commend this amendment to the Senate.
Minister?
Thanks, Chair, and the government will not be supporting this amendment. And let me be clear about what The now government said before the election, when we were in opposition, the now Prime Minister said Labor remains committed to working with state and territory governments to getting every school to 100% of its fair funding level. That was at the Press Club on the 25th of January 2022. And as Shadow Minister, the member for Sydney said on Insiders on the 8th of May 2022, we need the states and territories to increase their effort as we would increase our effort to get every school up to 100% of its fair funding level. So that was what was said by us in opposition. The focus of this bill is the missing 5% of the school resourcing standard. Yes, that the 4% is used by states to fund a mix of things, including school transport and early childhood education costs. It's a matter for the states whether they wish to claim that 4% or not.
Senator Allman-Payne.
Minister, it's been confirmed at estimates, hasn't it, by the department that that 4% was never included in the original Gonski calculation, was it?
Minister. Minister.
Thanks, Chair. The 2011 review of funding for schooling, the Gonski review, sets out that the SRS should include the full cost of delivering schooling services, regardless of whether these are delivered in an independent school or a systemic school, a provision for general maintenance and minor acquisitions below an established capitalisation threshold, and is recommended excluding sector costs such as regulation of schools, certifications of teachers, national school testing and development of curriculum.
Senator Allman-Payne.
It's true then, isn't it, though, that that money is being used by some states for their school teacher registration authorities? Is that correct?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, that's my understanding, Senator Allman-Payne.
Are there any further contributions? No? The question is that Amendment 1, Sheet 3037 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3037 be agreed to. Those, the ayes will move to the right of the chair and the noes will move to the left. I appoint Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes and Senator McKim, teller for the ayes. The result of the division is 12 ayes and 22 noes, the question being resolved in the negative. Senator Olman-Payne.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to move amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3038 together.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move those two amendments. The purpose of these amendments is to add to the bill's intent, which is to address equity and disadvantage, to ensure that a regular statement by the Minister on the progress of the bilateral agreements is brought forward each year to be inquired into, and it would also compel a CARA or another body to prepare and table a report including such data. This would give us a much better opportunity and additional opportunities to track how we are actually going in addressing inequity, which is a big purpose of this bill. I commend these amendments to the Senate.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Olman-Payne. And my understanding is you moved both of those together. Was it Senator Olman-Payne? 3038. Okay. So the government won't be supporting this amendment. Enhanced transparency measures in the bill and the ministerial report to Parliament provide greater levels of accountability. The Better and Fairer Schools Agreement will build trust in the system, showing the public how funding is distributed for the benefit of students from disadvantaged backgrounds. Further, education ministers will review the measurement framework for schools to ensure it remains relevant, ensuring equity and access for disadvantaged students.
Are there any further contributions? No? The question is that amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3038 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it. The noes have it. Senator Olman-Payne.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to move amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3039 together.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move those amendments and I bring them to the Senate.
Are there any contributions? Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Olman-Payne. And again, the government won't be supporting this amendment. The provisions of this bill give greater oversight in relation to Commonwealth investments in schools and progression reforms, including requiring the Education Minister to provide an annual report to Parliament. Much of the intent of this motion will be met through the implementation of the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, which will require jurisdictions to report on how Commonwealth funds are invested, share information via a public dashboard and review the measurement framework for schooling in Australia.
Thank you. The question is that amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3039 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it. The noes have it. The question is now that the bill stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is now that the bill be reported. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I will now report the bill. The committee has considered the Better and Fairer Schools Funding and Reform Bill 2024 and agreed to it without amendments. Minister.
I move the report of the committee be adopted.
The question is that the report of the committee be adopted. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Minister.
I move the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Australian Education Act 2013 and for related purposes. Government Business Order of the Day number 4, Better and Fairer Schools Information Management Bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on the Better and Fairer Information Management Bill 2024, a measure which seeks to extend the unique student identifier to students across the school sector across this country. Implementing the Unique Student Identifier, or USI, is a reform measure of the former coalition government's National School Reform Agreement. The USI is an important part of the coalition's school reform agenda to drive better student outcomes in Australian schools. It has been in use for higher education and vocational education and training students since 2015. Importantly, allocating a USI to every school student will help provide a better understanding
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Of a student's progress throughout their school life, travelling with them from one school system to another, allowing for the efficient and timely transfer of personal information so that they can be easily identified. Subject to the agreement of Education Ministers, there is also the potential to use a student identifier for a broader range of purposes, such as to support the identification of students who are falling through the cracks, or to target students needing additional support through any part of their school life and their school journey. This could assist with building the evidence needed to deliver improved teaching methods and other measures to support every child's schooling journey. Other issues that it may assist with, subject of course to the appropriate agreements and sanctioned by the Education Ministers, is issues around school refusal, non-attendance or even withdrawal from school. Since 2015, more than 15.6 million USIs have been generated for higher education and vet students. Privacy, of course, is a very important part of this measure. The bill specifies the very limited circumstances where the collection, use and disclosure of information is authorised. The Student Identifiers Registrar and any other entity administering schools' identifiers are also required under the bill to protect this information from misuse or unauthorised access and disclosure. Of course, the ability to identify a student's progress has never been more important. We know that 1 in 3 children is not meeting the expected proficiency standards under NAPLAN, and as a nation we need to do a better job for our teachers and for our students to ensure that every young Australian can reach his or her best potential. we have seen some very concerning NAPLAN results that don't seem to be getting any better, and so I am pleased. We had a very strong reform agenda when we were in government, and I am pleased that the government has picked up this reform measure and is pushing through with it. I do want to raise a number of concerns about the government's reform agenda, though, because while the USI is important, I have raised continuing concerns about the government's proposal, the National School Reform Agreement, because while there are some important reforms in that agreement, I have raised concerns that they don't go far enough and they're not appropriately detailed. And an example of that is in Victoria, and I've very much commended the Victorian government for moving away from balanced literacy or whole language learning to explicit instruction, the explicit teaching of phonics between prep and grade 2. But at the moment, the government is planning to only provide 25 minutes of phonics in the classroom each day, and the evidence overwhelmingly is that that is not sufficient. And so when we see school systems and states and territories, thank goodness, moving to evidence-based teaching and to looking and celebrating and implementing the science of reading and learning, it's incredibly important that it is consistent with the evidence, because we don't want this to fail. We don't want the Victorian government to fail. And so making sure that we have all the right reforms in the next school reform agreement is critical. And so I am concerned that there's not an appropriate amount of detail in relation to what those evidence-based reforms should look like and how they should be implemented in the classroom, because we don't want systems implementing measures that they think are appropriate when in fact they don't meet the requisite standards. We are also concerned that throughout the time, and Senator O'Sullivan chaired a very significant inquiry into classroom disruption. We have some of the most unruliest classrooms in the world. Many teachers are leaving the profession because of safety fears, and it was a very significant opportunity in this agreement to drive reforms to combat classroom disruption, including to implement a national behaviour curriculum. And it is regrettable that this agreement doesn't go far enough. Those details really do matter. But as I say, this bill implements the USI in Australian schools. It is an important reform measure. It will enable students to be able to move schools or move interstate, to take their information with them, and to ensure that when there are issues in student progress, that support interventions are perhaps more easily able to be implemented. So I do commend this bill to the House, but as I say, we really want to see those additional forms driven in Australian classrooms. And I might end by saying that while we have passed the bill to increase funding for government schools, it is very regrettable that it's now almost the end of November, and for more than 81% of government schools there is still no reform and funding agreement. That means there has been no national reforms delivered, and it is deeply concerning that time is running out. We have to get these reforms in every classroom, in every corner of our country, and we have no agreement. The government has failed to enter into an agreement with New South Wales, Victoria, South Australia and Queensland, and that, as I say, represents more than 80% of government schools. 4 weeks to go and the agreement runs out on the 31st of December. So the Minister set a deadline of the 30th of September. So if the government is serious about driving these reforms, I would say please get on and finalise these funding agreements. this is so important for students, this is so important for teachers, for parents and for our nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President, and I was going to thank senators for their contribution in this debate, but I'll just thank Senator Henderson for her contribution in this debate. And I did note that she did commend the bill as part of her other commentary on other things, but I'll leave that for another day given the hour. The Better Fairer Schools Information Management Bill 2024 amends the Student Identifiers Act 2014 to extend the system of national unique student identifiers to the school sector, allowing school students across the country to have a single identifier which will travel with them throughout their education, from school to higher education and vet. The bill meets the Commonwealth's obligations under the current National School Reform Agreement to set up the architecture for school identifiers to be issued to students. Practical use cases for school identifiers must be agreed between the Minister for Education and state and territory education ministers, and this important safeguard is backed by robust privacy protections in the bill. These safeguards keep privacy at the centre of the student identifiers system, protecting students whilst they benefit from the opportunities a streamlined and unified system offers. I table an addendum to the explanatory memorandum relating to this bill. The addendum responds to matters raised by the Scrutiny of Bills Committee, and I thank Senator Henderson for her contribution to this bill, and I commend it to the Chamber.
Is a committee stage required? Is it? The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Student Identifiers Act 2014 and for related purposes.
Is a committee stage required? It is. We will resolve into committee. So, do I start here?
Yep, and you read down to just there.
Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? Yes. There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the bill stand as printed. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to move an amendment on sheet 3211. Seek leave.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move the amendment.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. And the government will be supporting this amendment. I thank Senator Thorpe for her work on this question of the disclosure of schools' identifier data for research purposes. Privacy has always been at the heart of this legislation. The existing provisions are robust and ensure that any data is collected is secure and used only for approved purposes. This is complemented by the work that will be done through the Education Ministers' meeting on the data governance framework. This amendment will allow Parliament oversight of how data is used for research purposes through the introduction of a legislative instrument. This is a sensible amendment to the bill and we are happy to support it.
Senator Allman-Payne.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. The Greens too will also be supporting Senator Thorpe's amendment. We want to thank her for bringing it forward.
Senator Henderson.
Chair, thank you very much. The opposition will also be supporting this amendment. We want to thank Senator Thorpe for bringing this forward. I think one of the big issues with the USI is to ensure that there is very important provisions in relation to protecting the privacy of students. We really appreciate the work that you've done, Senator Thorpe, and we will be supporting this amendment.
So the question is that the amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3211 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The next question is that the bill as amended be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The question is now that the bill be reported. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against? No. The ayes have it. The bill will be reported. The committee has considered the Better and Fairer Schools Information Management Bill 2024 and agreed to it with amendments. Minister.
I move the report of the committee be adopted.
Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Student Identifiers Act 2014 and for related purposes. Business order of the day number 5. Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Special Account Bill 2024. Resumption of second reading debate.
Excellent. And I call Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I move the second reading amendment on sheet 3046 as circulated in my name.
Excellent. Are you going to speak to it? Or you don't have to speak to it? Do you have a second reading speech?
Yes, just
That's
sorry.
okay. I think everyone's just settling in, so we'll just. I'm settling in myself. So.
Thanks
yes.
very much, Acting Deputy President.
Senator Henderson, you have the call.
The Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Special Account Bill, Legislature Special Account to assist with a government-funded 15% pay rise for early childhood educators and teachers. The special account will be used to administer grant funding through the Early Childhood Education and Care Worker Retention Payment Program. I do note the bill does not credit any funds to the special account, and we assume appropriation will occur at a later point in the budget process. The bill does not set out what the wage increase will be. However, we know from the media announcement it will be 10% from next month and an additional 5% in December 2025. Nor does the bill include the specific conditions service providers will need to meet to be eligible. Some conditions have been included in the grant guidelines, but there are some key details that have still not been provided to service providers, and that obviously is of concern. The special account is time limited and will cease on the 30th of June 2028. The Coalition does have several concerns with this policy, but we will not stand in the way of a pay rise for early childhood educators and teachers. I have to say, Acting Deputy President, it is clear to anyone who heard this announcement in August that this is a pre-election sugar hit that perhaps shows the Albanese government cares more about politics than tackling cost of living pressures. The $3.6 billion price tag of this policy will do very little for educators and teachers, and that's because they have to deal with the escalating cost of living under this government, paying the bills, putting food on the table, paying the mortgage or the rent, and as all Australians know, the costs are going through the roof under this Labor government. The Prime Minister's claims of up to $155 per week pay increase fails to take into account the ongoing cost of living crisis, and which will see much of this wage increase eroded by inflation. I mean, once upon a time, you could almost walk into not so long ago, walk into a supermarket and spend $100 and buy a fair amount of the week's shopping for a family, and it's difficult now for that amount of money to buy more than a couple of meals. So it's just the costs are just horrendous, and so many Australians are really suffering. And that, of course, is because the Albanese government has mismanaged the economy to the point where so many families are in crisis. Labor's failure to break the back of inflation means hardworking families are paying higher prices, higher interest rates and higher taxes for longer. It's not just families which are struggling with cost of living pressures, but also businesses. And that includes, of course, small and medium-sized early learning providers. Providers who are currently weighing up whether this grant program is worth the additional administrative and financial burden. We are concerned about the lack of transparency from this government, which has left providers scratching their heads as to whether they can afford to sign up to the program. The grant guidelines released in October should have given service providers some clarity around the program, but instead it's given rise to more questions than answers in many cases. So since the announcement in August, the government has been coy about releasing the full details of the scheme, with many basic questions left unanswered, or otherwise providers have been given a generic response. And of course, you know, these are providers, particularly small businesses, which are really wondering, in some cases, how they are going to keep the doors open because costs have gone up so much. So less than a month out from the start date, providers are still unsure how much they will receive, how exactly they will be audited to ensure the funding is appropriately spent, and what will happen when the program ends in 2 years. There is also a lot of confusion regarding the fee restraint cap of 4.4% in the first year and 4.2% in the second year. While Labor has tried to reassure the sector they have used appropriate data to get to these figures, many providers are still confused and frustrated about the lack of transparency. During the Senate inquiry into this bill, we heard from several stakeholders who are concerned about financial uncertainty, as the government has still not released the full details of this scheme. So that really is not good enough, and as I say, it creates a lot of uncertainty. The grant program, as I mentioned, imposes a fee cap on providers, but it fails, of course, to cover the full cost of the wage rise. So leaving the majority of service providers out of pocket to cover their associated on-costs is a big concern. Now, that's probably not the case for large providers. That's something that maybe they can deal with, but for small and medium providers, particularly not-for-profits, who are just getting by, that really is not an option. According to the Productivity Commission report released in September, only 13% of providers currently have an enterprise agreement in place. Early childhood educators do an incredible job caring for and educating our youngest Australians. But the requirement for services to have providers to have a workplace instrument in place to be eligible for this program, we are really deeply concerned about, because we believe this is very ideologically driven. This is a classic example of Labor trying to appease the unions. Numerous stakeholders have raised concern about the cost and administrative burden of implementing a workplace instrument in such a short time frame. And of course, we know, and we heard in the Senate inquiry, that this is actually not needed to deliver the program. So this is very much driven by ideology, by looking after the unions, and is another example of the government not caring for small and medium businesses. In particular, Brent Ferguson from the Australian Industry Group told the Senate inquiry that forcing an employer to enter into formal workplace agreements to secure funding will impose unnecessary red tape and burden on employers. He also said this could be achieved by requiring employers to implement a written contractual agreement with their employees to implement wage increases instead of through a formal workplace instrument. In its submission, the Business Council of Australia also raised concerns about the workplace instrument, saying it should be the decision of the ECEC provider as to what is the most appropriate, the complex and time-consuming process of bargaining and agreement making may not always be appropriate. So, as I say, we've had a number of concerns raised. We understand that also that the Australian Childcare Alliance and PNCs in Queensland telling us in the inquiry it would cost thousands of dollars to sign up to the multi-employer agreement or to establish their own across multiple services, which of course is another enormous industrial relations burden placed on childcare operators by this government. The Outside School Hours Care Council of Australia has sent numerous versions of an IFA to the Department of Education to ensure the document they will be using is acceptable, but they're still waiting to hear back whether it's okay. Now, that's really just not acceptable, because here is an example of a council of many providers wanting to do the right thing, wanting to make sure that the workplace instrument that they enter into is compliant and doesn't give rise to any issues. And, of course, the government is not able to provide that sort of information. And given the very short lead time, given this scheme is just about to start, that places providers under the most enormous strain. And so I think, in fact, it's pretty clear this was deliberate. The government wanted to do that. The government wanted to do everything it could. And unfortunately, the result of that effort is it is small and medium early education providers who do the most incredible job, particularly in rural and regional Australia, that will face the most burden. And I mentioned that I will also be moving a second reading amendment, and I do want to just outline what that second reading amendment is. And while we are not declining, of course, to give the bill a second reading, we are asking the Senate to note and endorse the government's economic mismanagement and cost of living crisis has led to higher wage bills and higher utility, rent and grocery bills for childhood education providers. The bill will place further administrative burden on providers, particularly small and medium providers. The government's decision to include a workplace instrument in this bill is unnecessary and puts pressure on service providers to unionise their workforce. The bill will put further financial pressure on providers, which will have to cover the majority of the on-costs, cannot increase their fees and have to pay the wages up front whilst receiving reimbursement in arrears. Again, Acting Deputy President, another burden. The second reading amendment also includes the provision that the government has still not provided all relevant details of the grant program to service providers, which have put further undue stress on service providers and created confusion within the sector. The government has done nothing to address childcare deserts and thin markets around the country, and this bill will not increase access for parents who currently do not have access to a childcare centre. And again, as I mentioned before, the bill is a one-off sugar hit, which will only increase inflation, further contributing to current cost of living pressures.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. Senator Hodgins-May.
Early childhood education in Australia is a system in crisis and requires urgent attention and reform. The government has proposed this bill in the hope that it can address one of the key issues of our childcare system, that is acute workforce shortages. The Greens welcome Labor's long overdue recognition of the importance of early childhood educators, and we congratulate the unions and the sector for their hard-fought advocacy over many years that has shone a spotlight on wage justice for early educators. This bill is a critical first step, but the government can and must go further. For too long, educators have been underpaid and undervalued. They're overworked and burned out, and as a result, they're leaving the industry in droves. Childcare centres are struggling to fill thousands of educator roles because educators are being forced to find better paid jobs elsewhere. Because let's be clear, Educators can't afford to be educators. Australia desperately needs a workforce strategy that continues to build capacity. So how should a government attract workers to an industry where people are leaving in droves? Well, a decent wage that they can actually live off is a good start, as is ensuring pay parity with educators in primary and secondary school. These aren't radical propositions. To quote witnesses to the Wage Justice Bill inquiry, it's just not satisfactory that someone can have a degree or a diploma qualification and be delivering education like their peers in schools and not be paid an equal rate. That's Elizabeth Dean, CEO of AUSParliament, who celebrated their 10 years birthday today. She said, because a teacher is a teacher, whether they work in a school or work in an early childhood centre. They should be paid appropriate professional wages, and there shouldn't be a disparity between the wages paid across sectors. Samantha Page, CEO of Early Childhood Australia. Early childhood educators and their unions have fought long and hard for a 25% pay rise, and it's thanks to their tireless efforts that the government is finally starting to value the essential work they do. The work that, let's be frank, mostly women do. 97% of the early childhood education workforce are women. They do the critical work of educating our kids, yet continue to be paid well below other educators with the same or similar levels of responsibility and skills, and less conditions in many cases. Improving early childhood educators' pay is critical to addressing the gender pay gap. Labor has introduced a bill that will create a special account to fund grants to early childhood education and care providers who can opt to support a wage increase of 15% for their workers for a limited period of only 2 years. Quite clearly, a 15% pay bump falls well short of what our educators deserve, what unions and the sector have been calling for, and what would bring early childhood educators closer to pay parity with primary and secondary schools. This is a workforce that performs a critical role of educating and caring for our kids in those crucial early years. And it's a workforce that is overwhelmingly comprised of women who continue to take home less than 2/3 of the average weekly adult wage. Less than 2/3. So even with the government's proposed 15% pay bump, early childhood educators will still be underpaid. While Labor grandstands about their decision to lift wages 15%, the stark reality is that even with a pay rise, it will take an educator 31 years to save for a home deposit on an average house. 31 years. During the inquiry into this bill, we heard from witnesses in regional Australia about the challenges of attracting educators due to a lack of affordable and available housing, rising rents and poor conditions across the sector. We heard that the combined effect of low wages and the housing crisis is only exacerbating the issue of childcare deserts across this country. As one witness, the Isolated Children's Parents Association of Australia told the Wage Justice Inquiry, rural and remote settings require more than a 15% wage increase to rectify staffing shortages and to meet the needs of attracting and retaining early childhood education staff to rural and remote areas. If the government really wants to stop educators from leaving in droves, it must ensure they're paid enough and have suitable workplace conditions to stay. That is why I foreshadow that the Greens will move the Committee of Whole amendment to increase the worker retention grant from 15% to 25%. We're calling on Labor to give early years educators the 25% pay rise they deserve and that they've been calling for. Another significant flaw in this bill is that it makes no guarantee of a pay rise beyond June 2028, which has service providers scratching their heads about what happens after that date. So while Labor is calling it a pay rise, as it stands, it's actually only a 2-year grant or a pay bump. At the inquiry into this bill, I, along with the government, heard witnesses after witness provide evidence of the uncertainty of who will cover the costs once the government grant ends. Will it be providers or will it be parents? Or will it be the government? So why? Why hasn't Labor met union and sector demands for a 25% pay increase and provided certainty beyond June 2028? Will providers make up the shortfall afterwards, or will they pass those costs on to sustain the 15% increase? This is a major concern right across the sector. As the CEO of AUSParliament at the Wage Justice Inquiry explained, It can take many, many years to build the capacity of a service to deliver really high-quality education and care. We need that longevity of our workforce. Therefore, they need the confirmation that they will be valued and paid much longer than just 2 years into the future. Another witness, G8, said that this lack of certainty was placing providers in a really difficult position of either having to increase our fees after the 2 years to sustain the wage increased wage costs, or worst case scenario, reduce the pay rates of our educators to award level. Can you imagine that? Giving a pay bump to your staff only to take it back after 2 years? Where's the wage justice in that? The Greens want to guarantee that early childhood educators have well-paid, secure jobs. We want to ensure a sustainable workforce to fill the gaps in childcare deserts. In October, I wrote to Labor Ministers Jason Clare and Anne Ali, urging them to amend the sunset provision of this bill and to commit to fully funding the educator pay rise beyond 30 June 2028 and to extend it until the Fair Work Commission decided its decision is operational. Unfortunately, the government's response provided no assurance of funding the pay bump beyond the sunset clause. This bill was a chance to fill the childcare desert gaps. It was a chance to give long overdue recognition of our underpaid, overworked workforce. But sadly, this bill falls short. That is why I moved the Greens' second reading amendment standing in my name for the government to fully fund the Fair Work Commission's feminised industry decision and ensure educators get the pay rise beyond the 2-year grant period. There's no denying that paying educators a decent wage is critical to fixing Australia's early years education system and closing the gender gap. But so is providing free early years education, just like primary and secondary school. Research shows that women in families with children under the age of 5 have the lowest levels of labour force participation amongst people of prime working age. Many of these women would love to re-engage with work, but say caring for children is the main barrier for them to re-enter the job market. Free early years education makes economic sense. It would allow more parents the chance to return to work, which would increase women's workforce participation and boost Australia's economy. We already know this to be true from the brief moment during COVID when the Morrison government made early childcare free, that it helped reduce total inflation by over 1% for that quarter. Recent research suggests that reforming early childhood education in Australia to include low-cost or free childcare would help increase the size of the economy by $168 billion and allow the government to collect an additional $48 billion in revenue. Sounds like a no-brainer. So why won't the government fully invest in free early years education when we know that it will boost economic productivity and ease the cost of living crisis felt across this country? That is why I moved the second reading amendment standing in my name to ensure that early childhood education and care is universal, free and high quality across Australia. I call on Labor to seize this moment to work with the Greens to ensure all children have access to early childhood education and women have the opportunity to work. Early childhood educators have fought long and hard for a well-deserved pay rise. It is absolutely clear that this bill is a step in the right direction, but it simply doesn't go far enough. Labor will not fix our broken childcare system with half-hearted measures. If we want high-quality, universal early years education and care, we must invest in a sustainable workforce. We must fully invest in our educators. Labor has made a small first step towards recognising educators aren't paid enough, and now it must commit to going further. Labor must rise to this occasion and pay our educators what they deserve for doing the most important work imaginable, educating and caring for our children. The Greens have a vision for an equitable and inclusive early years education workforce. We want to work with Labor to make this transformative change needed to fix our early years education system and close the gender pay gap. We will remain willing to work together with the government to seize upon the social and economic opportunities of reforming early childhood education and care in Australia. Let's fix our early years education system to create one that we can be truly proud of, that recognises the extraordinary work of this largely feminised industry of educators, that's universal, high quality and accessible, because every child and every family deserves an education.
Thank you. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak to the Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Special Account Bill 2024. We all know what incredible work early childhood educators and care workers do. Without their hard work, dedication and love and care for our babies, many of us here today would not be in this job. We could not forge careers without knowing that our babies are in good and reliable hands. Early childcare education provides children with a worldview beyond that of their own families. It is a space where they can forge their first friendships, make their first social mistakes, and learn about themselves in so many different ways. It is a home away from home. In many cases, children spend a significant amount of their young lives in early childhood education and care settings, and it is incredibly important to ensure that these places have all they need to provide the best care possible. The first and foremost starts with properly valuing the work of early childhood workers, which includes educators, teachers, centre managers, cooks and cleaners, and many more. Most of them go beyond what is officially required of them, pour their hearts into the job, work long and sometimes unpredictable hours, and yet their pay is low relative to workers in other sectors, including those in similar qualifications. These people looking after what is dearest to us, our children, our babies, earning just above the lowest 10% when ranked with other occupations, is shameful. It is no wonder, then, that many people transition to other jobs, which leaves the sector understaffed by the thousands. I therefore appreciate the intention of this bill in raising wages for the early childhood education and care sector, which will go partly towards addressing these challenges. There is, however, a need to raise wages in the sector long-term and to the full extent required to achieve wage parity, which is 25% increase, rather than 15% before us today. Unfortunately, the grants program proposed is falling short of what is needed. It will be inaccessible for some of the providers that need the financial support the most. I therefore foreshadow my second reading amendment, which outlines some of these concerns. First and foremost, through the requirement for childcare subsidy eligibility, the grant program excludes, let me repeat, excludes many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community-controlled organisations. Access to quality early childhood education and care is one of the targets under the beloved Closing the Gap program, the Gammon Gap program, yet our providers are left out from this much-needed equity and sustainability measure. Our workers should have the same opportunity of wage justice as everybody else. How is it that First Peoples services, the ones you say that you wave the flag for, are the ones getting excluded? Why excluding us? Why are our babies never seen to be the priority? After what you've just rambled on for the last week, 2 days, about your support for First People, you exclude us in this. Right now, more than 22,900 of our children and young people have been removed from their families. The so-called child protection system continues to inflict harm on our families and is the modern form of the stolen generations and an act of genocide, which Labor you're complicit in, not only Palestine, but the ongoing genocide here by allowing our children to be taken away from their families. Making sure families with small children are properly supported is the first step in tackling this crisis and childcare services are a really important part of that. Not the black ones, according to you. However, how then are our community-controlled services not a priority for this scheme? Maybe the Minister for Indigenous Australians can write a letter to your Education Minister, wake him up a little bit and say, don't forget about us. The Productivity Commission's report found that governments continue to fail on their commitments to shared decision-making with First Peoples and supporting the community-controlled sector, and this has real impacts on our lives and that of our children. Improving outcomes for our communities starts by us self-determining how best care for and educate our children. Self-determination is about us determining what is best for us, but you don't seem to get that. Our community-led organisations provide a culturally safe space for our babies to grow and learn. They are not isolated from our families and communities, but wrap around them. They have a holistic approach and are central in ensuring our communities can thrive and our babies stay with their families. This is why I am proposing an amendment to the bill to allow for eligibility of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community-controlled organisations to the program. We know that you don't support that. Shame on you for that. The proposed program also falls short of supporting smaller providers in general. The program works on a reimbursement basis where providers have to front up the increased wages for their staff and will get later reimbursed. This poses challenges for many smaller providers, those that run just one or up to a few centres and don't have a huge profit margin. These are exactly the centres that need the financial support, and yet many won't be able to apply due to the risk of facing cash flow problems. I therefore have an amendment before the Senate which would allow for upfront payments to be paid for those providers that would otherwise face cash flow challenges, hindering them from applying. Many smaller providers also don't have enterprise agreements in place. I am a huge advocate for safe and supportive workplace conditions and can appreciate the requirement for enterprise agreements to be in place. In reality, unfortunately, this will exclude providers with small workforces that don't have the necessary information, resourcing and capacity to develop such agreements. These also take time to develop and come into force, and I therefore call on the government to put in place support mechanisms for providers who wish to engage in this process. Last but not least, the inquiry into this bill made clear that early childhood and care providers are worried about the sunset provision of the bill and what this would mean beyond June 2028. Providers are rightfully worried that they would be faced with a situation where they would have to increase fees drastically to sustain the higher wages of their staff or reverse the pay increase of their staff, which would likely result in understandably upset and risk substantially staff losses. This is a high risk to take, and some providers might instead decide to not apply for the grant at all, to not be put in that situation. I therefore call on the government to fully fund the pay increase until the Fair Work Commission decision on gender undervaluation is operational, as well as to fully fund the Fair Work Commission decision on early childhood education wages thereafter. This bill is an important step in the right direction for wage justice in the early childhood education and care sector, but it's important that we get it right. Don't leave us out. Aboriginal childcare services. I used to be the cook when I was 17, at Yapra Children's Services. Don't leave us out. We provide a holistic approach. Very, very important for our communities. To leave us out of this, you've done the wrong thing there. And you should fix that. So, for this program to be inclusive and supportive to those that need it most, we need to start truly valuing the work of those holding our society together and looking after our future generations. Don't leave anyone else out.
Thank you. Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. This is a really important bill, and I will be brief and associate myself with the comments of my colleague Senator Hodgins-May and endorse the views of others that this is a bill that takes steps in the right direction. It increases wages by 15% for 2 years for a really important group of workers in our society. Early childhood education and care workers provide an essential service, infrastructure that gets people to work in the way that a road does or a car does. It is essential for our social good, it's essential for our economy. The first 5 years of a child's life are a very, very vital period, and the best investments we can make out of anything that the government spends on are investment in quality, accessible, affordable early childhood education. US economist James Heckman tells us that $1 invested in these services returns $7 over the life of a child. He describes it as the best way to reduce an economy's deficit, those investments. They're especially critical, as we just heard from Senator Thorpe, for our First Nations children and families, and it is vital that we get them right. The spend that we do on those early childhood years cuts incarceration rates. It reduces spending in our jails. It reduces spending on welfare. It means more productive workers and workplaces and happier kids, families, communities and women. It's particularly important to the workforce participation of women, where better childcare and more childcare drives growth in our economy. Good childcare is underpinned most importantly by a settled, experienced, qualified, happy workforce with low turnover that delivers continuity of care for our kids. That means paying people properly and giving people security about their pay and conditions. It means helping workers who give decades of their working life to childcare work to be able to afford to retire. The Australian system of childcare is at the moment amongst the most expensive in the world, and that is not because we are paying workers in the sector properly. The current bill, while it steps in the right direction with improved pay for childcare workers, disappoints on two important points. Firstly, the childcare workforce and their union have been calling for a 25% pay increase, well beyond the 15% on offer in this bill. And we know that is what they deserve, as so many witnesses and much evidence to the inquiry to this bill made clear. 15% is not enough. It's far from enough to deal with the decades-long underpayment of this skilled and experienced workforce. Secondly, this pay rise is really, as my colleague said, a pay bump. It is not a secure long-term pay increase. It's a payment for just 2 years. When did we last give a pay rise to construction workers or miners or truck drivers, telling them it was just for 2 years? When did we give them a pay rise that wasn't embedded in their working conditions for the long haul? If we did that, I'm pretty confident, if we told those truck drivers you've got a pay rise for 2 years, I'm pretty confident within a day or two this parliament would be surrounded by a bunch of very angry truck drivers, probably led by Senator Sheldon and Senator Sterle, who would see the injustice of making a pay rise that is not guaranteed in the long term. In this feminised industry, that is what we are offering those women, those 97% of workers who are women. You just wouldn't get away with it
in a male-dominated industry. A government interested in fixing the long-term underpayment of our childcare workforce would not just be offering a pay bump. It would be facing up to the long haul and doing the right thing. What we do for truck drivers, we should do for the essential infrastructure workers of our childcare system. The sustainability and quality of early childhood education and care is inextricably linked with the strength and the sustainability of our workforce. And currently, that workforce is in crisis, and no one is arguing about this. Wages are too low, workloads are unmanageable and too high, workforce attrition is extremely high, and centres are understaffed. The United Workers Union told the inquiry into this bill that early educators are barely able to survive on the wages they are paid amid the cost of living crisis they are enduring. As a result, staff are leaving in droves, and workloads of those who remain, the union told us, are unacceptably high. As many as 30 to 48% of educators leave the sector each year. That's an incredible rate of loss of skilled and experienced workers. Currently, in long day care, up to 19% of centres are operating with a staff waiver. That is, they're unable to meet the standards of qualification and ratios for our kids in their care. And this puts their development and certainly the workloads of those carers at risk. This especially lets down, as we heard from Senator Thorpe, our First Nations kids, who need appropriate quality care with involvement of local communities in culturally appropriate and locally managed care. It also means that too many children cannot be included in all the activities of their local centres because there are not enough carers to look out for and include kids with disabilities. There are too many childcare deserts in our country towns and too many suburbs of our cities. We need to fix all of this with a decent pay rise for our childcare workforce, a rise that goes beyond 15% to meet the expectations and evidence in the case for a 25% rise. So this bill's a step in that direction, but we need a lot more. We need affordable, accessible, quality care for all who need it. Our economic future certainly depends on it. Our families are looking for it. And more importantly, the healthy future of our kids depends on it.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. This bill does two really important things. It delivers a long-awaited pay rise for early childhood educators and carers, and it supports families with the cost of living. These are issues that early childhood education and care workers have been campaigning for many years, and I'm very pleased that under the Albanese Labor government they are beginning to get the kind of remuneration and respect that they deserve. These workers very much deserve our support. The work that they do is incredibly important to families, to our economy, and of course, most of all, to the kids who they care for and educate in their earliest years. On that basis, I commend the bill to the Chamber.
Thank you, Minister. So we have 3 second reading amendments before us in the Chamber, and I'll deal with them in order. The first one is that it has been moved by Senator Henderson, then I'll go to Senator Hodgins-May, and then I will go to you, Senator Thorpe. So the question before the Chair, before I go to the question before the Chair, I'm just going to go back to the Minister. Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I omitted to table, and I now table, an addendum to the explanatory memorandum relating to the Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Special Account Bill 2024. The addendum responds to matters raised by the Scrutiny of Bills Committee.
Thank you, Minister. So the question before the Chair is the second reading amendment moved by Senator Henderson. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Hang on. I believe that the noes have it. The ayes have it. A division required. Sorry? That's correct, yes. So a division is required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes, please. Lock the doors. Just checking the whips are okay. Question before the chair is the second reading amendment moved by Senator Henderson. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kovacic teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 24, noes 31. The question is resolved in the negative. I call Senator Hodgins-May, if you could please formally move your second reading amendment.
I move the second reading amendment standing in my name.
Thank you. So the question before the chair is the second reading amendment moved by Senator Hodgins-May. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against? I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. I'm in the hands of the whips here. 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the chair is the second reading amendment moved by Senator Hodgins-May. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 11, noes 33. The question is resolved in the negative. Senator Thorpe, if you could take your seat, please, or your place, and move your second reading amendment.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move my second reading amendment in my name.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. The question before the chair is the second reading amendment moved by Senator Thorpe. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. Leave the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the chair is a second reading amendment moved by Senator Thorpe. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Thorpe teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 12, noes 33. The question is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clerk.
An act to establish the Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Special Account and for related purposes.
Now, there are amendments that have been moved, so we will resolve into committee. Is it the wish of the committee that the bills be taken together and as a whole? There being no objection is so ordered. The question is that the bills stand as printed, and I'm in the hands of the chamber in relation to the amendments. So I'm happy to call you, Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move my amendments. I seek leave to move my amendments altogether, and that is on sheet 3112, 3100, 3002, and.
But Senator Thorpe, I think that one's.
Oh, sorry, 3147, 3112, and 3100.
Okay, there being no objection, leave is granted. So you've moved those amendments. Do you wish to speak to them?
No, I'd like to just move them.
Okay, we've moved them. Minister?
Thanks, Acting Deputy President, and thanks, Senator Thorpe, for moving these amendments together. Unfortunately, though, the government will not be agreeing to any of the three amendments. For 3100, which is about guidelines, as Senator Thorpe is probably aware, it is common practice for grant eligibility criteria to be left to non-legislative guidance when establishing a special account to fund grants. The eligibility criteria for this payment is set out in the Early Childhood Education and Care Worker Retention Payment Grant Opportunity Guidelines in accordance with the Commonwealth Grants Policy Framework. The criteria have also been added as an addendum to the explanatory memorandum to the bill. This approach gives the government the necessary flexibility to adjust eligibility if required, as the grant guidelines can be rapidly amended to respond to changing conditions and sector feedback. For amendment number 3112 regarding upfront cash flow payments, again, the government will not be agreeing to this amendment. However, the senator does raise an important matter, and steps have been taken to address cash flow concerns at the commencement of the grant period. In some circumstances, providers can receive an advance payment in December. The government will also front-load funding in the first 3 monthly grant payments to help centre-based daycare services that have viability concerns. These arrangements are reflected in the grant opportunity guidelines along with all the other eligibility and payment details. And the government will also not be agreeing to amendment number 3147 regarding approved providers. Providers have to meet certain criteria to be approved to operate an early childhood education and care service in Australia. The eligibility criteria to become an approved provider of ECEC are necessarily rigorous to ensure the integrity of the ECEC system, and that's why those same requirements are also being applied to grants made under the Wage Justice Bill. There are many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community-controlled organisations that are approved providers of early childhood education and care, and of course the Albanese government is investing $3.6 billion in funding a 15% wage increase for ECEC workers. Limiting grant eligibility to approved providers ensures the integrity of the program.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. Minister, I'm just seeking some clarification in relation to this bill. What is the exact funding formula the government will be using to calculate how much each service will receive, and will you be providing that to services?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Henderson. The government, as you're aware, has committed to funding a wage increase of 10% in the first year and an additional 5% in the second year. The government will also make a 20% contribution to eligible on-costs, and in our view this does give providers the certainty they need to apply the wage increase.
Senator Henderson.
Minister, thank you. Yes, I'm aware of those percentages. I was seeking the exact funding formula the government will be using to calculate how much service will receive. If you could provide that information, please.
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Henderson. I suspect the reason you might be asking the question is that the government at this point in time is not releasing that formula. We are, however, investing around $3.6 billion to support the 15% wage increase for EC workers over 2 years. We did hear the sector's call for more information about the wage funding, and in response we've announced that the fee constraint in the second year will be 4.2%, which is based on the ABS's new childcare services cost index. As soon as we're in a position to provide more details of the funding formula, we'll obviously do that by communicating with providers.
Senator Henderson.
Minister, it is concerning that this information is not being made public. Can you please explain why this is being hidden? And if you are going to be providing that to service providers, when will that information be provided to service providers? I mean, it's just deeply concerning. This scheme is just weeks away from starting. You've obviously determined as a government that the payment methodology, how the funding will be determined. Childcare centres need to know now. They need to know what is coming in the door. So I would ask you, Minister, to disclose this funding methodology now. This is what every childcare service provider deserves and no less. And if you could please provide, if you are going to be conveying further information to childcare providers, could you please indicate the date by which that information will be provided?
Minister.
Excuse me. As I said earlier, Senator Henderson, the government has already made a public commitment to fund the wage rises plus the 20% contribution to eligible on costs. We will be updating providers as soon as possible with more details around the formulas. What I can say is that, and we've said this previously, it will be taking into account things like the cost of labour and CCS hours at a particular service. I met as recently as this afternoon with representatives of the sector who didn't raise concerns about this with me. You're obviously hearing from different providers about this, but as soon as we're in a position to provide more information, we will do so.
Senator Henderson.
Minister, there are thousands of providers around the country. I don't know how many of those providers you met with today, but this is a deep concern because at the end of the day, these mainly small and medium businesses, some large businesses, need to know what's coming in the door and need to know how that funding will be assessed using the government's formula. It's clear you know what the formula is. What have you got to hide, Minister? And if you are going to be providing it shortly, given the scheme is just about to start, could you please provide a date by which time this information will be provided?
Minister.
I can't really add to my previous answer.
I'm in the hands of the chamber. So the question before the chair at the moment is the 3 amendments that have been moved by Senator Thorpe. So if there's no further discussion in relation to this particular matter, I will put the question. The question before the chair is 3 amendments. That's being Amendment 1 on sheet 3147, Amendment 1 on sheet 3112 and Amendment 1 on sheet 3100. That has been moved by leave by Senator Thorpe. Be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it. Senator Thorpe.
In the interest of time, I'm happy to say that I support this, and if anybody else wants to support it, then they can say that, and then we don't have to divide.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Thorpe. It will be noted that you have supported it and that the Greens have supported it, and Senator Tyrrell, that you've supported it and Senator Payman have supported it. Okay, we'll then move on. Senator Hodgins-May, do I call you? Thank you.
I move the amendment on sheet 3002.
Excellent. Senator Hodgins-May, you have the call.
With this bill, the government has the opportunity to give long overdue recognition of our underpaid, overworked early childhood educators. Instead of delivering the 25% pay increase that the sector and unions called for, and which, let's be clear, this workforce deserves, this bill offers them 10% less. 97% of early childhood education workforce are women who have fought long and hard for a well-deserved pay rise. For these workers, pay parity is critical to addressing the gender pay gap, because teachers are teachers no matter where they work, and they should not be paid differently. I urge the government to amend the wage increase to 25% so that we can deliver genuine wage justice for our early educators in this country.
Thank you. Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. The government will not be agreeing to this amendment. Unlike the Greens Party, it's a Labor government that is actually delivering the pay rise that early childhood educators and carers so very much deserve. This is something that many on the Labor side of the chamber, including Senator Walsh, have campaigned for many years in collaboration with early childhood education and educators and carers. I mean, I've got multiple quotes I could read out from those workers talking about the difference that this pay rise being delivered by a Labor government will make to their lives. Early educators undoubtedly do one of the most important jobs in our community, and this Labor government is making sure that they are fairly paid for the work that they do. We'll be investing around $3.6 billion to support a 15% wage increase for these workers over 2 years. It's a responsible wage increase deliberately designed in a responsible way to take pressure off childcare fees. And unlike some members of the Greens Party, Labor senators actually spend time in early childhood education and care services, working and talking with those workers and campaigning alongside them, and that is what has resulted in this very well-deserved pay rise.
Senator Hodgson-Smith.
I didn't come here to engage in petty political attacks. I came here to represent the stakeholders and the sector that I have been engaging with throughout the course of this discussion and this debate. They respectfully have continued to say that 25% is what it'll take to get pay parity with primary and secondary school educators. They continue to say that 25% is what it will take to value the incredibly important work that they do educating our kids. So you can keep your political attacks to yourself and consider the 25% increase that they're demanding.
I'll put the question, if no one else is seeking the call, that the amendment on sheet 3002 be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. I called it for the ayes. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Either way then. I didn't know where I didn't hear anyone on this side. I didn't hear anyone. Okay. It doesn't matter. Lock the doors. Order. The question is that the Greens amendment on sheet 3002 be agreed to. Those of that opinion will move to the right of the chair and those against to the left of the chair. And I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Senator McKim. The result of the division is ayes 13, noes 23. The question is resolved in the negative. Senator Hodgins-May.
I seek leave to move amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3035 together.
Leave granted. Leave is granted.
This government has an opportunity to put forward a bill to address one of the key issues facing our broken childcare system. That is acute workforce shortages. Instead, the government's put in place a 2-year grant, not a pay rise. We know that delivering high-quality universal early years education and care requires investment in a sustainable workforce. That's been backed up by 2 government commission reports this year, the ACCC and the Productivity Commission. We know that many in early childhood education and care sector are deeply concerned about the sunset provision in this bill that does not provide any certainty of an ongoing wage increase. That was backed up by evidence put forward at the Wage Justice Inquiry in October. There, more than half of the witnesses stated that the sunset clause created uncertainty about who would fund an ongoing pay rise beyond the 2-year period, and that providers might be forced to pass the pay wage bump onto parents via fee hikes or ended after the 2-year period. We heard that this prevailing uncertainty will result in disincentivising providers from signing up for the grant and educators missing out on a much-needed pay rise. I urge the government to amend the sunset provision to extend the grant until the Fair Work Commission feminised industry decision is operational.
Minister.
The government will not be agreeing to this amendment. Firstly, there's no need for this amendment. The Fair Work Commission has said that they intend the gender undervaluation of priority awards review will be completed by the time of next year's annual wage review. The current sunset clause allows ample time for the review to conclude. Further, the Greens political party amendment could have the strange effect of causing the Act to cease following a determination on awards that have absolutely no connection to the ECEC sector, such as the award that covers the community pharmacy industry. The government is committed to ensuring the cost of fair wages for ECEC workers isn't passed on to families through higher fees and will align longer-term funding arrangements to its response to the Productivity Commission and ACCC reports.
Senator Hodgins-May.
Can the government explain whether they are committing to funding the Fair Work Commission decision after that date?
Minister.
The government has already said that we are supporting the gender undervaluation of priority awards review. One of the reasons we're doing that is that it was a Labor government that amended the objectives of the Fair Work Act to ensure that gender equality is now an objective of the Fair Work Act. That was a Labor government that made that change, in addition to the range of other changes we've undertaken to support gender equality, whether that be banning pay secrecy clauses, lifting pay for aged care workers, now lifting pay for early childhood education and care workers, and that is the reason that the gender pay gap in Australia is at the lowest level it has ever been as a result of the actions of a Labor federal government.
Senator Hodgins-May.
Yeah, I'll ask again, is there money in the budget to fund that decision after this 2-year pay bump?
Minister.
I can't add to my previous answer.
Hodgins may.
Didn't actually answer the question, Minister.
Okay, I will put the question. No, you can't. You can't speak to people in a row. Senator Wilson.
I just want to confirm that it's 21 or nearly 20 past 10. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Hodgins may.
I'm happy for the Minister to seek advice to respond to the question if he so wishes.
I'm going to put the question. No one else is seeking the call. The question is that the Greens amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3035 be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the noes have it. Is a division required? It is. Okay, 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that Greens amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3035 be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 13, noes 23. The question is resolved in the negative. The question is that the bills stand as printed. All those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question now is the bill be reported. All those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The committee has considered the Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Special Account Bill 2024 and agreed to it without amendments. Minister.
Report be adopted. I move that the report be adopted.
Question is that the report be adopted. All those opinions say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Read a third time.
Question is that the bill be read a third time. All those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to establish the Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Special Account and for related purposes. Government Business Order for Day number 6, Taxation Multinational Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Bill 2024 and 2 related bills. Resumption of second reading debate.
I don't have the speakers list, but I believe, Minister, you might be the only speaker. So over to you. Oh, you do have... Okay, Senator Hume, we're going to give you the call.
Acting Deputy President, I rise to speak on the Taxation Multinational Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Bill 2024 and its 2 associated bills. The Coalition supports the continuation of the OECD two-pillar process on multinational tax avoidance, a process the former government initiated and is now being continued under Labor. Working with like-minded nations and international forums like the OECD is critical to ensuring that multinational corporations from all jurisdictions pay their fair share of tax and contribute to the countries in which they operate. The Coalition took extensive action over our 9 years in government to address multinational tax avoidance. As the host of the 2014 G20 summit, Australia played a leading role in the original OECD G20 Base Erosion and Profit Shifting Project, the BEPS project, which was initiated in 2013 and delivered in 2015. Under the Coalition's leadership, Australia adopted the OECD G20 BEPS recommendations, which established a multilateral approach to preventing tax avoidance and increasing tax transparency for administrators. At the time, the Coalition government implemented several key measures, including the introduction of the Diverted Profits Tax, the DPT, which limits a company's ability to shift profits out of Australia. We also introduced the Multinational Tax Avoidance Law, the MAL, ensuring that companies cannot avoid a taxable presence in Australia. We also strengthened the thin capitalisation rules and improved transfer pricing rules, We doubled the penalties for tax avoidance and we established the ATO Tax Avoidance Task Force in 2016. Now, the ATO Task Force was designed to enforce existing laws and to support new government measures aimed at preventing tax avoidance. And between 2016 and 2021, the ATO raised $24.2 billion in tax liabilities against large public groups, multinational corporations and privately owned and wealthy groups. This effort generated collections of $17.3 billion. It's critical that we continue to pursue fair and consistent tax rules, not just within Australia but also with like-minded nations around the world. And this is exactly what we were doing through initiatives like the OECD two-pillar solution in collaboration with our international peers. We commend the Labor Party for following our lead and continuing this important work. However, while we support these efforts, it's important to recognise that the current government has not fully delivered on its promises. At the last election, Labor made a clear commitment that its sole focus on taxation would be addressing multinational tax avoidance. Yet despite this promise, they have failed to follow through on even that basic commitment. Labor's handling of country-by-country reporting and changes to thin capitalisation rules has been nothing short of shambolic. The policy impotence of the Assistant Treasurer has been so glaring that at least once he has needed his senior minister and the Treasurer to intervene and to fix his harebrained schemes. Labor, led by the Prime Minister and the Treasurer, assured Australians that there would be no tax increase beyond working with other countries to make multinational tax regimes fairer. But, as we've seen, this promise was not worth the paper it was written on. Labor's pledge to focus solely on multinational tax avoidance has been well and truly broken. Instead of keeping his word, Prime Minister Albanese has raised taxes in several key areas that will impact the lives of everyday Australians. Labor has increased taxes on superannuation, even though it vowed not to do specifically that, capturing 1 in 10 Australians over time. According to Treasury modelling, young Australians earning an average wage today will be subject to this tax. This is also a new tax on unrealised capital gains, which is unprecedented in our tax system. This is an assault on family-owned businesses and self-managed super funds, undermining the financial security of hard-working Australians. In addition, Labor has targeted franking credits, again, banking $500 million in taxes from Australian companies, retirees, super funds and charities. This is a direct attack on the financial well-being of those who have worked hard and who have planned for their future. Labor has also ended small business tax concessions, dramatically reducing the instant asset write-off that so many Australian small businesses rely on to invest in their operations and to grow, and failing to provide certainty due to their continued legislative mismanagement. Higher taxes will not help address the cost of living crisis that so many Australians are facing. Higher taxes will not solve the problem of anaemic economic growth. And higher taxes will not reverse the collapse in productivity that we are witnessing under this Labor government. Our economy is shuddering to a halt. Personal income taxes have risen by 20% thanks to bracket creep. Prices are up 10%, and for working households, prices have increased by over 18%. Real wages have collapsed by nearly 9%, and living standards have fallen by 8%. Household savings have dropped 10 percentage points. Australia is now trailing behind our peer nations, and a family with a typical mortgage of $750,000 is approximately $35,000 a year worse off. Now, this is not responsible economic management. Labor's higher spending, high interest rates and higher taxes, coupled with an additional $315 billion of spending across 3 budgets, have left Australians worse off. Their broken promises on taxes, including superannuation, including franking credits, including small businesses, have only added to the pain. The changes to multinational tax arrangements in this bill do not make up for Labor's attacks on aspirational Australians. These changes do not compensate for Labor's inaction on inflation. They do not address the impact of rising interest rates on Australian households, and nor do they undo the harm caused by Labor's tax policies. Australians deserve a government that's focused on the challenges they face today. While the Coalition will not oppose this legislation, we will not apologise for holding the government to account for their broken promises on tax, their failure to take meaningful action on productivity and indeed potentially making the problem even worse. And we will not apologise for holding the government to account for their lack of focus on fighting inflation. We need a government that prioritises the economic well-being of all Australians and takes real steps to address the cost of living crisis, to improve productivity and to restore confidence in our economy. In conclusion, while we support the continuation of efforts to tackle multinational tax avoidance, we cannot ignore the broader economic challenges facing our nation. Labor's broken promises, their misguided policies, have left Australians worse off, and we must continue to hold them to account. Our focus must remain on creating a fair and prosperous Australia where everyone has the opportunity to succeed.
Thank you. Minister.
Well, unlike Senator Hume at this stage of the game, who thinks that what Australians want is more politics at 10:35 and more partisan negativity, this is a government that knows what Australians want, and what the Australians, I think, in this building want is for me to say I thank senators for their contribution to the debate, and I commend the bill to the Senate.
Thank you, Minister. Now, there is a second reading amendment in the name of Senator David Pocock. Now, Senator Pocock is not here, and my understanding is that he may have expressed views to the whips that he did not wish it proceeded with, but it is here, and if no one is going to move it, then we'll just move on to the next item, which is the question before the chair, is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Taxation, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Bill 2024. Taxation, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Imposition Bill 2024. Treasury Laws Amendment, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Consequential Bill 2024.
There are amendments, so the Senate will move into committee. Is it the wish of the committee that the bills be taken together and as a whole, there being no objection, is so ordered? The question is that the bills be agreed to without amendments or requests. I call the Minister.
Thank you. I table a supplementary explanatory memorandum relating to the government's amendments to be moved to the Taxation, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Bill 2024 and the Treasury Laws Amendment, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Consequential Bill 2024.
Thank you, Minister.
And I seek leave to move government amendments on sheet ZA243 and sheet ZA244 together.
Just checking, no objection, leave is granted.
I move the amendments.
And I call Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. The opposition will be supporting this amendment, which addresses issues raised by stakeholders in relation to the bill's treatment of securitisation. This matter was raised during the committee hearing, and at that time the Treasury indicated that it was aware of the issue and considering the amendments. This is yet another example of bills progressing into the Senate and then being amended to fix issues that were in the drafting. And while this certainly validates the critical work of Senate committees, it yet again calls into question the ability of this government to prepare and to deliver legislation in the Treasury portfolio. Stakeholders continually raise the short or the non-existent consultation periods for Treasury legislation, the failure to take on board feedback, and an indifference to the realities of commercial arrangements that are impacted by legislation. I'd like to take this opportunity to once again encourage the Treasurer and his junior ministerial colleagues to take their jobs seriously and realise that new laws do not exist in a vacuum. However meritorious, these changes add an additional burden to businesses, and we must respect the business enough to at least listen to it as we prepare the legislation before it's introduced into Parliament.
Minister.
Well, this government respects the Senate. We love the Senate. You know, all of it. We love the Senate processes, we love the committee process. We listen intently and we listen to the business community and the stakeholders, and we're always looking for opportunities to improve legislation, and we don't get snarky about it when there are opportunities to do that, and that's what we've done.
If there are no other contributions, the question before the chair is that Amendment 1 on sheet ZA243 and Amendments 1 and 2 on sheet ZA244 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And the question now is that the Taxation, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Bill 2024 and Treasury Laws Amendment, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Consequential Bill 2024 as amended be agreed to, and the Taxation, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Imposition Bill 2024 be agreed to without request for amendments. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question now is that the bills be reported. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The committee has considered the Taxation, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Bill 2024 and two related bills and agreed to them with amendments. Minister.
Thank you. I move that the report of the committee be adopted.
Question before the chair is that the committee of the report be adopted. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister.
I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question before the chair is that the bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Taxation, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Bill 2024, Taxation, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Imposition Bill 2024, Treasury Laws Amendment, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Consequential Bill 2024. Government Business Order of the Day number 32, Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Amendment, Scheduling Bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
And I call Senator Napijupa-Price.
Thank you, Acting President. I rise to speak in relation to the Aboriginal Land Rights Amendment Bill 2024. As an overview, the bill concerns an area of vacant Crown land near the Aboriginal community of Canteen Creek in the Barkly area of the Northern Territory. The effect of the bill would be to add this area of land to Part 4 of Schedule 1 of the Aboriginal Land Rights Act 1976. By adding the land to Schedule 1, it can then be granted to an Aboriginal land trust as inalienable Aboriginal freehold land. By way of background, this bill resolves the Wakaya Yawara land rights claim. This land rights claim was lodged in 1990 and replaced a previous claim which had been lodged in 1980. This bill is the outcome of a negotiated Indigenous land use agreement between the Northern Territory Government and the Central Land Council. The 2019 agreement extinguishes all land rights and native title over areas within the township of Canteen Creek in exchange for a grant of the surrounding Crown land as Aboriginal freehold land. But in order for this agreement to be completed, the Commonwealth Parliament must directly amend the Land Rights Act. The Coalition is supportive of this bill. The initial agreement was between the Central Land Council, of course, and the Labor Northern Territory Government. Following the recent election in the Northern Territory, we have consulted with the new government in relation to this proposal. They are supportive of this bill being passed. When I last rose to speak on this bill, I noted the existence of exploratory licences for petroleum and minerals which existed over this land. Since then, the Northern Territory Government has advised that if passed, the bill would not have any impact on pastoral interests. Further, it poses no issue to mining or energy interests. We note that if this bill is passed successfully, it will provide the Northern Territory Government and the town with certainty and confidence that necessary infrastructure and services for the local community will be in place now and into the future. We note that often housing or commercial development
projects often require lease terms over the land that are significant in length in order for the projects to proceed. In this regard, the certainty which would be provided by this bill is important for the future development and investment in the region. Despite the necessity to ensure confidence and certainty to the Northern Territory community, the Coalition remains concerned about the process that has been adopted. We know that the Albanese government refused to refer this bill to a committee for examination. When the bill was introduced, the Coalition requested that it be referred to the Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee for consideration. I made the point at the time that having the bill sent to the committee would be consistent with our democratic process. The Coalition maintains that position, and we believe that the Albanese government's refusal to refer it to the committee was a wasted opportunity. It is important to recognise that the government's decision in this regard is symptomatic of a broader issue, and the reality is the Land Rights Act, which would be amended by this bill, has been in operation for nearly 50 years. And I have been saying for some time now that the Land Rights Act is in need of reviewing and revising. This bill provided a timely opportunity to examine whether or not the Land Rights Act is in fact still fit for purpose, whether it serves the interest of Indigenous Australians in the best way that it can, or whether it needs to be revisited. See, the Land Rights Act is actually a very unique piece of legislation. It creates an arrangement and an opportunity for Indigenous Australians which should be a springboard for wealth, health and improved quality of life. And that is what is so concerning about the current situation. Because despite this unique opportunity provided by the Land Rights Act, Indigenous Australians in the Northern Territory are not the most advantaged. In fact, some Indigenous Australians in the Northern Territory are actually most disadvantaged and marginalised. And this is a point I have tried to make often in this place, that our focus needs to be where the gap is the greatest. From research I've personally been involved with, well, we know that 3% of the population of Australia is Indigenous, but only around 20% are in fact marginalised. And usually they live in remote locations and have English as a second or third language. And the situation in the Northern Territory is especially bad. The 2024 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Health Performance Framework report is particularly telling. The report tells us that Indigenous Australians living in the Northern Territory experience the greatest area level of disadvantage. It showed that 68%, that's nearly 7 out of 10 Indigenous Australians in the Northern Territory, live in the most disadvantaged quintile of Indigenous areas across Australia. In contrast, jurisdictions outside the Northern Territory have rates as low as 16% or less. This level of disparity between the Northern Territory and places around Australia is very concerning, especially when we have the Land Rights Act, which is, in theory, provides an opportunity for this disparity not to exist. It goes to show that things are not working in the way that they should for our most marginalised Indigenous Australians. And this is just one of the reasons why we need to revisit the operation of the Land Rights Act. Further, we see a trend in the Northern Territory that traditional owners are land rich but dirt poor. This is, I believe, in part due to the land councils, especially when it comes to larger land councils. We are seeing that the way in which they operate makes it functionally impossible for land to be utilised for economic purposes. Land councils in the Northern Territory are established under the Land Rights Act, and yet their poor performance and outcomes for traditional owners is a clear indication that the legislation needs to be reviewed. When it comes to leases under Section 19 of the Act, time delays are a major cause for concern. The average processing time for Section 19 leases for the Northern Land Council as of February 2024 was 666 days. Add to that the fact that the Northern Land Council had over 500 open lease applications on their books. No wonder they have such a backlog of applications when each one has an average processing time of close to 2 years. These numbers stand in contrast to the two smaller Northern Territory Land Councils, Tiwi Land Council and the Anandiliaqua Land Council. The Tiwi Land Council only takes an average of 3 to 6 months to process Section 19 leases, and Anandiliaqua takes approximately 6 to 12 months. In comparing these land councils, we see that it is possible for things to be better, but the legislation needs to change so that efficiency can be improved. Again, this is why the reference of this bill to a committee would have been a beneficial step. In addition, To the time and processing delays we are seeing in larger land councils, it is also apparent that land councils are hindering opportunity. Despite the Territory having comparable wealth due to resources, the Northern Territory only sees a fraction of the mining and energy projects that a place like Western Australia, of course, has. I've always said that despite being a territory and not a state, the Northern Territory should look more like Western Australia than the ACT due to our similar environments and resources, yet this simply isn't the case. If we want to empower Indigenous Australians to achieve economic independence and to stand on their own 2 feet, we need to be willing to examine existing structures like land councils. Examining the operation of the Land Rights Act is to hold Indigenous Australians and organisations to the standard we would expect any other person or organisation in Australia. But unfortunately, the Albanese government doesn't want to do that. Maybe they don't want to do that because they don't want to take a fine-toothed comb and run it through their organisations. They don't want to have to come face to face with their failures. They would rather leave those things in the dark and just propose solutions that for Indigenous affairs that centre on more funding and more bodies, departments or commissioners. They care more about saving their reputation than ensuring we have properly functioning organisations. The Coalition, on the other hand, is not interested in creating more bureaucracy for the sake of it. We fully support the examination of the existing structures. These structures are worth examining because only then can we fix them to ensure they are effective and efficient. And if the structures aren't able to be made effective and efficient, they shouldn't exist. But the knee-jerk type responses, which we see time and time again from the Albanese Labor government that create more government, just aren't going to cut it. So, as some of the most powerful, important decision-making bodies in the Northern Territory, this bill could have ensured the land councils were examined if it had gone to a committee. Opportunity abounds in the Northern Territory. That opportunity could be being used to improve the situations of those marginalised Indigenous Australians in the Northern Territory who live in highly disadvantaged areas at a greater rate than those in other parts of the country. But of course, the Albanese government would rather shut down these opportunities. So while the Coalition does support this motion, we feel it necessary to have highlighted these points about the need for the Land Rights Act to be revisited as a matter of urgency for the sake of our most marginalised Indigenous Australians.
Thank you, Senator. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I thank senators for their contribution to this debate on the Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Amendment Scheduling Bill 2024. The bill adds an area of land to Schedule 1 of the Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Act 1976 Land Rights Act, enabling the grant of land to an Aboriginal land trust and finalisation of the Wakialuwara repeat land claim. The land comprises approximately 484,000 hectares near Canteen Creek community in the Barkly region of the Northern Territory, approximately 275 kilometres southeast of Tennant Creek. The government remains committed to progressing unresolved land claims in the Northern Territory. This is part of our determination to increase First Nations rights and interests in land and sea country in line with the National Partnership Agreement on Closing the Gap. This recognises the many social, economic and cultural benefits which can only be achieved from land ownership and continuing connection to country. Mr Acting Deputy President, I acknowledge the traditional owners of this land, the people of the Wakia and Aluwara language groups. I acknowledge that, for the traditional owners, this land has significant emu dreaming associations and many other dreamings, and so many of them have waited too long for this moment. I would like to thank the traditional owners, the Central Land Council and the Northern Territory Government for their work to finalise the Indigenous Land Use Agreement which supports this bill. This bill paves the way for the finalisation of the long-standing Aboriginal land claim, and I proudly commend this bill to the Senate.
Thank you, Minister. The question before the Chair is that the bills be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clerk.
An act to amend the Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Act 1976 and for related purposes.
No amendments have been circulated. Does any senator require a committee stage? If not, I shall call the Minister for the third reading.
I move that the bill be read a third time.
So the question before the chair is that the bills be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clerk.
For an act to amend the Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Act 1976 and for related purposes.
Thank you. Well, the Senate stands adjourned and we'll meet tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you, Leader.